In this topic, I will share the ways of improving social interactions and working relationships with other employees. On the PHR exam program overview chart, we'll be addressing Functional Area 5 and covering employee and labor relations, which is worth 39% of the exam. The first course in the series is Organizational Relations, which is highlighted in red. Businesses are the entities that hold the work structures and support the processes and activities that lead to organizational effectiveness. But without the employees, it can neither be effective nor efficient to create the impact that it's needed for the company to be profitable. It requires employees with unique personalities and preferences and their interactions with each other to help drive business results. This table overviews the employee and labor relations processes that will serve as a quick reference to locate activities across the function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever works for your structure and the people supporting the work. The first column is organizational relations. The key challenge to building organizational relationships comes from the business itself. There is an influence on the business's norms, values, and beliefs, which is its culture, on the employees, and to help them in identifying cultural levers available to business leaders. Building strong relationships between a business and its employees and among the employees will largely depend on the behaviors and practices like trust, empathy, and open communication. Businesses that invest in improving these skills often surpass other businesses when it comes to worker engagement and retention. We'll examine how human relations impact the workplace through its theory and practice. The Hawthorne Studies of Experiments was conducted at Western Electric Company in Hawthorne, Illinois in 1924 to 1933. It kicked off a series of research activities undertaken by a collection of theorists later dubbed the Human Relations Movement. This is a discipline that studies how humans interact in groups. The field includes research on the impact of social connections on workplace outcomes, which goes beyond early work-related research that was more strictly focused on the physical environment. It also found that the efficiency of the worker would be enhanced if there is an improved incentive system and shorter working hours with breaks for lunch and rest. The human relations theory has changed the work environment of businesses worldwide. The change in social climate of the workplace has resulted into improved morale of employees and increased efficiency. In the 1950s, Henry Landsberger deduced that workers were motivated by the interest shown in them, and this led to the upturn of their productivity rather than actual physical changes. Landsberger labeled this theory the Hawthorne effect. This is where individuals alter their behavior in response to an awareness of being under observation, as depicted in the diagram. The process of observing an employee's performance often causes the employee to behave differently. Most employees tend to work faster when they know that they're being observed and their productivity is measured. However, other employees intentionally alter their performance to create meaningless data. As contemporary human resources is responsible for overseeing employee recruitment, training and development, remuneration, performance management, and disciplinary procedures, the Hawthorne effect is still considered to be a relevant concept and has been a continual topic of substantial debate between HR and psychology theorists. George Elton Mayo is one of the best-known management theorists for his experimental work on employee motivation in the 1920s and 30s. He concluded that individual employees must be seen as members of a group. Salary and good working conditions are less important for employees and a sense of belonging to the group. Informal groups in the workplace have a strong influence on the behavior of employees in that group. Managers must take social needs, such as belonging to an informal group, seriously. The work in human relations fundamentally led to the creation of what is now called human resource management. The term relations is referenced to human dynamics as influenced by organizational behavior, the influence of company culture and power dynamics, individual behavior. This considers the influence of personality, levels of motivation and emotional intelligence. And relational factors. This is the impact of relationships between employees and their peers and employees and their managers. In this video, I will define organizational culture. Organizational culture is the shared beliefs and assumptions about the business's expectations and values. These unwritten rules and perceived expectations drive behavior in businesses. Edward Schein once said, 90% of our behavior in business is driven by cultural rules. When faced with problems, challenges, or goals, it often helps to understand the aspects of culture that either inhibit or support effectiveness. By aligning culture to strategy, it can enhance organizational performance and increase financial results. Culture is often compared to a tree, so continue along that vein. I'll incorporate the business aspect, which would include mission. The fruit demonstrates what is produced, which translates to the corporate results. Operating principles, the trunk, which is how things are done. And the traditional climate, the branches are the temporal characteristics, things that are atmospheric and can quickly change. And of course, culture, the roots that are those shared beliefs and assumptions which are grounded and heavily rooted. A business's culture is largely tangible. It is what you feel when you engage with it. It is comprised of the unspoken rules and behaviors of its workforce. Surprisingly, many executives mistake culture for climate. When asked what factors define their goals for the corporate culture, the most frequent response among executives was workplace design at 76%. This is understandable, as climate is the most visible area to focus on for culture, and it's actually because it's easier to measure and to improve employee engagement. Organizational culture includes virtually every aspect of the business, and the most important elements of culture are not visible. We'll take a look at the 4 different levels. From left to right, cultural artifacts. These are the tangible aspects of culture, behaviors, language, and physical symbols that we can perceive with our senses and that reflects the rules and core beliefs of the business's culture. Shared norms. These are situation-specific rules that are often not directly visible but can be inferred from the business's artifacts. Cultural values. They represent the collective beliefs, ideals, and feelings of members about the things that are good, proper, valuable, and right. Shared assumptions. These provide a foundation for how people think about what happens in businesses and represent the deepest level of culture. Culture comes to life in each interaction, and oftentimes these interactions are driven by individual perceptions and interpretations based on our life experience and organizational interactions. In the diagram, our persona is influenced by the space around us with our own experiences and those that we come in contact with, which is usually 5 feet in any direction. Let's test this. Stand up, spread your arms straight out at each side, and turn in a full circle. Your wingspan is also your sphere of influence. This makes cultural design even more challenging because businesses can only improve engagement and culture to the level of what their employees will allow for. Subcultures exist in every organization. It's important to acknowledge and to be able to articulate how they vary so that incoming talent is able to differentiate between what they can expect in their individual role compared to business's overarching brand. Culture is as important as business strategy because it either strengthens or undermines the objectives. Cultures are neither good nor bad, but described as healthy or unhealthy. A healthy culture is significant for these reasons. It attracts qualified talent. Job candidates evaluate the business and its climate. A strong, positive, clearly defined, and well-communicated culture attracts talent that fits. It drives engagement and retention. Culture impacts how employees interact with business. It impacts happiness and satisfaction. Research shows that employees' happiness and satisfaction are linked to strong workplace culture. It affects organizational performance. Businesses with stronger cultures outperform their competitors financially and are generally more successful. Taken for granted, core beliefs and assumptions held in common can impact businesses. Therefore, businesses with healthy culture have a competitive advantage and outperform their peers. In this video, I will describe how culture is developed. Culture development is not created by any single person or event, but a complex combination of forces. 3 elements are critical to this process. 1. Leadership expectations. Founders and leaders have a large influence on the culture of an organization, especially in the beginning. Their expectations, their decisions, how they treat people, how they spend their time, and what they value have a major impact on what employees value and how outsiders will perceive the business. 2. Employee contributions. The members of a business will bring with them their own personal cultures, which come from their families, their communities, their religions, and any professional associations to which they belong, as well as their nationalities. 3. Historical accommodations. Every business has to confront 2 major challenges that impact the development of its culture. A. External adaptation. This refers to the way that a business survives by coping with its constantly changing external environment. And B. Internal integration. This integration is concerned with establishing and maintaining effective working relationships among the members of the business. Culture is a learned process and is developed by the business's response to the working environment. It is established through the demonstrated activities and behaviors and is influenced by the business's leadership and management team. A culture is established in all organizations regardless of whether its development is guided or unguided. The early cultural values exert influence over its future values. It's possible to think organizational culture protects itself from the external forces. The role of the leaders, the rewards, and the people it attracts are all important in shaping and maintaining the business's culture, which is depicted in the diagram. Leaders. They are instrumental in creating and changing a business's culture. There's a direct correspondence between the leader's style and the business's culture. For example, when leaders motivate employees through inspiration, corporate culture tends to be more supportive and people-oriented. Rewards. Organizational culture is shaped by the reward system used in the business and the kinds of behaviors and outcomes it chooses to reward and punish. One relevant element of the reward system is whether the business rewards behaviors or results. Some businesses have reward systems that emphasize intangible elements of performance as well as more observable metrics. People. Organizational culture determines what types of people are hired by a business and what types of people are left out. Moreover, once new employees are hired, the business assimilates the new employees and teaches them the way things are done. Signs of a business's culture include its mission statement, stories, physical layout, rules and policies, and rituals. Businesses can use a variety of recognition programs to influence attitudes and behaviors of employees. It can be highly motivating if they are part of the overall recognition program that includes a history of meaningful presentations. The kinds of rewards companies use to recognize good behavior include any of the items displayed, ranging from cash to meals to awards to events or to deferred incentive options. Service award programs are also called milestone awards, years of service awards, service milestone, length of service awards, employee anniversaries, and service anniversaries. They all mean the same thing, which is to recognize employees when they have hit a specific work anniversary. They can be non-taxable if they meet specific criteria. The purpose. The award and how it's presented cannot appear to be disguised as compensation. The award must be presented as part of a meaningful presentation, and it should focus on the employee's achievement, but it does not have to be elaborate. Value. The value should not exceed certain dollar limits, such as $400. It excludes cash or cash equivalents and can include securities, vacations, lodging, meals, and tickets to theaters or sporting events. It must be a tangible personal property, such as an accessory, jewelry, or office furnishing. And lastly, the frequency. How often they are given. Planning social gatherings for employees outside of work is one of the best ways to encourage a healthy work environment where teamwork strives. They provide a way for employees to get to know each other outside the work environment, which is a plus because the better employees know one another, the more productive they can be in the workplace. In addition, social events convey a sense of family, a connectedness that can cement the bond employees have with the business. A few successful social events can make a big difference in the ability to retain quality employees for years to come. A variety of events can be offered for different functions, which can be held on or off premise. There are many well-known benefits to building a diverse and inclusive workplace. These benefits include more creative problem solving and better understanding of customer needs. Both surface and deep-level diversity require senior leaders to create a culture that is non-discriminatory in intent and outcomes. Special issues may surround groups such as women in leadership, multiple generations in the workplace, and LGBTQ communities. These issues go beyond compliance with labor laws, serving more as a reflection of the business's culture and values, as well as societal shifts on a macro scale. Changing an organization's culture is considerably more dramatic and difficult than modifying other parts of a system. Suggested steps for changing the business's culture are: starting in the top left corner from left to right, conduct a culture audit, assess the need for change, unfreeze the current culture, dropping down to the second row and moving from right to left, elicit support from the cultural elite, implement an intervention strategy, and monitor and evaluate. In this video, I will identify the key diversity issues impacting businesses. As a workplace becomes more diverse, more issues arise, and this makes workplace diversity a topic for discussion. Businesses are continually examining their work and employee value proposition to ensure that their attitudes create inclusive workplaces with equal opportunity and treatment. Though 3 issues have been selected, there are many more, but these were chosen because of their relationship to employee experience and the systemic nature and pervasiveness to affect today and beyond. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ rights. The Human Rights Campaign Foundation published a study that found more than half of LGBTQ individuals remain closeted at work. It also found that 1 in 5 LGBTQ workers report having been told or had co-workers imply that they should dress in a more feminine or masculine manner. 53% of LGBTQ workers report hearing jokes about lesbian or gay people at least once in a while. 50% of non-LGBTQ workers don't think there are any LGBTQ employees at their place of work. Women in leadership. The PwC annual survey of corporate directors shows a decline in diversity in the boardroom, both in terms of gender and ethnicity. Along with that, there are shifting attitudes. In 2019, 38% of all directors saw gender diversity as important, and 26% saw racial diversity as important. This is a sharp decline from the respective figures of 46% and 34% in 2018. Multi-generational workforce. Fast Company reports that roughly 80% of people say age discrimination has affected their careers, making it harder for them to progress. A Financial Times article found that age discrimination also affects women over 40 who may already have been penalized if they have had a career break to have a family. Understanding gender in today's society can be a challenge as there are many facets to consider, many pressures at play, and we all have been conditioned in ways that may be incorrect. The Genderbread Person is a teaching tool for breaking the concept of gender into simple components that will help many HR professionals. Let's start with the top right. Gender expression. This is the way that gender is demonstrated through actions, clothing, demeanor, and interaction. It can change daily, by mood or event, and even be aligned with gender identity, sexuality, or anything else. The range is feminine to androgynous to masculine. Gender identity. This is the chemistry that composes the person, such as hormonal levels and the interpretation of what that means. Who in their head they know themselves to be based on how much they align or don't align with options for gender. The spectrum is woman, man, and genderqueer in the middle. Sexual orientation. This is who a person is physically, spiritually, and emotionally attracted to based on their sex or gender in relation to their own. There's heterosexual, attracting to the opposite gender, homosexual, attracting to the same gender, and bisexual, attracting to two genders. There are other sexual orientations, but these are the basics. Biological sex. This is sometimes called anatomical sex or physical sex and refers to objectively measurable organs, hormones, or chromosomes. It's comprised of things like genitals, chromosomes, hormones, and more. It is not gender. A female has a vagina and ovaries and 2 X chromosomes. A male has a penis and testes, X and Y chromosomes. Intersex is a combination of the two. These 4 elements exist independent of one another even though they're interrelated. In addition, a person may zigzag through the 4 elements and where they fall on the list at any point in time. There have been a rapid evolution of the particular issues faced by lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer communities in the workplace, as well as what employees are required to do. While anti-harassment laws have existed since 1964 to discourage unlawful discrimination against protected class groups, it was not until 2015 that the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission formally recognized that sexual orientation is protected under the law. These are the 3 primary workplace issues. Just a note that this survey uses LGBT versus LGBTQ based on when the survey was completed. Hiring and firing. In 2016 to 2017, 27% of transgender workers reported being fired, not hired, or denied promotion. This may cause applicants to obscure details about sexual orientation or gender identity. Wages. 4.5% of adults in the United States are LGBT adults. 6.2% of LGBT adults earn less than $36,000 a year. 22% of LGBT workers were not paid or promoted at the same rate as colleagues. Gay men report higher salaries than lesbian women. Both report less income than non-LGBT colleagues. Benefits. 1 out of 5 U.S. companies offered paid family leave for LGBT employees. Only 58% of Fortune 500 companies offer transgender inclusive benefits. Many companies prohibit discrimination against LGBTQ individuals in the same way they protect other groups. They include LGBTQ-friendly policies such as equitable benefits, transgender bathrooms and fitting room use, and engage in workplace education. LGBTQ resource groups to provide support to these employees. Regardless, by creating an inclusive culture, all employees will feel that their employer values and accepts their differences. This will reduce stress and improve organizational commitment overall. Women's invisible barrier to success, The glass ceiling has started to show some cracks, but it's far from shattering. Women still continue to reach top leadership at a slower pace than their male counterparts. The statistics shown provided by Catalyst demonstrate the latest numbers of women on corporate boards and in top management positions, which is at a sad level of underrepresentation. For example, despite being almost 45% of the population, as shown at the base of the pyramid, women hold just about 6% or 29 CEO positions at the 500 largest publicly traded companies in the United States. Scanning the pyramid, the problem exists throughout the ranks of management, whether addressing female directors or women executives at other levels of management. The number of women tapers off as the higher levels are approached. It's a similar picture for minorities. In a 2016 report, it found that fewer than 15% of board seats in the Fortune 500 companies were held by minorities. Progress for both groups have been made, but showing slight improvements on previous years. The reasons for few minorities and women in leadership roles may be due to some overt discrimination or unconscious bias. In a report by Deloitte, it highlighted that 95% of board members and executives said they needed to seek more diverse candidates for top positions. However, the analyst highlights the downfall as the recruitment methods. Companies often choose board members by recruiting from other boards in their own industry, requiring substantial executive experience, such as being a retired CEO, relying on their own networks, and the recommendations of existing board members. So it's easy to see how these techniques tend to reproduce the status quo. Breaking the glass ceiling and diversifying top levels of management means broadening out beyond existing networks and narrowing requirements to recruit people from different backgrounds. The Diversity and Inclusion Leadership Council of a Women's Real Estate Ecosystem introduced their 10 Women Leadership Principles, which they collectively created to help women in the workforce become more effective leaders at any stage of their careers and empower other women to reach their full potential. This is a universal guide for all levels of leadership, and any woman can benefit from applying them. From the top row at the left and moving right, acknowledge trailblazers. Know and learn from women who came before you. We're all standing on the shoulders of giants. Keep achieving. Effective leaders always keep learning. There's always something to be learned and improved upon. Believe. Whatever the mind can conceive, it can achieve. Pass the torch. Give opportunities to future generations of women. Your legacy will be the people you help along the journey. Know yourself. Be authentic and lead in a way that's true to your own. Own your unique talents and strengths and empower those around you. Moving to the bottom row, left corner and moving right. Speak out. Unconscious bias is present, but ignoring it only perpetuates it. Take a stand and speak out. Listen. Never assume anything about anyone. Everyone has their own story that makes them who they are. Be present. Sharing your time is one of the most valuable gifts you can give. Do it with intention by truly being present. Prepare for the future. Women with advanced skills today will be ready for tomorrow's challenges. And lead by example. Inclusion is not enough. Press for parity and strive for excellence in everything. Workplaces increasingly span across 5 generations, and more needs to be done to make the most of what each generation has to contribute while responding to their expectation, needs, values, views, and working styles. The table shows a multi-generational workforce and the different ages. Starting from the left and moving to the right. Traditionalists. These are born between 1922 and 1945. Many in this group are now retired. They survived the Great Depression but made it through World War II and helped make the United States a world power. Patriotism, teamwork, sacrifice, doing more with less, and task orientation are the hallmarks of this generation. Rules of order, respect for authority, and following directions are all important touch points. Baby boomers. This group was born between 1946 and 1965 and represents the hard workers that are often characterized by a sense of stability, formality, and responsibility. They value quality and have a strong sense of loyalty. Many were affected by the recent economic downturn and as a result are delaying retirement until funds are recovered or savings are replenished. Generation X, born between 1966 and 1977. These are the smallest cohort in the workplace today. This generation was the first to often see both parents in the workplace, which resulted in a strong sense of independence and self-reliance. They're results-oriented and often motivated by compensation. Millennials or Generation Y. They were born between 1978 and 1995. This group was influenced by smaller family sizes and grew up close and connected to their parents. In the workplace, this translates to a desire for connectivity with leadership and mentorship by more senior workers. Technology became pervasive as they grew up, creating a strong sense of comfort and reliance on technology and multitasking. Generation 2020 or Generation Z. This group was born after 1995 and their impact on the work environment is still a bit of a mystery. While millennials are comfortable with the technology, Gen Z sees it as an extension of self. As a result, concerns are often expressed about gaps in this generation's interpersonal skills. A high rate of homeschooling and one stay-at-home parent has led to a strong work ethic along with a desire for structure, order, and predictability. By 2025, millennials will make up 75% of the workforce. They're changing the work culture. There may be times that workers from different generations may disagree with how things should be done. However, to maintain teamwork and collaboration, it's important to create an open communication culture to help bridge the gap between generations. Unconscious bias can subtly exist at any level within a business. Let's look at the 4 stages. Unconscious bias. No one is ever comfortable admitting that they have biases, but it is the reality. We all have them, whether they're positive or negative biases. What makes unconscious biases unique is that there are involuntarily formed prejudices in favor of or against one thing, person, or group compared with another. These biases can result in prejudgments that lead to harsh decisions or discriminatory practices. Conscious bias. First and foremost, slow down and recognize that there are these biases. Honestly examine personal attitudes for evidence of what implicit biases are and acknowledge them. Work to see things as they are versus who you are and identify trigger biases by locating times, places, and circumstances when someone has not been treated fairly. Try connecting with someone you might not otherwise speak with and listen to their perspectives on things with no assumptions or judgments. Conscious inclusion. Slowing down and taking time to work on awareness around bias helps within the workplace in many ways. Recruiting and hiring, promotions and performance reviews, staffing opportunities, how team members collaborate and eliminate harassment and discrimination. It isn't enough to know about or even to recognize bias. There must also be open dialogue to help grow. Actively engaging in conversations around bias may feel awkward or uncomfortable, but these channels of communication must be open to move to a point where there's unconscious inclusivity. Unconscious inclusion. Creating a diverse and inclusive culture is an ongoing priority that people and businesses need to embrace. But when? How much longer? And what needs to happen for this to change? These answers lie within you, within each one of us to raise our voice. In this video, I will describe the benefits of diversity and inclusion programs. Diversity in the workplace promotes acceptance, respect, and harmonization of individual characteristics. It enhances processes and innovation results from having employees from a wide variety of demographics and backgrounds. It is the practice of addressing and supporting multiple lifestyles and personal characteristics within a defined group. Management activities include educating the group and providing support for the acceptance of and respect for various racial, cultural, societal, geographic, economical, and political backgrounds. Workplace diversity can be categorized into 4 dimensions: each with its own diversity types that impacts our personalities, perceptions, reactions, and interactions. From left to right, personality. These are foundational and uses the Big Five personality traits to describe character and psyche. The types are listed in the first column. Internal. These are intrinsic characteristics and classified as uncontrollable or least likely to change. The types are listed in the second column. External. These are extrinsic characteristics and represent the things that we value and that influences our decision-making process. The types are listed in the third column. Organizational. This is the impact of diversity in a diverse work environment. The types are listed in the fourth column. Each person brings their unique dimensions into the workplace, which serves to create biases. Therefore, businesses need to create a culture of embracing differences, such as the internal dimension. Business resource or affinity groups are great ways to engage employees in self-sharing and to connect and interact on a social level while learning and helping to foster positive relationships. Over the years, diversity has evolved within the workplace. Here are the three aspects. Diversity. This describes the breadth and range of talent. Appealing to the best talent includes reaching out to and attracting people from many backgrounds, ethnic heritages, genders, sexual orientations, social demographics, parts of the world, and styles of thinking. Inclusion. This is actively including everybody in tasks and teams, conversations, and development to ensure the business is making the most of its talent. It also means that everyone has a fair basis to contribute to the business and fulfill their potential. It's rewarding and motivating all around. Belonging. This is being part of the group, sharing the confidence, security, allegiance that it brings. Belonging is both individual and collective and is deeply programmed in our tribal nature. It matters because it's how effort and resources are shared to get further faster. Diversity and inclusion describe characteristics. Belonging is much more personal and emotive. It runs deeper. Belonging is really where it all comes together, unity from our diversity, effectiveness from our inclusion. Diversity programs seek to improve the representation of groups that are currently underrepresented in business. As shown in the diagram, these programs may include targeted recruiting, training opportunities, and preferential treatment for underrepresented groups. They're often established in response to the claims of discrimination or as part of an affirmative action plan. In the absence of a culture of inclusion, employee groups targeted by diversity initiatives may fail to fully integrate into the business, which can prove counterproductive. When diversity is sought just for the sake of appearances, with no regard for inclusion, businesses have lower performance, increased conflicts, and poor employee morale. There's a strong business case for promoting diversity and inclusion in a business. As displayed in the graphic, research shows that inclusive businesses benefit from more innovation. Ideas are more likely to be challenged and improved. Better engagement. Inclusive businesses also better engage and retain employees because all employees feel valued and respected. Because all employees feel respected and valued. Improved creativity. Diverse and inclusive businesses perform better because a diverse workforce provides a greater variety of viewpoints and experiences. High revenue and more profitability. Initiatives to improve diversity and inclusion should be tied to the business's core mission and objectives, with clearly stated goals and pre-established metrics for ensuring success. Diversity training will help employees understand, accept, and respect each other's differences. In this video, I will share techniques to encourage participative decision-making. Employee involvement programs are also called participative management, empowerment, or quality of work-life programs. The major component that these type of programs have in common is that they seek to improve the quality of life by creating better jobs. Employee involvement is creating an environment in which people have an impact on decisions and actions that affect their jobs. Almost all involvement programs share 4 common goals. 1. Democracy. They attempt to create a democratic organization where everyone has a voice in deciding issues that influence their lives. 2. Profitability. They try to share the financial rewards of the business so that everyone benefits from greater cooperation, higher productivity, and increased profitability. 3. Security. They seek to create greater job security by increasing organizational vitality and furthering employee rights. 4. Development. They try to enhance individual development by establishing conditions that contribute to personal growth and adjustment. As practiced by many businesses, just involving employees is not the goal, nor should it be used as a tool to support employee involvement. Employee involvement is a management and leadership philosophy about how people are enabled to contribute to continuous improvement, the ongoing success, and to the quality of life at work. Shown are the employee involvement strategies that provide greater opportunities. From left to right, self-directed work teams. These are small groups of self-managed workers responsible for performing a series of jobs. Quality circles. These are groups of workers who meet periodically to discuss methods of increasing productivity. Job enlargement. This is making jobs more complex by combining elements to increase the number of activities performed by each worker. Job specialization. This is sometimes called job simplification. It is reducing the number of elements performed by the workers. Job enrichment. This is modifying the job to change the nature and psychological reaction of the worker to produce better outcomes. An employer can unintentionally create a labor organization, as in the landmark case of Electromation Inc. versus NLRB 1994. According to the NLRB, an organization is a labor organization if employees participate in it and if it exists, even in part, for the purpose of dealing with the employer concerning grievances, labor disputes, wages, rates of pay, hours of employment, or other terms and conditions of work. When implementing employee management committees, these guidelines should be followed to ensure that a labor organization is not unintentionally being established by management. Management function. This can be done only if management can overturn a lower-level manager's decision. It can be seen as another management layer if making decisions on policies. Brainstorming. Programs can be formed to present a broad range of ideas. However, it cannot reach consensus about a proposal's merit and take action. Suggestion box. They may collect, screen, and categorize suggestions from all employees. However, they cannot prioritize suggestions. Operational jurisdiction. They may make operational issue proposals such as safety and quality. However, they cannot determine the terms or conditions of employment. Members may be selected by management and rotated frequently. Innovation programs are used by businesses to demonstrate employees' creativity. Most businesses have formal programs that encourage employees to submit ideas for improving efficiency and profitability. Some businesses even provide attractive monetary rewards for good ideas. The rewards usually are based on an estimated cost of savings of the idea, although an upper limit usually restricts how much a person may receive for an acceptable suggestion. While American workers seldom average more than 2 or 3 suggestions per worker per year, the average Japanese worker submits 60 to 75 suggestions per year. Japanese suggestion systems emphasize a large number of small ideas, broad employee participation, and team recognition for ideas. In this video, I will define employee engagement and its impact on the workplace. Employee engagement refers to the degree to which employees are committed to their jobs and the business, their willingness to remain with the business, and the hard work to make it succeed. It encompasses the employee's enthusiasm in completing their own work and helping their coworkers. It is also an emotional commitment to organizational goals and connectedness that employees feel. There are 3 levels of employee engagement based on their efforts, contributions, and commitment to the business. 1. Engaged. These are employees who work with vigor, dedication, and absorption. They feed a profound connection with the business, its goals, and their team. 2. Not engaged employees. These are the employees who are checked out and going about their business with little energy or passion. They get through the day doing what's needed to stay employed. 3. Actively disengaged employees. These are the employees who are unhappy about their work, who actively murmur and complain about their jobs and the business. They are the ones who will undermine what their engaged colleagues are trying to achieve. According to Deloitte's 2-year research and discussions with hundreds of clients, they produced the chart shown, which uncovered 5 major elements and 20 underlying strategies that work together to create a holistic system of engagement in business that is held together through culture. Here's an overview from left to right. Meaningful work. The most important part of employee engagement is job person fit. Jobs need to be meaningful, and employees need to have the tools and autonomy to succeed, and the right people selected for the right job. As jobs are designed to be meaningful, carefully select the right people for each job. Hands-on management. In many ways, management is the most important capability businesses have because they make things happen. Investments in fundamental management practices have a tremendous impact on engagement, performance, and retention. Positive work environment. Businesses with high levels of employee engagement focus on developing great leaders. They invest heavily in the management development and ensure that new leaders are given ample support. High-impact leadership organizations spend 1.5 to 3 times more on management development than their peers. This continuous focus on building leaders, connecting leaders to each other, and giving leaders the coaching they need is critical to building a highly engaged workforce. Growth opportunity. This is needed to simplify or re-engineer the annual performance process. This process, which has been institutionalized in more than 75% of all the companies surveyed, is among the most damaging and disheartening process employees face each year. In many businesses, the process does not involve enough continuous feedback. Trust in leadership. It's important for businesses to remember that management's job is not to manage the work, but rather to develop, coach, and help people. The culture of continuous development is a management culture widely used in high engagement businesses. Each person has a different level of attitude about their job, and those attitudes can be rated. Industrial organizational research focuses on 3 types. Job satisfaction. This is one of the most researched job attitudes in behavioral sciences. It exists as a positive or negative state, meaning the state of the attitude may change at any time. This is best understood by J. Richard Hackman and Greg R. Oldham job characteristics model, which includes skill variety, task identity, task significance, autonomy, and feedback as influencers for satisfied workers. Job involvement. This is the degree to which employees have invested their physical, emotional, and cognitive energy and therefore experience an emotional connection with their work. It includes the tasks themselves as opposed to the business as a whole, serve it as a motivational factor that drives employee behavior. Engaged employees find meaning in the work itself. Organizational commitment. Researchers have defined organizational commitment to include an employee's level of attachment and identification with a particular business. It has subsets including emotional attachment, loyalty, and the employee's need for employment, and the degree the employee believes a moral obligation to stay. It is second only to job satisfaction in terms of industrial organizational research, but much broader in scope. It tends to be a more stable employee attitude than job satisfaction. The leading theory for examining jobs and deciding how to make them more enriched is called job characteristic model or job characteristic theory. This model explains how job redesign programs change the nature of the job and the psychological reactions of the worker to produce better outcomes. As depicted, the theory identifies 5 core job characteristics, which is the left column, which leads to 3 psychological states, the middle column, which in turn leads to 4 outcomes, the right column. Also, there's a set of moderators at the bottom of the middle column. Job enrichment consists of modifying the job to increase any of the following variables in the first column, which is the core job characteristics. Let's have a look at them. Skill variety. This is the degree to which the job allows workers to develop and use their skills to avoid the monotony of performing the same task repeatedly. Task identity. This is the degree to which a task consists of a whole or complete unit of work as opposed to small, specialized, repetitive tasks. Task significance. This is a degree to which a task has a significant impact on the business, the community, or the lives of people. Autonomy. This is the degree to which the workers are free of the direct influence of a supervisor and can exercise discretion in scheduling their work and deciding how it will be done. Feedback. This is the degree to which workers obtain evaluative information about their performance in the normal course of doing their jobs. Moderators. These are the moderators at the bottom of the center column. These represent the individual differences that will factor differently for each person. All 3 moderators must score highly in addition to the 5 core job characteristics being present in order for the 3 psychological states to be experienced. The research on engagement supports what most of us already know intuitively. Employees are more engaged when employers value their contributions and communicate that value in specific, visible ways. Engagement matters because engaged employees are more productive workers. Businesses with successful engagement strategies enjoy 33% higher profits and 51% lower turnover rates. Increased employment engagement can be achieved with an intentional strategy with specific, actionable goals. Employee engagement is a natural outflow of employee experience. An employee engagement strategy should center on creating a culture of respect, a framework which was developed by Dr. Jack Wiley and describes 7 key dimensions of a positive employee experience that will connect with employee engagement. From left to right, R is for recognition, a pat on the back from managers and other employees. E is for engagement, to perform work that is interesting, challenging, and fun. S is for security. Job security is important to employees. P is for pay, fair pay for a day's work. E is for education, opportunities to develop skills and the career. C is for conditions, a workplace that is comfortable, physically, socially, and well equipped. T is for truth, frank, honest, and transparent leaders. In this video, I will identify the types of tools used for employee feedback. Employee feedback is a powerful way to influence employees and make sure everyone is doing what is expected of them. In general, communication should be bidirectional. In addition to telling employees what to do, they should also be given the opportunity to offer suggestions on how they can help do their work. But to reap the most benefits, feedback must be done right. Otherwise, few results is yielded while taking a tremendous amount of time. The value of employee surveys is in measuring improvements over regular time periods. Employees should be given feedback on results. Research shows that satisfied, motivated employees will create higher customer satisfaction and in return positively influence organizational performance. Noticing this trend, many businesses are investing in measuring and quantifying employee opinions and attitudes by incorporating employee surveys into their existing HR and organizational processes. Here are two types. Attitude surveys. These measure job satisfactions. The most effective forms are interviews and questionnaires. Opinion surveys. These measure data on specific issues. They provide positive outcomes from employee engagement. Surveys are usually the most effective method. Job satisfaction surveys are designed in a way that allows employees to express their thoughts on relevant issues. Two methods of assessing employee attitudes are through questionnaires and interviews. A well-designed questionnaire, such as the one shown on the left, can also provide valuable feedback on employee attitudes. Interviews. The advantage of interviews is that they provide rich information that includes specific illustrations about important issues and emotional feelings associated with them. The disadvantage of interviews is that they're very time-consuming and may produce conclusions that are not representative of the entire work group. Employee opinion surveys measure and understand employees' attitudes, opinions, and motivation towards their jobs and the business. It shows how employees perceive their work experience and can identify opportunities to improve the work environment. The first survey that is shown covers the essential indicators of performance to measure both overall job satisfaction and to measure employee engagement. Commitment. This takes a look at the job fit and sense of accomplishment and willing to go beyond. It provides a commitment to and from the business. Culture. This takes a look at the work environment, visions, values, company policies, and helps to understand employee issues, job security, and work-life balance. Communications. It helps to understand the level of satisfaction with communications overall and the effectiveness of interactions with management, supervisors, and co-workers. Compensation. It considers the basic conditions of satisfaction versus productivity and looks at the perceived fairness in distribution and how that can be more influential than the level of pay. The success of a survey feedback intervention depends primarily on three factors. First, the employees. They have a commitment to each other and to the success of the company. They must be willing to share their feelings and participate openly in the feedback and problem-solving sessions. Second, top management. They must support the intervention and create an environment that is sufficiently open and amenable to change so that employees feel that their efforts are worthwhile. Third, the questionnaire. This must be carefully designed to address the major issues and accurately assess employees' feelings. Individual employee sessions are a great opportunity to connect with an employee on a personal level. A best practice for these meetings is to always allow the employee to speak first. Informal interview. This is an oral interview that may take place anywhere. They can be for a variety of reasons, such as clarifying goals, gain an understanding of expectations, to receive feedback on ways to improve individual performance, and to discuss personal needs. Exit interview. This is a meeting with the employee prior to leaving the team or business. It gives an opportunity for the employee to provide their opinions, views, and feelings on the job and the business. It helps to develop and improve policies for deficiencies that are uncovered. Employee group sessions involve small groups of employees participating in facilitated discussions. They are often used to improve employee engagement. Many organizations use them to leverage employee survey results. Skip-level or executive meetings. These discussions are facilitated by a senior-level manager with an employee or a group of employees within the same business unit. They are used to address employee concerns, build relationships, or to support retention efforts. Employee focus groups. This is a small group participating of usually unrelated employees in a structured discussion with a facilitator. They provide qualitative data on specific issues and can be used in conjunction with or independent of a survey. They can provide in-depth feedback on specific issues. Here are some common errors that can occur when interpreting data. Rush to conclusions. This is to draw conclusions or make decisions or form an opinion before all the pertinent facts or data has been collected. Graphical misrepresentation. This is to use a graphic to mislead or deceive, or to use the incorrect graph to represent the data, or have the graph that's scaled incorrectly so that it intentionally misrepresents the data. Analysis errors. There are 3 general types of errors that occur during lab measurements: random errors, systematic errors, or gross errors. Analysis paralysis. This refers to a situation in which the data is overanalyzed or overthought to the point where the team or the person is unable to move forward. Manipulated results. This is giving influence to someone or changing the results to reflect something that is not actually correct. One of the biggest mistakes that leaders make when they receive written feedback from employees is that they do not reply. Employees are often frustrated by this, and sometimes they don't respond to future requests, making some survey feedback not an accurate reflection of all employee feedback. The advantages from responding to employee feedback come from the respect they will have from leadership when employees feel that they're being listened to, valued, part of shaping the company's culture, and that their issues will be resolved. Replying is important, but even more important is how it's done. Objectively review the feedback, summarize the issues, create an action plan, and share the information with the employees. Also, track the progress and report both failures and successes. In this video, I will identify the methods for effective employee communications. Communications is a transfer or exchange of information, ideas, opinions, and feedback with and among employees. It helps employees collaborate in a work environment and achieve the desired results. A variety of channels are available to meet specific needs. Communication is important when the business tries to raise the level of understanding to employees during a change. The key to communicating change successfully is to use multiple channels or vehicles to communicate the same message. To do this, having the right communication skills and strategies will help the business to become more effective. Here are the 4 components of clear and meaningful change communications, which are displayed in the diagram. The left circle represents the change agent. This can be an executive or team. The change message must be presented in a clear and detailed manner. The right circle represents the employees. As the receivers of the message, employees must decide to listen, ask questions for clarity, and trust the change that is being sent by the message. At the bottom center is the message. The content in the message has to be clear. It must resonate and connect on some level with the already held beliefs of the receiver. It must also contain the information that the employees want to hear. It must answer employees' most cherished and cared about questions. And finally, the center circle is the delivery methods and channels. These must be chosen to suit the circumstances, the message, and the needs of both the change agent and the employees. Businesses that communicate effectively during change are far more likely to implement change successfully and report high levels of employee engagement. Effective businesses and leaders don't just wait and hope for employees and others to align with organizational values and meet their expectations. They recognize it takes work and constant reinforcement, so effective communication doesn't end when a message is delivered. It is a continuous process that involves two-way communication and continuous monitoring to make sure everyone is on track. Here are the process steps involved, starting at the top center and moving to the right and around. Identify the policy need, identify the policy owner, gather information, draft the policy, consult with relevant stakeholders, finalize and approve the policy, consider whether procedures are required, implement policies and procedures, and monitor, review, and revise. There are a number of ways that managers can communicate their expectations to employees, vendors, and others with whom they do business. For change to happen and stick, all businesses must commit to improving people's understanding of what, why, how, when, and who of change. To make sure that employees have access to change communication and understand the change information they are given, there is a need to use effective communication methods and keep these pointers top of mind. 1. Communicate. It's important to include all employees so they are in the loop about the actual situation. It gives them an opportunity to communicate and ask questions. 2. Collaborate. If there are any actions that employees can take to remedy the situation, tell them what they can do. The transition will go smoother if they can be involved in the decisions that affect them. 3. When talking to employees, be honest, truthful, and don't hide the facts. In today's volatile business environment, businesses must ensure they're effective at communications and utilizing as many methods to reach the employees. Communication is at the core of change if employees are to embrace and to commit to the change. The message is as important as the method. Here are 12 of the most effective communication channels and methods for change in businesses that can be used together or independently. Knowing and using these communication methods and channels will help businesses and employees to understand the change and think differently about how to partake meaningfully to ensure that the change sticks. Make sure the employees are aware of the details of the change and to recognize the transparency surrounding it. Increase employees' awareness of the wide range of information and understanding on how they can change to enable more positive outcomes. Help to create and generate a communication-friendly environment to support everyone to communicate to the best of their ability. Demonstrate knowledge of organizational communication channels that could help employees with communication support needs. Reduce the stress associated with the change in the workplace and minimize the change resistance. Digital workspaces are centered around making people more engaged and productive through technology and text-based systems. One of the key components of a digital workspace is internal communication. Getting this one right will allow all benefits of a digital workplace to follow. Here are 5 ways in which internal communications make a digital workplace more effective. Encourage disagreement. Help with honest discussions and introduce healthy levels of disagreement. Engage employees. Introduce employee advocacy for fast and simple improvements. Facilitate innovation. Enable internal communications and methods to support employee brainstorming. Focus on problem solving. Nurture good communications to build a culture with a problem-solving mentality. Share knowledge. Invest in tools to support organizational learning. Employees bring their whole self to the workplace, so whatever is going on personally or within society will ultimately manifest itself. Level setting on human relations circa 1930 and their relevance today. Understanding how organizational culture is embodied and cultivated. Examining how diversity issues impact the workplace and the benefits of D&I programs. Recognizing the value of engaged employees and leveraging the tools to impact employee engagement. Identifying methods for effective employee communications and applying them to sustain initiatives. The future work to address the power dynamic must include both empowering individuals to make the change internally by practicing effective communication, building empathy, recognizing their own assets, and changing culture on the organizational level, aligning values between the business units, setting clear expectations, and rethinking reporting requirements as necessary. One way to do this is to explore whether there are more effective ways to transform relationships within professional barriers to foster healthy behaviors and practices without undermining the professional nature of the relationship, and how to best create an organizational culture and institutional memory of healthy relationships, regardless of who holds the relationship and how that evolves over time. Building and maintaining a healthy relationship with its employees plus helping them to create positive interactions with each other sums up employee relations. In this topic, I will share the process of managing employment relations and processes associated with disciplinary issues. On the PHR exam program overview chart, we will be addressing Functional Area 5 and covering employee and labor relations, which is worth 39% of the exam. The second course in the series is Employee Relations, which is highlighted in red. It represents the contractual relationship between the employer and employee and the working relationship with and among other employees. The business puts an effort forth to manage the relationship between managers and employees. A good employees relations program ensures that all employees are treated fairly. It helps to strengthen relationships between employees and managers and helps them to remediate problems that surface between them. This table overviews the employee and labor relations processes that will serve as a quick reference to locate activities across the function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever works for your structure and the people supporting the work. In the second column is employee relations. This is typically thought of as dealing with employee issues. Yes, but HR professionals see it as more encompassing. There are three primary employee relations functions. 1. Help prevent and resolve problems or disputes between employees and management. 2. Assist in creating and enforcing policies that are fair and consistent for everyone in the workplace. And 3. Create an environment to support positive, constructive employee relations to develop and engage employees. The employment relationship is the legal link between employers and employees. Compliance helps us to understand the legal link and is bound by the employment rights that clarify employee and employer obligations. Employee and labor relations focuses on the relationship between the employees and the business, with others in the business, or between the employer and the union where applicable. It aligns with the employee life cycle, from helping new hires decide whether to stay or leave within the first 6 months of employment to signing up employees to participate in an alumni group at the end of employment. Human Resources is conducted with a high degree of oversight from regulatory agencies through labor laws. A key element of compliance for many labor laws is that written policies are in place. These are most often formally communicated through an employee handbook and outlines employee and employer rights and responsibilities. Labor laws also place heavy emphasis on documentation and record keeping. This includes requirements for storage, retention, and disposal of all records related to employment. Employers can do virtually anything they want to as long as it does not violate the law or public policy. That includes the covenant of good faith and fair dealing. Workplace laws typically grant employees rights and employers responsibilities. However, there are some responsibilities or duties that are owed to the employer by the employee. From the top to the bottom, duty of diligence. This states that the employee will act in a manner which benefits the employer and will act carefully while working. Duty of obedience. This requires employees to act with the authority granted by the employer to follow the employer's reasonable and legal policies, procedures, and rules. Duty of loyalty. This requires that employees act in the best interest of the employer and not solicit work away from the employer to benefit themselves. All transactions must be fair to the employer, and all conflicts or potential conflicts must be disclosed. Employees are usually given the benefit of the doubt when it comes to disciplinary treatment or complaint against an employer. Remember, they are always afforded consideration under the covenant of good faith and fair dealing. When the principle of due process is applied in the workplace, it takes two forms. First, substantive. This is the right to demand a rational reason or decision for the actions that the employer takes. Typically, this takes the form of a procedure that must be followed in making employment decisions. Second, procedural. This is the right to have mechanisms in place to dispute decisions, written standards, an appeal process, and establish disciplinary practices. In addition, there are many labor laws that have been created to provide protections to employees in the workplace. In this video, I will review the federal laws and regulations related to the Civil Rights Acts. These two acts shown in the boxes are listed from the earliest to the most recent. In addition, a federal legislative program will be covered. They will be covered in summary format indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and the compliance requirements. The website where the full legislative details can be found is provided. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title VII, is considered one of the crowning legislative achievements of the civil rights movement. It was first proposed by President John F. Kennedy, then it survived strong opposition from Southern members of Congress and was signed into law by Kennedy's successor, Lyndon B. Johnson. It prohibits discrimination in employment and applies to employers with 15 or more employees, employment agencies, labor organizations, state and local governments, and educational institutions. It established the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission and outlines the procedures that the Commission should follow to prevent unlawful employment practices. The Seventh Amendment of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title VII, outlines 5 major protected classes: race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. Sex was a late addition to the original 5 as it was intended to keep women excluded, but the Act passed. There are now also protections for physical and mental disability, reprisal, and most recently added sexual orientation. It is unlawful to deny employment opportunities, training, or career advancement to protected classes or to an individual because of their association with a protected class. Title VII allows for limited exceptions to its requirements. These are shown on the table listed from left to right. Bona fide occupational qualifications, BFOQ. This occurs when religion, sex, or national origin is reasonably necessary to the normal operations of the business. Religious organizations. These organizations are allowed to give preference to members of their religion. Educational institutions. These were not originally subject to Title VII, but are now included if the curriculum propagates a protected class. Work-related requirements. This depends on the intent and the impact not to discriminate. Note, national security clearance required for a position is not protected. Indian reservation or country. They may give preference to applicants and employees living on or near an Indian reservation as specified in the legislation. Bona fide seniority systems. This is the use of tenure to allocate employment rights and not to discriminate. Affirmative action plans. These are allowable when they comply with affirmative action legislation to correct a past injustice. We'll take a deeper dive on BFOQs as they come up more often. An employer who discriminates based on religion, sex, or national origin must demonstrate that the attribute is a BFOQ necessary to their normal operations. The concept of business necessity has been narrowly defined by the courts. When a practice is found to have a discriminatory effect, it can be justified only by showing one of these 3 conditions. 1. It is necessary to the safe and efficient operations of the business. 2. It effectively fulfills the purpose it is supposed to serve. Or 3. No alternative policies or practices would serve the same purpose with less discriminatory impact. Race is never a BFOQ. Sex is a legitimate BFOQ in only a few circumstances. In order to satisfy basic social mores about modesty, for example, a locker room attendant, when a position demands a specific sex for aesthetic authenticity, for example, a fashion model or movie actor, when one sex is unequipped to do the work, for example, a wet nurse for breastfeeding or an escort. Sex is not a BFOQ based on the assumptions of comparative employment characteristics of women in general. For example, the turnover rate among women is higher than that of men. based on stereotyped characterizations of the sexes. For example, men are less capable of assembling intricate equipment, or that women are less capable of aggressive salesmanship, and preferences of coworkers, the employers, clients, or customers with limited exceptions. These exceptions are noted above. The Civil Rights Act of 1991, passed into law by Congress on November 21, 1991, followed 2 years of debate to become the most complete civil rights legislation since the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It prohibits discrimination for job applicants and workers based on race, gender, religion, color, or ethnic characteristics. However, the Act did not comply to its rules to businesses with less than 15 employees, nor did it address employment discrimination based on sexual orientation. Following the 1989 Supreme Court ruling that diminished workers' ability to sue employers for discriminatory reasons, the 1991 Act strengthened the 1964 law, particularly in terms of the liability on employers and the burden of proof, and added new legislation. It modified some basic procedural and substantive rights under federal laws in the areas of employment discrimination, offered a trial by jury option in discrimination cases, and presented the first opportunity to collect emotional distress damages and limited how much injuries could pay out. The Civil Rights Act of 1991 was enacted to provide suitable solutions for purposeful discrimination and illegal employment harassment. It categorized the terms job-related and business necessity, which were articulated by the Supreme Courts in Griggs v. Duke Power Company, 1971, a landmark case, and in the decisions before Ward's Cove Packing Company v. Antonio in 1989. These amendments affected Title VII, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, and the American with Disabilities Act. From 1987 to 1989, the Supreme Court issued 6 decisions that intended to make discrimination cases more effective to prove in court. Consequently, Congress passed the Civil Rights Act of 1991 to define more clearly which actions are discriminatory and what procedures should be followed in prosecuting them. From left to right, shifting the burden of proof. The employer must show it had a legitimate reason to act against the employee. Particularity. The employee is required to identify which employment practice is causing the discrimination. Foreign practices. Title VII protection extends to U.S. citizens working abroad. Race norming. Test scores cannot be normed on the basis of separate race or gender groups. Motivating factors. In mixed motive cases, an employer violates the law when any illegal factor is used in a decision. Remedies. Jury trials can be requested. Compensatory and punitive damages are capped at $300,000. The Civil Rights Act of 1991 placed a limitation on punitive damage awards by issuing a sliding scale dependent on the size of the employer organization's payroll headcount. As shown on the table, for employers with 501 or more employees, damages are capped at $300,000. For employers with 201 to 500 employees, damages are capped at $200,000. For employers with 101 to 200 employees, damages are capped at $100,000. For employers with 15 to 100 employees, damages are capped at $50,000. Note that since the legislation applies to employers with 15 or more employees, an employer with 14 or less employees will be exempt. When the EEOC pursues a multi-person claim, the damage caps are applied to each person in the claim. OSHA's Whistleblower Protection Program enforces the whistleblower provisions of more than 20 whistleblower statutes protecting employees from retaliation for reporting various violations. They fall under these categories: workplace safety and health, transportation services, consumer product, motor vehicle and food safety, environmental protection, financial reform, health insurance, fraud prevention, and for engaging in other related protected activities. Employees have the right to file a whistleblower complaint with OSHA if they believe the employer retaliated for exercising their employee rights. Here are the highlights of two of the key legislations. Occupational Safety and Health Act. It provides information, assists someone else in providing information, or assists in investigation of illegal violations of mail, wire, bank, or securities fraud, or violations of the SEC regulations or federal laws protecting shareholders from fraud. Unfavorable actions against employees in any terms and conditions of employment. Sarbanes-Oxley Act. This covers violations of security laws or breaches of fiduciary responsibility reported to either the chief legal officer or CEO by in-house attorneys or outside counsel. If there's no resolution, attorneys must report to the audit committee of the board of directors. Section 806 of SOX provides broad protection for employees who initiate reports of what they reasonably believe are business actions in violation of SEC regulations or federal security laws. Enforcement is delegated to the Department of Labor's OSHA department. In this video, I will review federal laws and regulations to equal rights in employment relations. These 4 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They will be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The Age Discrimination in Employment Act, ADEA, of 1967 is designed to protect employees who are 40 years of age and older from arbitrary and age-biased discrimination in hiring, promotion, training, benefits, compensation, discipline, and terminations. Employers are not allowed to provide different health or medical benefits to older workers than younger workers, nor can they stop making contributions to an employee's pension plan just because the employee has reached the retirement age but chooses to continue working. Early retirement programs are allowed under ADEA, but employers must be very careful to avoid using early retirement incentives as a way of forcing older workers to quit. A review of the relevant court cases indicates that employers are facing age discrimination charges have very little reason to be optimistic since the court decisions have generally been decided against them. Employers who are charged with age discrimination have 4 legal justifications for their decisions. From left to right: 1. Employee is hired as a firefighter or police officer by the state or local government. 2. Employee is a top executive or policymaker. 3. Employer has a genuine seniority or benefit plan. And 4. Employee is discharged or disciplined for just cause. Age can be a BFOQ if necessary for the normal operations of the business. Early retirement programs are a convenient way for an employer to achieve satisfactory reduction in force, but they must not violate the Age Discrimination in Employment Act. Here are the considerations. From top to bottom: ERISA coordination. Employees should receive a summary plan description for the benefits that will be offered. Eligibility requirements. These should be clear and rational. Incentive. This should be fair and enough to attract employees. Employee acceptance. Participation must be knowing and voluntary. The Equal Employment Opportunity Act of 1972 prohibits employment discrimination. The Act extended coverage of Title VII to the Civil Rights Act to include entities that had been excluded in 1964. These include educational institutions, state and local governments, and the federal government. In addition, it reduced the number of employees needed to subject an employer to coverage by Title VII from 25 to 15, and required employers to keep records of the discovery of any unlawful employment practices and to provide those records to the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, upon request. The Act also provides protection from retaliatory employment actions against whistleblowers. It provides litigation authority to the EEOC in the event that an acceptable conciliation agreement cannot be reached. In the case of public employment, the EEOC refers the matter to the United States Attorney General to bring the lawsuit. Protected classes are how federal law conceptualizes protections against discrimination. The understanding of the classes continue to evolve either incrementally through the courts or through federal legislation. Societal responses to new issues of discrimination generally start the process. The EEOC protected classes shown on this pictorial view includes the groups from Title VII with a few additions for veteran status, genetic information, and sexual identity. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, is the first step in enforcing Title VII for employees who want to pursue a discrimination claim. The Equal Employment Opportunity Act, EEOA, provides administrative guidance for the processing of complaints by the agency, which is depicted in the process flow. Starting at the top center box and moving down, an employee may file one or more discriminatory charges, and the agency does a procedural review and may deny all or part of it within a 30-day window to appeal. If the agency moves forward, the employer is notified of the charge and has the opportunity to respond, which should be taken seriously and promptly. The employer should in no way interfere with the rights of the employee or employees pursuing the charge. The agency has 180 days from the filing date to determine reasonable cause of the charge on the basis of three possible outcomes. On the left, option 1, the EEOC finds reasonable cause. The agency is empowered to sue non-governmental entities, including employers, unions, and employment agencies, in the event that an acceptable conciliation agreement could not be reached within 30 days of notice to the employer. The agency can offer to settle the complaint, which all parties will be bound by if they choose this option, and the claim is settled. The employee also has the option to ask for a hearing, which transfers the claim to be handled by an EEOC administrative judge. Or the employee can request a right to sue letter to pursue a lawsuit in federal court within 90 days. The investigation may be extended by another 180 days if new events are added or if new complaints must be added to the original complaint for investigation. The employee also has the right to agree to an extension for up to 90 days. In the center, option 2, EEOC does not decide. If more than 180 days has passed and the agency has not finished its investigation, the employee has the option to wait for the agency to complete its investigation, ask for a hearing which transfers the claim to be heard by an EEOC administrative judge, or to request a right to sue letter to pursue a lawsuit in federal court within 90 days. On the right, option 3, the EEOC finds no reasonable cause. When an investigation is finished, the agency notifies both parties. The employee is notified of the right to pursue a lawsuit in federal district court within 90 days. The EEOC has remedies available to employees who are discriminated against in violation of Title VII, which include back pay, compensatory, and punitive damages. The EEOC and the Civil Rights Act of 1991 use the same caps on the amount of compensatory and punitive damages. If an employer is found guilty of discrimination, court decrees can call for drastic remedies. Employees who are the victims of discrimination are entitled to be made whole or to be restored to their rightful place, meaning the job, seniority level, and salary level that they would otherwise have held absent the discrimination. The traditional remedies for Title VII violations are front pay. If it is not feasible to order the employer to hire or reinstate the employee, a court may order the employer to compensate the employee for anticipated future damages resulting from the discrimination. Back pay. Title VII specifically allows for the recovery of back pay in an employment discrimination case. It includes lost wages and other benefits the employee would have received. The employee may only recover back pay for the period of up to 2 years prior to the date the charge was filed with the EEOC. Expense reimbursements. An employee may be awarded out-of-pocket expenses for job searches, doctor's visits, etc. Compensatory and punitive damages. If there was intentional discrimination, an employee may be able to recover compensatory and punitive damages, which are subject to a combined cap based on the employer's size. Compensatory damages do not include back pay or interest on back pay, therefore it is not subject to a cap. Punitive damages are only available if the employer engaged in discriminatory practice with malice or reckless indifference to the federally protected rights of an aggrieved individual. When an employer receives an EEOC charge, it should be taken seriously. The documentation should go immediately to the Human Resources Department to be handled in a professional manner. Although a charge may come at an unexpected and inconvenient time, responding in a polite and timely manner can make a big difference in the outcome. Here are some suggestions for properly handling EEOC complaints. Never ignore the charge. Preserve relevant documents. Avoid retaliation. Maintain confidentiality. Prepare a position statement. Take advantage of mediation when it is appropriate. As a reminder, employer should in no way interfere with the rights of the employee or employees pursuing the charge. The Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, of 1990 was first proposed in 1998, and it was backed by thousands of individuals around the country who'd been fighting for rights of their family members, friends, and co-workers to have equal access to community services, jobs, training, and promotions. The act was finally signed into law by President George H.W. Bush on July 26, 1990, and became fully effective for all employers with 15 or more workers on July 26, 1992. Prior to this legislation, only employees who were protected against disability employment discrimination were the ones working for federal, state, or local government and federal contractors who were captured by the Rehabilitation Act. ADA covers employers with 15 or more workers on the payroll who may not discriminate against a physically or mentally disabled individual in recruitment, hiring, promotions, training, pay, social activities, and other privileges of employment. Qualified individuals with a disability are to be treated as other job applicants and employees are treated. If accommodation is required for a qualified individual to perform the assigned or essential job functions, employers are required to provide that accommodation or recommend an alternative that would be equally effective. The interactive process between employers and employees should result in an accommodation or an explanation as to why making the accommodation would provide an undue hardship on the employer. This act is enforced by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. They provide guidelines to encourage employers and individuals to work together to determine what are appropriate and reasonable accommodations rather than employers making those judgments alone. Job accommodations are situationally dependent adjustments to a job or work environment that makes it possible for individuals with a disability to perform their job duties. Here are the key considerations. Disability. Employers are required to consider as disabled anyone with a condition that substantially limits but does not significantly restrict a major life activity. Even though the limitation may be reduced or eliminated with medication or other alleviations, the treatment may not be considered when determining the limitations. This qualifies employees who use shoe inserts to correct a back problem, who take prescription medications such as sleeping pills, or those who are allergic to peanuts or bee stings may now be classified as disabled. However, there may be no request for a job accommodation. Essential functions. An essential function is defined as a portion of the job that cannot be eliminated without significantly changing the nature of the job. In the job analysis, these are the duties listed first, and when possible, given the percentage of time performed as it indicates the special qualifications, skills, or abilities to perform that function. Accommodation request. There must be a request for accommodation from the employee before any action is required by the employer. It is perfectly acceptable for an employer to request supporting documentation from medical experts identifying the disability. There might even be recommendations for specific accommodations, including those requested by the employee. Reasonable accommodation. The ADA requires covered entities to make reasonable accommodation to develop employment opportunities for qualified persons with disabilities in two areas. Facilities should be accessible to persons with disabilities, and position requirements may be adjusted to accommodate qualified persons with disabilities. The Act identifies the factors to be considered in determining whether an accommodation is an undue hardship by looking at the cost, the financial resources of the business, the size of the business, and other similar factors. Employers can establish qualification standards to exclude individuals, such as those who pose significant risk of substantial harm to health or safety of self or others, and if the risk cannot be eliminated or reduced by reasonable accommodation. The employer may not simply assume the threat exists. The employer must objectively establish, through medically supported methods, that there is a significant risk that substantial harm could occur in the workplace. On September 25, 2008, President George W. Bush signed the Americans with Disabilities Act Amendments Act of 2008, which took effect on January 1, 2009. Its purpose was to make the definition of disability consistent with the way the courts had defined the term under the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. The Act emphasized that the definition of disability should be construed in favor of broad coverage of individuals to the maximum extent permitted by the terms of the American with Disabilities Act, ADA, and generally shall not require extensive analysis. The Act makes important changes to the definition of the term disability by rejecting the holdings in several Supreme Court decisions and portions of the EEOC's ADA regulations. The effect of these changes is to make it easier for an individual seeking protection under ADA/AA to establish their disability within the ADA definitions. The court interpretations of the Americans with Disabilities Act narrowed the broad scope of protections originally intended, so the amendment more clearly describes the intent of Congress through its rules of construction. This table shows the summary of the 9 terms into 6 categories. From left to right, substantially limits. This rule underscores ADA/AA's expansion of the definition of disability and expansion of persons now covered under ADA due to the elimination of the extensive mitigating measures court case history. Expanded impairment coverage. An impairment does not need to prevent or severely or significantly restrict performance of a major life activity to be considered substantially limiting. Not every impairment will be a disability, but the list is broader and emphasizes the change that impairments have to permeate work and personal life activities. Disability determination. The primary focus should be on a person's qualifications for the job, need for reasonable accommodations, or whether discrimination occurred. Extensive analysis should not be required. Individualized assessment. This is still required, but substantially limits is a lower standard than pre-ADA/AA. It is important for employers to realize that although the case-by-case inquiry and analysis is relaxed, it has not been eliminated and is still a mandatory phase of the disability determination and reasonable accommodation analysis. Mitigating measures. Congress directs that except for ordinary eyeglasses or contact lenses, mitigating measures such as medications, prosthetics, hearing aids, mobility devices, and others may not be used to limit the definition of disability. This clearly underscores the fact that the entire 19-year history of court cases establishing mitigating measures was overturned by the ADA/AA. Episodic remission impairments. Many conditions were controlled under the application of mitigating measures. Now, such conditions can be considered as evidence of presence of a disability. In this video, I will review federal laws and regulations relating to employment transitions. These 4 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They will be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The Immigration and Nationality Act, INA, of 1952 is the first law that pulled together all the issues associated with immigration and is considered the foundation on which all following immigration laws have been built. It addresses employment eligibility and employment verification and defines the conditions for temporary and permanent employment of aliens in the United States. The Act defines an alien as any person lacking citizenship or status as a national of the United States and differentiates with three categories: resident or non-resident, immigrant or non-immigrant, documented and undocumented. The need to curtail illegal immigration led to the enactment of the Immigration Reform and Control Act, HRCI. The United States Department of Homeland Security says that a foreign national is a person who is a citizen of any country other than the United States. To be considered for a visa under the two categories listed, the employer or agent must first file a labor certification and approved from the Department of Labor. Once received, if required, the employer can then file a petition for alien worker with the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services for the appropriate category. On the left-hand side, non-immigrant. The purpose and intended travel and other facts will determine what type of visa is required under United States immigration law. The chart below contains many different purposes of temporary travel and the related non-immigrant visa categories. Immigrant. Every fiscal year, October 1st through September 30th, approximately 140,000 employment-based immigrant visas are made available to qualified applicants under the provision of United States law. The chart shows that the employment-based immigrant visas are divided into 5 preference categories. 2 other types of immigrant visas are: 1 for returning residents who have been out of the United States for more than 1 year, and 2 religious workers. The purpose of the Immigration Reform and Control Act, HRCI, of 1986 is to reduce the number of illegal immigrants coming into the United States for employment. The Act prohibits employers from hiring illegal immigrants and is the first law to require new employees to prove their identity and their right to work. Regulations implementing this law created Form I-9, which must be completed by each new employee and the employer. The law also prohibits discrimination against job applicants on the basis of national origin or citizenship. It establishes penalties for employers who hire illegal aliens. The Worker Adjustment and Retraining Notification Act, WARN, of 1988 protects employees, their families, and surrounding communities by requiring the majority of qualified employers to provide a minimum of 60 days notice of factory or plant closings. This law helps workers who are scheduled to lose their jobs know in advance about any pending layoffs so they can begin making alternative plans. Employers with 100 or more employees are covered generally by WARN. Employees who have worked fewer than 6 months of the previous 12 and employees who average less than 20 hours per week are not included in this count, nor are they counted if determining the number involved in a layoff. Private employers, both profit and nonprofit, are covered, as well as some commercial public entities. Federal, state, and local governments are not covered. The Worker Adjustment and Retraining Notification Act, WARN, requires employers to comply with notice provisions or issue notices with major errors and are liable to employees. Compliance. This notice must be provided to affected workers or their union representatives and to state and local authorities. This law helps workers who are scheduled to lose their jobs know in advance about the pending layoffs so they can begin making alternative plans. Limited exceptions. Not all plant closings and layoffs are subject to the Act, and certain employment thresholds must be reached before the Act applies. WARN sets out specific exemptions and provides for a reduction in the notification period in particular circumstances. There are 3 primary exceptions to the 60-day notice requirements: faltering company, unforeseeable business circumstances, and a natural disaster. Violation. An employer who fails to provide notice as required by the local government is subject to a penalty not to exceed $500 for each day of the violation. The penalty may be avoided if the employer satisfies the liability to each employee within 3 weeks after a closing, or the layoff is ordered by the employer. The employer who violates the warn provisions by failing to provide appropriate notice of a plant closing or a mass layoff must pay each affected employee back pay and benefits for the time period of the violation, up to 60 days. The employer's liability may be reduced by wages paid during the period of the violation and other payments made to the employees. To curtail the impacts of the 1980s staff reduction programs imposed by primarily large employers, Congress took action to prevent such treatment based on age when it passed the Older Worker Benefit Protection Act of 1990. The act prohibits the employer from using an employee's age on the basis of discrimination, targeting older workers during the staff reductions or downsizing, requiring older workers to waive their rights without the opportunity for review with their legal advisor. The Act has also mandated for employers to use specific words and safeguards intended to protect older workers to make sure they are not convinced to sign a waiver without fully understanding it. The employee has 21 days to consider the agreement and consult with an attorney, 45 days for a group termination. Once a waiver is signed, an employee has legally given up their right to serve a lawsuit to the employer based on age discrimination or any perceived wrongdoing. Employees have 7 days to revoke the agreement after signing. In exchange for signing this waiver, an employer will often provide some type of financial relief that is not usually offered, such as severance pay. In this video, I will cover the federal laws and regulations relating to federal employee relations activities. These 6 acts shown in the boxes are listed from the earliest to the most recent. They will be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and compliance requirements. Executive Order 11246, commonly known as Order Number 4, prohibits employment discrimination by federal contractors and subcontractors. All employers who have contracts or subcontracts to provide goods or services to the federal departments or to agencies of the executive branch are subject to this requirement if their contracts exceed or are likely to exceed $50,000 per year and they have 50 or more employees on the payroll. Banks and other financial institutions that are depositories of federal funds are also subject to this order. If the employer is in the construction industry, there is no employee threshold, and the 12-month period amount totaling $10,000 qualifies everyone related to the project. An executive order is a directive issued by the President of the United States that manages operations of the federal government. It has the full force and effect of a law enacted by the legislature, except where it is contradicted by other duly passed federal law. Therefore, a president can issue an executive order to bypass Congress's bureaucracy and advance policy objectives without having to go through the legislative process. It is signed by the President, approved by the Office of Management and Budget and the Attorney General, and it is recorded in the Federal Register. Here are the 4 key federal equal opportunity executive orders. Executive Order 11375 of 1967. This amends and expands coverage for protected classes to include sexual discrimination. Executive Order 11478 of 1969. This provides equal opportunity in federal employment to prohibit discrimination in employment because of a protected class. Executive Order 13087 of 1998. This prohibits discrimination based on sexual orientation in the competitive service of the federal civilian workforce. Executive Order 13152 of 2000. It adds status as a parent to protected classes. The Rehabilitation Act of 1973 prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability in programs conducted by federal agencies, in programs receiving federal financial assistance, in federal employment, and in the employment practices of federal contractors. The standard for determining employment discrimination under the Act are the same as those used in Title I of ADA. It protects qualified individuals with disabilities. An individual with a disability is a person who has a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more of life's activities, has a record of such an impairment, or is regarded as having such an impairment. Qualified means the person satisfies the job-related requirements of the position he or she holds or is applying for, and can perform all of its essential job functions. The Vietnam-era Veterans Readjustment Assistance Act, VERA of 1974, requires a business with a federal contract of $100,000 or more to treat qualified individuals without discrimination based on their status as a protected veteran in all employment practices, and to take affirmative action to employ and advance the employment of protected veterans. Though the Act has not been amended, the jurisdiction threshold has been adjusted to $150,000 for inflation. If the company has at least 50,000 employees and a single contract of $150,000 or more, then it must also develop a VERA AAP, Affirmative Action Plan. The Act applies to businesses with federally construction contracts, but not to businesses with federally assisted construction contracts. Those are contracts which are paid for in whole or in part with funds obtained from the federal government, but where the federal government is not a party to the construction contract. Despite its name, VERA protections are not limited to Vietnam-era veterans, generally defined as those veterans who served in Vietnam between February 28, 1961 and May 7, 1975. In addition, the Act protects employment rights of several categories of veterans and includes, but is not limited to, veterans' disability issues. Despite these legal protections, veterans with disabilities have continued to face barriers and discrimination in employment. The employment rate of veterans with disabilities is lower than that of veterans without disabilities. Further, most veterans with disabilities believe they can work, but have significant fears of disability discrimination in the workplace. The Civil Service Reform Act of 1978 reformed the civil service of the United States federal government, partly in response to the Watergate scandal. The Act abolished the United States Civil Service Commission and distributed its functions primarily among three new agencies to take its place. 1. The Office of Personnel Management, OPM. This is the executive branch's Human Resources Department. It handles all HR issues for agencies reporting into the United States President. 2. The Merit Systems Protection Board, MSPB. This part of the law prohibits consideration of marital status, political activity, or political affiliation in dealing with federal civilian employees. It also created the Office of Special Counsel, which accepts employee complaints and investigates and resolves them. 3. The Federal Labor Relations Authority, FLRA. This is the agency that enforces federal civilian employee rights to form unions and bargain with their agencies. Federal employees are protected by the Whistleblower Act of 1989 if they disclose information that they reasonably believe is evidence of a violation of a law, rule, or regulation, or gross mismanagement, a waste of funds, an abuse of authority, or a substantial and specific danger to public health or safety. Whistleblower laws usually apply to public sector employees and employees of organizations contracting with the federal or state governments. Construction projects not being built to specifications can result in whistleblowing by government employees. The Act allows for federal employees who believe they've been subjected to reprisal because of their protected disclosures to seek protection and will be made whole by the remedies available under the law. The Congressional Accountability Act of 1995 was the first piece of legislation passed by the 104th United States Congress. It applied several civil rights, labor, and workplace safety and health laws to the United States Congress and its associated agencies. It required them to follow many of the same employment and workplace safety laws applied to businesses and federal government. Previously, agencies in the legislative branch had been exempt from these laws. The Act also established a dispute resolution procedure as an alternative to filing claims in federal court. The Act is administered and enforced by the United States Congress Office of Compliance. The law requires Congress and its affiliated agencies to abide by the specific laws that already applied to other employers in and out of government. The table shows the legislations organized by the number of employees each agency will be required to have for the law to take effect. This act extends the right to an additional 30,000 employees in the legislative branch. In this video, I will review the types of commitments that form the employment relationship. The intent of the at-will employment doctrine is to prevent wrongful termination and employment lawsuits between employees and employers. It states employment may be terminated at any time for any reason by any party. It mitigates the need for just cause or specific reason for terminating an employee. The federal employment at-will can be significantly diluted by three exceptions: public policy, contract exceptions, express or implied, and covenant of good faith and fair dealing. All 50 states and Washington, D.C. formally recognize employment at will. However, some states have limitations which are in addition to the federal laws that applies to all states. Here are three major exceptions as developed in common law. Public policy exception. Employers and employees must uphold the laws, customs, and principles that the government creates to maintain order and address the needs of its citizens. It is not a given law, but the entirety of all laws and mandates that govern the country. Therefore, an employer cannot terminate an employee if it would violate public policy doctrine. For example, retaliation against an employee that performs an action that complies with the public policy, or an employee that refuses to perform an act that would be in violation of public policy. Implied contract. This is when an implied contract is formed between the employer and the employee, even though no express written agreement regarding the employment relationship exists. An employer may make verbal or written representations to employees regarding job security or procedures that will be followed when adverse employment actions are taken. If so, these expressions may create a contract for employment that would prevent termination except for cause. Covenant of good faith. This is the narrowest exception, but it is the broadest in application. It assumes that parties to a contract have a legal obligation to act in a fair and honest manner with each other. It requires that employers only terminate employees for just cause, even if the employee handbook or employment contracts say nothing about that requirement. Most employees are governed by one of two standard employment agreements. Offer letter. This is an informal offer of employment that is typically made to confirm a verbal agreement with an individual employee. Offer letters are not meant to be contracts. They simply summarize the employer's employment offering to a potential hire. If an offer letter is improperly constructed, that offer letter could inadvertently form a legal binding contract. The employer in that case would be held to all terms of the contract, and this can be extremely costly to the employer. Union contract. This is a formal document negotiated between the employer and the union that represents the business's employees. It sets out guidelines for the employment relationship between the business and its unionized workers. The union and employer agree to a multi-year contract that contains such terms as wages, benefits, pension contributions, scheduling, seniority advantages, and other working conditions. An employment contract is a legally binding agreement between the employer and the employee that explicitly lists the conditions of employment. Typically, executives or salespeople are under employment agreement. It contains detailed information on the conditions of employment and clearly states the contractual obligations for the employer and the employee. Here are the typical sections. Agreement length. This identifies the beginning and ending dates of the contract. It can also be renewable at that time. Compensation and benefits. This includes things like base rate of pay, pay calculation, hourly salary or commission, how increases and bonuses will be achieved and paid, and health and welfare benefits. Job description. This is a list of duties and responsibilities that the employee will be responsible for. Performance requirements. This documents performance requirements for payments, revenue targets, sales targets, and other measurable performance standards. Statement of authority. This details expenditure limits and hiring authority and relationship conditions. These conditions require board approval or other authorities. Other important issues. This may include non-disclosure agreements for the employer's intellectual property protection, non-compete provisions, or copyright and patent rights agreements. Termination provisions. This addresses personal behavior and ethic requirements, other reasons or causes for separation, and in some cases may offer golden parachutes, buyout for early separation, and/or mergers. Robert Ringer is the author of 8 books, including 3 #1 bestsellers, 2 of which have been listed by the New York Times among the 15 best-selling motivational books of all time. He combines philosophy, reality, and action in a unique style that challenges readers to think, such as this one. With a written agreement, you have a prayer. With a verbal agreement, you have nothing but air. I think this sums up all you need to know about verbal employment agreements. In this video, I will review the types of documentation employers use to communicate decisions, actions, and activities, and to provide clear boundaries. Workplace policies and procedures help reinforce and clarify the standard expectations of employees and helps the employer to manage staff more effectively as they define what is acceptable and unacceptable in the workplace. The key points are documented to assist in understanding job constraints without using the trial and error approach. They enable the workforce to clearly understand individual and team responsibilities and allow managers to exercise control by exception rather than micromanage. Workplace policies and procedures provide employers with a consistent and understandable method to communicate important information about how the business operates and what is expected of employees. 3 key documents are policy. This is a broad statement that reflects philosophy, objectives, or standards to guide operational decisions. Procedure. This is to provide further explanation and more details on how the policy is to be applied, such as step-by-step instructions. Work rule. This states what employees may or may not do to comply with the policy. It reflects management decisions regarding specific actions to be taken or avoided in a given situation. Employers can create policies in accordance with their business needs as long as they are compliant with pertinent laws. A variety of common employee policies are shown. This should consider the employer's size, location, and industry, as well as all applicable federal, state, and local laws in determining its contents. This can be more complicated for multi-state employers because it is critical to ensure that policies do not conflict with more than one set of state employment laws. Therefore, all policies should be reviewed by an experienced legal counsel prior to communicating to employees. In addition, policies should be reviewed at least annually or when changes are made so that employees are kept up to date. On the left are the 5 steps to develop, implement, and communicate new employer policies. 1. Define the key audience. This relates to who is to be informed and influenced and by which channels to reach them. 2. Identify key messages. It will be important to consider what message will resonate most strongly with the selected audience. 3. Create tactical outreach plan. Consider how the message will get to the intended audience and who will be sharing the message. 4. Develop the communication plan. This can include policy FAQs, procedures, and guideline documents for setting context. Change champions should be used to connect to the stakeholder groups. Each should have their own tailored communication packs. And 5. Specify timelines. Prepare a timetable for readiness, training the change champions, and all the additional steps mentioned. On the right shows the various communication methods. One, a few, or all of these methods may be used depending on the design of the communication plan. An employee handbook is an organized reference used to communicate policies, procedures, and work rules to employees. It can take the format of the traditional printed booklet or the modern online format. It should have a consistent tone, style, and look to align with the business's culture and value, which is simple and easy to read with current information. If serving a multicultural workforce, it may be appropriate to have it translated in languages that the employees can easily understand. It should distinguish between organizational policies and job specifics. The intent is to prevent problems from occurring, ensure everyone is treated in a consistent manner, and to provide legal protection to the business. It should include a tarot acknowledgement form for employees to sign or an electronic acknowledgement if the employer uses an online handbook. The acknowledgement should include statements that the employment is at will, the employer has the right to unilaterally change the terms and conditions described in the handbook, and that the employee has received, read, and understand its contents. Although some of this language may be viewed negatively by employees, it provides documentation for the employer in the future disciplinary or legal actions that may occur. Poorly worded handbooks have in some cases been found by the courts to create implied contracts. When this happened, the courts have required employers to abide by the contracts implied in the handbook. Job specifics and functional expectations are shared in two standard documents. The reference guide. This is a tool to organize large amounts of data into a single source document. It can be as simple as an employee phone list or a company product list, or more elaborate as in user guides and troubleshooting manuals. Standard operating procedures, or SOPs. This is a tool used to capture processes that typically follow a sequence of events. Uniform business activities are captured with step-by-step instructions through the use of definitions, charts, and screenshots. Both reference guides and SOPs are tools that help to reduce errors, streamline processes, communicate employer expectations, and serve as an effective means to managing the knowledge of the business. In this video, I will review the types of workplace behavior issues. Employees' behaviors are influenced by many factors, including experiences and situations that exist inside and outside the workplace. Here are the various types. Lost time. This can be in the form of absenteeism or tardiness, reporting to work late. Dress code. This applies to clothing that's appropriate and or safe for work. Rule violations. This is serious misconduct of an employer's rule. Insubordination. This is a blatant disregard of the manager's instruction. Unsatisfactory performance. This is work performance that fails to meet the job requirements and performance standards. Illegal or dishonest acts. This is intentionally deceiving or depriving another person of money, property, or legal rights. Frustrations and conflicts are created by conditions away from work as well as conditions at work. When lost time increases, managers need to determine whether the rise impacts organizational effectiveness and then take appropriate action. To properly diagnose these problems, a distinction should be made between the two types of lost time. Voluntary lost time. This occurs when employees have a choice of working or not working, and they intentionally decide to miss work or to quit. Unsanctioned time should be reprimanded as necessary. Involuntary lost time. This occurs when employees miss work or are terminated for reasons beyond their control. An effective policy will determine misuse and or abuse. Managers should try to solve lost time problems that are caused by voluntary reasons. It should be noted, however, that it is often difficult to distinguish between voluntary and involuntary absence. When taking disciplinary action for excessive lost time, do not count balances protected by USERA, FMLA, or state law. Employers have the right to establish dress and grooming standards for employees. These standards may be necessary for safety reasons, because the employer wishes to maintain a certain level of decorum in the workplace, or to project a specific brand image. It is important to explain the appropriate workplace attire in detail. This should go beyond generic terms like business casual or business professional and describe exactly what is okay to wear for specific situations, similar to the examples shown. A dress code for safety or legal compliance reasons should detail every clothing item required and why each is important. Employees do, however, have rights to challenge and request an exemption to dress and grooming standards under some circumstances. Facial hair. Many employers have rules about men's facial hair. While it is usually legal for an employer to require that male employees be clean-shaven or to have only a mustache, there may be cases in which an employee may request an exemption. For example, some religious traditions require adult men who are or have been married to grow a beard. If there is no health or safety reason for the clean-shaven rule, these men may be able to claim religious exemption to the grooming code. Sex-based standards. It is legal for employers to set different dress and grooming standards for men and women as long as the standard do not place an undue burden on one sex over the other. This means an employer can require sex-specific uniforms for male and female employees. Clothing choices. Employers can establish a dress code that reflects their company's culture and brand image. Employers who maintain a relatively open dress code may not be able to arbitrarily ban certain prints, colors, or styles if doing so could constitute racial or ethnic discrimination. Because of the possibility of a policy being construed as discriminatory, it is not unusual for business with otherwise casual dress codes to specify one color scheme for everyone. Non-union employers are free to make and enforce whatever rules they want, providing the rules are consistent with the laws. The typical violations of business rules are depicted in the diagram. Some businesses have general rules that are informally communicated to employees, while others have more specific rules. Insubordination is an employee's intentional refusal to an employer's request to follow legitimate work-related instructions. This is one of the most serious disciplinary infractions, as it strikes at the employer's core right to direct and control the workplace. An employer must establish that an order was clearly communicated to the employee, given by someone with proper authority, and it was disobeyed. Some employees are extremely frustrating to supervise because they fail to do their assigned work. It may take them twice as long to do their job as their supervisor expects, or perhaps 3 times as it takes other employees. However, here are 4 considerations before action should be taken. From the top left and moving down, personal circumstances and sickness. The employee's well-being should be the first consideration to understanding satisfactory performance. If there is a health issue, that needs to be addressed. Also, an EAP program can offer assistance for the employee to further communicate their issues. Job design. Employees who have just entered the workforce are the ones most frequently criticized for poor work habits. If performance is low because employees do not have the appropriate skills and ability, the problem relates with job placement rather than discipline. And if unsatisfactory performance is because of inefficient organizational structure, the problems concern job design and organizational structure. Unsatisfactory performance caused by inadequate job knowledge, the problem relates to training. Moving to the top right and down, misconduct. Unsatisfactory performance should only be viewed as a discipline problem when it's caused by inadequate motivation. Motivation problems are usually solved by rearranging the reinforcement contingencies. Output measures and targets. Falling short of the desired company expectations can also be an issue. Positive rewards should be used to reinforce high quantity and high quality performance. A serious disciplinary problem for all businesses concerns any form of illegal or dishonest behavior, such as those listed on the table: theft, embezzlement, misuse of business facilities, or falsifying company records. Statistics show that dishonest acts have increased dramatically in recent years. A model explaining these causes are determined by the interaction of 3 forces. Situational pressures. This relates to what individuals experience in their environment, such as high personal debts and financial losses. Opportunity to commit. This refers to access that individuals may have, such as gaining control of financial operations and those created by the organization, such as having poor accounting controls or allowing third-party transactions. Personal integrity. This refers to the personal code of ethical behavior adopted by an employee. According to the model, businesses can reduce illegal and dishonest acts by reducing situational pressures, such as leveraging EAP programs, by making opportunities less convenient, having division of responsibilities, and by establishing guidelines for personal integrity. In this video, I will describe the steps in resolving workplace conflict. Conflict resolution can be defined as the informal or formal process that two or more parties use to find a peaceful solution to their dispute. It can be solved when one party surrenders, overpowers the others, or runs away. Group conflicts require committed members to communicate information about their conflicting motives or ideologies to the rest of the group, and then engage in collective negotiations. With two or more people, there will always be some degree of conflict. When resolved quickly and effectively, it can lead to personal and professional growth. In many cases, effective conflict resolution can make the difference between positive and negative outcomes. The leader's 5-step guide to conflict resolution recommends these steps. 1. Affirm the relationship. Before diving into the details, start the communication with a simple statement of why it's important to bring resolution, such as, "I'm here even though it's uncomfortable because I value our relationship and would rather be uncomfortable resolving our misunderstandings than be comfortable with misunderstandings in our relationship." 2. Seek to understand. This is a critical step in the process as it looks from the other person's vantage point. The goal should be to listen intently while allowing the other person to unburden themselves, not taking the words personally, but taking them professionally. Only after listening to the other party, ask questions to clarify and understand, and look not to defend personal actions. 3. Seek to be understood. The goal is not to offend the other person, but to address the issues, sharing where in the future things can be handled differently. Resolution is the object, not justification. Therefore, raise the issues without assigning motives to the other party. 4. Own responsibility. The goal for both parties is to seek where their actions cause pain to the other side, leading to apologies and restored relationship. Genuine apologies come from the heart, not just the lips, and can release hurt feelings. It's also important to accept apologies from others, harboring no ill feelings and moving forward. 5. Seek agreement. Both sides can reunite on the common vision that drew them together and agree that the cause is bigger than the conflict for both parties. It's time to move forward with a clean slate. Individuals who choose to follow the 5 steps to resolution conflict will learn the process to strengthen relationships through each misunderstanding instead of losing relationships each time a misunderstanding arises. The business will also benefit from improved organizational relations. HR can help overcome the reluctance to complaining by making available reporting mechanisms that ensures anonymity and confidentiality by regularly reviewing feedback programs to make them as barrier-free as possible. Categorizing issues can seem like an unnecessary step, but a carefully considered set of categories can enhance workflow and make it easier to manage workloads and gain insights. Here are 3 common groupings to quickly view a batch of related issues. Working conditions and safety. These include issues that directly address the employee's work environment. They can include everything from unsafe conditions to indifferent managers. Unreasonable management policies. If employees feel that a certain policy is unfair or unreasonable, they will want to have their concerns addressed. Such policies can include those relating to overtime regulations or a gap in production standards. Violations of rules and policies. These can relate to any organizational rule that employees feel are being violated by other workers and/or middle or senior management. All employees face workplace issues, so it's important to find ways to quickly resolve and demonstrate care to be effective. C. Communicate. Open communication is the key to a dispute. Expressing feelings about the situation and sticking to the facts will let others know that the actions are genuine. Focusing on the problem at hand and not what the other person did will avoid unnecessary conflict. A. Actively listen. Listen to what the other person has to say without interrupting. Try to be objective, then ask open-ended questions to make sure each side understands what the other person thinks and feels. R. Review options. Discuss the options available and look for solutions that will help everyone. Do not feel pressure to produce an answer at once. Bring in objective parties for ideas if necessary. E. End with a win-win solution. This is the ultimate goal, to agree on an option that benefits both sides to some extent. When one party wins by aggressive behavior or the other party simply gives in, someone is losing, and that means the outcomes will not resolve the underlying issues. Constructive confrontation is a structured, systemic approach that decreases conflict and increases accountability by connecting the dots between what people want and what the business needs. It reduces conflict in the same way it increases accountability, through clear and well-articulated expectations, follow-up, and recognition. It increases accountability with less conflict by requiring consistency in constructive confrontation that establishes the path, makes the course corrections, and reaffirms the way. In this video, I will share the steps to handle internal investigations. Workplace investigations is the process of researching an issue between or with employees to determine if a policy was violated. The standard is corroboration by a preponderance of the evidence. Investigators will attempt to support confidentiality and discretion during the procedure. HR professionals will make every effort to encourage employees to file complaints internally so that they will have the opportunity to investigate and resolve them. Dealing with issues internally is always preferable to having them registered with a third-party law enforcement agency. They can be categorized under 4 levels. Level 1. These are frontline issues that can be handled with the managers directly. HR representatives may get involved as they may be intimately familiar with the business, the politics, and the players. Level 2. These complaints give an employer the opportunity to resolve issues with the employee before they fester any further and generate formal external investigation. This may include investigations using company-sponsored alternative dispute resolution options. Level 3. This type of internal investigation requires more support than HR can offer, so an external investigator or an experienced attorney may be leveraged. Aside from the added cost, these professionals bring some advantages along with their experience. Skilled in conducting investigations, no preconceived biases about the players, the potential to create protected and privileged work, and they create the proper types of reports. Level 4. These are external complaints that are filed with state or federal fair employment practice agencies, wage and hour enforcement agencies, or safety and enforcement agencies. When a formal complaint is filed with an external agency, the employer may no longer speak with the employee regarding that issue. When an employee is alleged of violating company rules, it should be taken seriously and promptly addressed. Depending on the severity, different protocols are in place. They're either considered informal or formal investigations. Informal. These are minor policy investigations such as workplace conduct. They are quickly resolved misunderstandings that HR may help to facilitate. Formal. These types of investigations are conducts that involve senior management, directors, the program risk, or possibly legal exposure. They are usually serious policy or legislative violations or conduct versus an isolated incident. The investigation and results should be documented. Internal investigations aim to uncover the truth about alleged misconduct within the business. A good internal investigation must also do so without compromising the relationship with innocent employees or necessarily damaging anyone's reputation. HR professionals are always given authority in state and federal law to conduct investigations on behalf of the employer. Some legal advisors suggest that internal attorneys are not the best people to conduct these investigations because they could be placed in the position of having to testify to their investigative activities while still providing legal advice to their employer. An unbiased investigation should incorporate these steps. A written complaint. The employee should be asked to document the complaint and describe how the treatment was different from others in similar situations. In cases of discrimination, the protected category and type of discrimination should be noted by the employee. In cases of discrimination, the protected category and type of discrimination should be included in the statement. Interviews. Interviews should be conducted to gather information beginning with the employee and then anyone named in the statement. The investigation should follow whatever leads are uncovered until the investigator is satisfied that all facts have been uncovered. Each step of the process should be documented in writing and maintained in a complaint investigation file. Determination. Once the facts have been gathered, a determination should be made about the validity of the complaint. If the complaint is valid, a remedy should be sought based on legal and reasonable requirements. If the complaint is determined not to have valid grounds, that would be the decision. The determination should be documented and included in the investigation file. Feedback. The employee who filed the complaint should be given feedback about the investigation determination. Specific disciplinary action taken against an employee is generally not permitted. However, a legal advisor can give specific guidance based on the circumstances. For all conversations, update the file with the outcome. Minor errors in workplace investigations may have major consequences for employees involved as well as the business. Be mindful of these missteps. Delaying the investigation. Investigation should be promptly addressed to bring the matter to close before escalating, as well as to alleviate unnecessary workplace tensions. Using inexperienced or untrained investigators. Investigators and facilitators should be trained on conducting proper and thorough investigations. For formal cases, a lawyer may provide insight to ensure the proper steps are taken. Ensuring a structured process. The investigation process should be documented and consistently followed in all situations. Maintaining neutrality. The investigator must be neutral, that is, not have a stake in the outcome or investigation or have any material connection to the case. Punishing the victim. Taking any action that could be perceived as harmful or embarrassing to the victim can be detrimental to the employer. When possible, it's best practice to temporarily transfer or suspend the accused with pay pending the investigation. This way, the person bringing the complaint is not put in any disadvantaged position for having come forward. Improper evidence collection and analysis. The investigator should abide by company policy when collecting evidence in order to avoid potential accusations. Improper documentation or the chain of custody during the collection process may result in information becoming inadmissible in court. Also, make sure the punishment fits the crime to ensure that the incident does not happen again. Investigating the I don't want to make an official complaint. Whenever HR or management is approached with a complaint or a concern, they can indicate that it will be treated with sensitivity, but it does need to be investigated by the company. In this video, I will share the discipline management process and its approaches. Discipline is a systematic process for handling problem employees. The overall objective of disciplinary actions is to remedy a problem which can help employees achieve success in their work, promote a minimum acceptable behavior by employees, enable a positive and healthy work environment, and to ensure a smooth functioning of the business. It is one of the most challenging responsibilities of supervisors and human resource managers because the reasons for unacceptable behaviors are complex and sometimes difficult to diagnose. Businesses with effective employee relation programs work to prevent the need for disciplinary actions. The flow of the discipline process is shown from the top and center moving down. Establish rules and goals. The development and publication of clear policies, procedures, and work rules, combined with clear communicated expectations for employees, are the cornerstone of prevention. Communicate rules and goals to employees. Employee handbooks are ideal for communicating rules and goals as it sets the initial tone of the relationship and are a valuable ongoing resource when they're regularly updated and referenced. Design mechanism for assessing employee behavior. A performance management system that includes continuous feedback helps managers and employees quickly address and resolve the issues. Evaluate employee behavior. Regular feedback, both positive and negative, and formal and informal, are the keys to drive behavioral change. At this juncture, there are two options. On the right, motivate behaviors. Employees are better able to improve performance issues when they're easily remedied. On the left of the center, administer punishment. If a performance problem cannot be resolved at this level, HR may need to step in and manage the exit process. The progressive discipline model has been used in the United States workplaces for more than a century. It is written into many, if not most, union contracts as a requirement to assure management treats its members appropriately when problems arise. Yet, some people contend that this model is not as effective as the coaching model. Both approaches are compared in the table displayed. On the left, negative approach. This focuses on punishing employees for past mistakes and is based on fears and threats. Punishment is usually severe and serves as a deterrent to the wrongdoings of others. The punishment is usually administered publicly along with the display of emotion and anger and is administered immediately and often impulsively. On the right, positive approach. This focuses on eliminating future problems and creating effective employees. Past mistakes are used as feedback to help employees know how to change. Disciplinary meetings are typically held in a private and calm and rational problem-solving atmosphere rather than an emotional, angry-filled scene before other employees. Progressive discipline is a process of using increasingly severe steps or measures when an employee fails to correct a problem after given a reasonable opportunity to do so. The underlying principle of sound progressive discipline is to use the least severe action that's believed to be necessary to correct the desirable situation. Increase the severity of the action only if the condition is not corrected. Here are the typical steps in the process, beginning with the broadest range of infractions and narrowing to the most severe. Verbal warning or counseling. This is observing the employee violating a policy, procedure, or instruction. The manager takes the employee aside to warn that certain acts are not acceptable. A copy of the policy or documentation may be provided for reinforcement. Verbal reprimand. This sets up a meeting with the employee to inform that the situation is not acceptable and that improvement is required. A written statement is provided for the employee to sign. Written reprimand. This is an escalation of the discipline to the next step. A warning in writing should explain the infraction, why it is unacceptable, and the potential consequences. This requires documenting the problem and the disciplinary action along with the employee's signature of acknowledgement. Suspension. Although this step is not always included in the process, it is available to use to emphasize to the employee how serious the behavioral problem is. In many cases, a suspension will be unpaid time off and can last from a day to several weeks. The length of time should be dependent upon the seriousness of the behavioral problem and the employee's length of service. Discharge. The final stage of the disciplinary process is to remove the employee from employment. Use of this step acknowledges that the employee cannot be salvaged. A disciplinary meeting is between the manager and the employee to explain the allegations and to go through the issues or evidence collected during an investigation. The employee should be allowed to set out their case and answer the allegations. Here are the steps starting on the top left corner of the first row. Address the problem as soon as possible. Find a private location. Set a specific time and place. Sit, don't stand during the meeting. Dropping to the middle row and moving from right to left. Be specific about the concern. Focus on the issue, not the person. Avoid negative statements. Be collaborative. Dropping to the bottom row and moving from left to right. Encourage the subordinate. Document the meeting. The employee will be provided copies of the progressive discipline documentation and will be asked to sign copies attesting to his or her receipt and understanding of the corrective action outlined in the documents. Copies of these documents will be placed in the employee's official personnel file. It is critical to record the facts for each occurrence. Keeping accurate records is essential, so take notes as events unfold and capture all details. Basic rule, write it down. Remember the adage, if it isn't documented, it didn't happen. The guidelines for good documentation include recording information after each meeting, using a simple method to capture the data, ensuring notes are free of bias and understandable, and organizing backup material for easy future reference. In this video, I will overview the standard processes that can be applied to all types of separations. Employee separation constitutes the final stage in the staffing process of a business. It ends or terminates the employment relationship. Separation is classified into two types. First, voluntary separation refers to when employees leave on their own request. And second, involuntary separation refers to when the employer decides to end the relationship. All separations should follow an exit or offboarding process. This chart shows the various types of employee separations. On the left, involuntary separation is caused by factors which remain beyond the purview of the employees. However, these factors may be classified broadly into health problems, behavioral problems, and organizational problems. On the right, voluntary separation. This normally begins after a request is placed by the employee and can happen for two reasons: professional or personal. Coworkers can be affected by the separation process, so developing an exit process that reduces stress and builds a smooth transition will pay off in many ways. Most significant for HR is a positive message a smooth transition sends to employees who remain in the organization. This process flow depicts both voluntary and involuntary separations. While they start at opposite ends, the process converges in the center box with a bullet list and then continues with the same flow. Starting at the top left box and moving to the right, voluntary separation. The first box is discuss with reporting manager. The employee typically informs the reporting manager of his or her intentions to leave. The manager determines if the employee is someone worth pursuing. If not, the box goes to the center box for operations processing. Otherwise, it goes to retained. The manager and the employee comes to an agreement on the next steps. If the employee is not retained, then the flow goes to the center box for operations. If the employee does agree to stay, then the next step is employee retained box. The separation is canceled. HR is informed of any changes to the employment relationship. Now we'll move directly to the center box where all the points have now converged. In the center operations box, 4 key activities take place to prepare for separating employees: notice period discussion, work handover completion, assets handover, and department clearance. These activities will take various amounts of time depending on certain situations. We'll move to the leave now box. If it's decided that the employee will not continue working, the separation is complete, so the flow moves to the right on end employment separation box. If the employee is staying, work will continue until departure day. The next step is the exit interview box. In the last few days prior to leaving, an exit interview should be scheduled as part of the offboarding process. Then the process goes to the end employment relation box. This is the final step in the process to close out the employment relationship. An employee exit management program conducted as part of the offboarding documentation process can reveal the reasons behind employee attrition. Research suggests that only 29% of businesses have a formal employee exit management process in place. The survey shown displays the results on terminations and exit interviews that highlight the benefits of retrieving employee insights. Starting at the top right and moving around, 23% of employers indicate they conduct exit interviews to determine the reason for the employee's resignation. Even more, 26% conduct them to identify problem areas within the business to enhance future employee retention. And 20% conduct exit interviews to find ways to improve organizational culture. Only 16% cite managing turnover costs as a reason for conducting exit interviews. A mere 12% conduct exit interviews to ensure compliance, and 14% conduct them to identify opportunities for development. Departing employees can often offer honest feedback about the business, and those results can determine how to solve these problems and better retain exiting workers. In this video, I will share employment action considerations that employers make during terminations. Involuntary separations are actions that occur as a result of the employer's decision to end the employment relationship. The two types are employee performance. This typically occurs because of employment problems such as poor performance, excessive absenteeism, insubordination, or theft. Business performance. This occurs as a result of the changing business needs for the employer to maintain profitability. Before an employee is terminated, an employer should have an established procedure whereby a designated person reviews the proposed termination to ensure that all issues have been considered. Employers must ensure that all involuntary terminations occur for job-related reasons and that the termination decisions do not violate any contractual commitments with employees. They should determine whether the employee was aware that his or her performance was unacceptable. Also confirm that the termination action is consistent with prior treatment of other employees. The employee's overall work record should be reviewed to ensure that the employee has received all rights to which he or she is entitled under the company's policies, and that the employee is not a victim of retaliation for exercising his or her civil rights, such as making a sexual harassment claim. Employers should seek to reduce the trauma of terminations. Being fired is one of the most traumatic and stressful experiences of life. The following are some guidelines for termination. Starting in the upper left-hand corner and moving to the right. Step 1. Plan the termination interview carefully and be prepared for it. The meeting should be on a day early in the week and preferably not on a Friday or the day before a holiday vacation. Have all employee agreements, releases, and announcements prepared in advance. Ask the employee to come to an interview, preferably in a neutral location and within the next hour. Do not notify the employee of the termination by phone or allow the dismissal to be communicated through the grapevine. A second person should also be present. Step 2. When the employee reports for the interview, be direct and avoid talking about trivial matters. As soon as the employee enters the room and is seated comfortably, the termination decision should be announced. Step 3. Describe the decision and the situation leading up to it, but do not attack the person's character or discuss personality flaws. Performance problems should only be briefly described. Dropping down to the middle row and moving from the right to the left. Step 4. Answer the employee's questions and help the person understand the reason for the termination. Listen attentively and continue the interview until the person appears to be talking freely and calmly about the dismissal. Step 5. Explain the severance package, including severance pay, benefits continuation, and access to office support people, how future recommendations will be handled, and the availability of counseling or of outplacement assistance, if being offered. Step 6. Have the employee sign any necessary releases and explain what to do next, such as retrieving personal belongings, contacting a counselor, using outplacement services, and obtaining the final paycheck. Dropping down to the last row. Step 7. Explain what to do next. This may seem relatively simple, but sometimes the employee may be in shock, so having a gentle nudge on "it's time to leave" may be helpful. It's normally suggested that termination interviews only last 15 minutes and that they be informal but kind and respectful of the dignity of the person. Staff reductions typically occur when employers need to eliminate positions to maintain profitability in the face of declining revenues. When making termination decisions, employers are generally free to base their decisions on the performance and the skills of employees, unless these decisions would violate the law. When basing decisions on performance, the determining factors should be objective and job-related. Here are some factors to consider as acceptable criteria. From left to right: performance or productivity as recorded in the personnel files, attendance and tardiness records, cooperation with coworkers and supervisors, demonstrated ability to perform crucial operations, education and experience, and elimination of the position or the availability of funding for the position. To prevent charges of age discrimination during the employment actions, businesses should examine the consequences of planned reductions to determine whether it creates an adverse impact. The biggest challenge when terminating employees is telling them that they have lost their jobs and helping them to handle this disappointment. Although managers often want HR to make these announcements, employees should be terminated by managers rather than strangers or someone that they barely know, and preferably in a one-on-one conversation. The primary responsibilities of HR include preparing instructions for managers, preparing individual separations letters, prepare written questions and answers, prepare contact lists and phone numbers, and to prepare the exit checklist. HR should make certain that this event is handled fairly and competently with respect to the severance payments, appropriate notices, and outplacement services. In this video, I will explain the types of tort claims impacting the employment relationship. Workplace torts are wrongful acts or infringement of rights that unfairly causes someone else to suffer loss or harm. The resulting action is civil legal liability for the person who commits the tortious act. This allows for a lawsuit and recovery of the money and damages. There are two basic types of defamation in civil law: slander, which is through verbal communication, and libel, which is through written communication. There are also several basic defenses: the truth, absolute, qualified privilege, and fair comment. The defense must prove that the words the defendant used were false, the reference was made specifically to the plaintiff, comments were read or heard by a third party, or harm and/or economic loss was caused. Fraudulent misrepresentation is a false statement made knowingly, without belief in its truth, or recklessly as to whether true or false. In addition to being a ground on which a contract may be rescinded, it constitutes the tort of deceit. It also puts the burden of proof on the claimant. Intentional infliction of emotional distress occurs when one acts abominably or outrageously with intent to cause another to suffer emotional distress, for example, issuing a threat of future harm. It also occurs during termination when the employer's conduct has been so outrageous in character and so extreme in degree that it goes beyond all bounds of decency, it can be regarded as atrocious, or it is utterly intolerable in a civilized society. Typically, a court will not assign intentional infliction of emotional distress tort liability to a defendant who speaks harmfully about public figures. Invasion of privacy occurs when an employee feels that the employer has violated his or her rights to privacy by obtaining or disclosing information gained from a source in which the employee had a reasonable expectation of privacy. Employees have a general right to privacy where there is a reasonable expectation of privacy, or, in the case of social media, it is governed by the nature of the social media site. Negligence occurs when conduct falls below the standards of behavior established by law for the protection of others against unreasonable risk of harm. The employer can be held liable for employee actions when the employer knew or should have known about the potential harmful risk, or the risk could have been uncovered by reasonable investigation. Two common torts employers face are: 1. Negligent retention. This is retaining an employee or removing authority after becoming aware that the employee posed a danger or misused the authority. Negligent entrustment. This occurs when the employer provides an employee with an instrument which the employee then harms a third party. Other types of related torts that may be grounds for a lawsuit include negligent misrepresentation of material facts, negligent hiring of a dangerous employee, negligent supervision in controlling employee actions, negligent training for trainee not helping an employee, negligent infliction of emotional distress, and negligent failure to provide a safe workplace. In this video, I will define the types of employment liability claims. Employment practices liability may be categorized as a form of professional liability. It's an area of labor law that handles claims such as breach of contract, discrimination, sexual harassment, wage and hour law violations, and wrongful terminations, among others. This area most commonly deals with laws and protections interpreted and enforced by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC. More employers are requiring employees to sign restrictive covenants as a condition of employment or continued employment, as a condition to receiving bonuses, benefits, or compensations, or as part of a severance agreement. Two frequently used agreements for all employees are non-competition agreement. This cannot be enforced against an employee when signed after employment has started, without new considerations such as increased wages or promotion, if without cause the employer terminates the employment of the employee within 1 year of the date on which the agreement was executed. Non-solicitation agreements. These are designed to restrict the employee from soliciting the business's clients and employees. Like non-compete agreements, the court enforces these provisions when limited in a temporal or geographic scope, and they are not broader than necessary to protect the business's interests. Often, courts refrain from enforcing these provisions with regard to prospective clients or without regard to clients who, without the employee's solicitation, voluntarily would contact the former employee to seek and retain services. Inevitable disclosure relies on a prediction about a future harm of what may happen indirectly. For example, having knowledge of the former employer's secret may lead to providing direction to the new business that it would not have otherwise taken. An employer can claim trade secret to prevent a former employee from working in a job that may result in the use of trade secrets without the need for proof of evidence. This allows the court to find that a former employee would disclose proprietary information in the new position even if there was no evidence of that actual disclosure. Wrongful terminations occur when an employer terminates an employee for a reason that is prohibited by statute or breaches of contract. For example, an employee may not be terminated because they're a member of a protected class. If an employer gives a different reason for the termination, but the employee can prove that the real reason was based on a discriminatory act, the termination would be wrongful. An employee may not be terminated as retaliation for whistleblowing activities or filing a workers' compensation claim. Constructive discharge, which is also called reverse termination, occurs when working conditions become so unpleasant that a reasonable person would find them intolerable. It can cause an employee to quit by creating unpleasant working conditions, also called dehiring, even though the business claims the employee quit and even though the employee may have submitted a letter of resignation. It violates the law when it is used to discriminate based on disability, age, race, religion, sex, and other protected classifications. If the courts have constructed that from the facts of the case that the person was actually terminated, an employee who has quit will be reinstated and receive back pay on the legal theory of constructive discharge. For some risks, the purchase of an insurance policy would adequately protect the organization. Employment Practices Liability Insurance, EPLI, provides protection for employers to help them reduce the potential loss associated with various employment-related claims. Coverage. The employer and all employees are covered against claims or lawsuits. It reimburses for the cost of defending lawsuits and for settlements and judgments. Legal costs are covered regardless of whether the business loses or wins the case, as long as the act was not against the law. Types of claims. A variety of claims are covered, which is listed in the center column. Exclusions. Some claims are excluded from coverage, which are those involving compensation and benefit laws. Generally, EPLI does not cover the cost of criminal fines, civil fees, penalties, or punitive damages. In cases where the risk is low, a plan for self-insuring or self-funding may be more economically feasible. In this video, I will describe the various alternative dispute resolution methods. Alternative dispute resolution, ADR, covers a range of methods used to solve disagreements without litigation. These alternatives are often available to resolve problems with less animosity than occurs when a lawsuit is filed and at far less cost to the parties. It is the preferred method when an ongoing relationship is desired. Mandatory arbitration clauses are common in contracts. They are enforceable even when litigation is desired. Common methods of dispute resolution include negotiation, mediation, and arbitration. However, litigation can be more effective when there's unequal power or resources between the parties or there's a civil rights violation. Alternative dispute resolutions is a term that encompasses many different methods of dispute other than litigation. Displayed is a continuum of the different ADR methods based on where the power to resolve the dispute is vested. Starting on the left side where the decision-making is more informal and the power over the process is more consensual, and moving to the right side where it becomes more formal and the process is more adjudicative. Negotiation. This is often the first resolution attempted because it is inexpensive and relatively fast, where the parties retain power to decide on the resolution of the issues themselves without relying on a neutral decision maker. Negotiation is also used between parties entering into agreements when there's no legal dispute. Facilitation. This is a neutral person helping the parties communicate more effectively. It may be an internal or an external resource that leads the process and helps in examining and solving problems. A facilitator does not have any decision-making authority. Mediation. The parties retain power to decide the issue themselves while relying on a neutral mediator who facilitates the process to assist the parties in achieving an acceptable and voluntary agreement. It is relatively inexpensive, fast, and confidential. Decision point. This is the time when the parties decide if they want to give up neutrality and have the outcome enforced by a third party. These options are available: neutral evaluation, settlement conference, or summary jury trial. Arbitration. This is the process of having a dispute resolved by an impartial third party who examines the information from both sides and renders a judgment. The parties agree beforehand to accept the decision of the impartial judge called an arbitrator. Litigation. This is a legal process that goes through the court system with a judge and jury. The decision in litigation can be appealed. Several different ADR methods can be used in resolving disputes before they reach the level of court action. Initially, the parties involved in the dispute may attempt a cooperative problem-solving meeting where they can work together to find a resolution to the problem. Here are the typical company-sponsored options. Open door policy. These are in-house programs that allows the employees to go to any level of management to file a complaint or grievance without the threat of retaliation for their reporting. In theory, this policy creates an open atmosphere of trust and it breaks down class barriers between groups of employees. However, many employees may not feel comfortable in making a complaint about a manager's decision, and some managers may not be comfortable with their employees bypassing them to file complaints. Peer review panel. This consists of management and non-management employees who are trained in the business's policies, procedures, and work rules. The panel hears disputes and makes decisions that can be final and binding to both parties in the dispute. Company chosen officer. The employee chooses a mediator from a group of individuals. Single designated officer. Management designate individuals to receive and investigate complaints and resolve disputes. Ombudsperson or ombuds. It's an impartial person not involved in the dispute who speaks with both parties and suggests alternative solutions. This can be someone in the business or an outsider. There are other alternatives to traditional litigation. They employ a neutral third party to oversee the process and they can be binding. Mediation. The parties retain power to decide the issue themselves. They rely on neutral mediators who facilitate the process to assist parties in achieving an acceptable voluntary agreement. Mediation is relatively inexpensive, fast, and confidential. The resolution agreements may be incorporated into a legally binding contract, which is binding on the parties who execute the contract. Arbitration. The most common alternative to litigation is arbitration. It is a method to resolve disputes outside of a courtroom. Disputes will be heard by an impartial arbitrator or perhaps several arbitrators, and a decision is made. The decisions are legally binding and there is no recourse for other action. In this video, I will describe the activities in the litigation process. Litigation is a process of taking a case to court. In business civil litigation, the two parties are the plaintiff, who files a lawsuit, and the defendant, the person the lawsuit is against. Both the plaintiff and the defendant typically have attorneys. Litigation attorneys or trial lawyers specialize in this kind of work. The diagram shows the stages of the process from left to right. Initial dispute. The plaintiff initiates the process and has the responsibility to prove that the case is valid. The overall objective is to reach a settlement, which can happen at any time throughout the process. Complaint. The process of bringing a lawsuit to court begins with the plaintiff filing a complaint, and usually a summons is filed. Answer. The summons gives the defendant notice of the lawsuit and sets a deadline for a response. Discovery. Usually, a date is set for the beginning of the lawsuit, and the parties begin gathering information and taking depositions or statements. Trial preparation. Motions are filed with the court by both parties, some requesting information and some procedural. Procedural motions might include a request for a change of venue or a request that the case is heard by a judge or a jury. The process working up to the actual court date can take several months, as information is gathered and motions are presented and the decisions are made. Trial. Finally, the lawsuit comes to court at the appointed date. A judge or jury hears the case and renders a decision. Post-trial. If either party has a good reason for questioning the verdict, they can appeal. The appeals process goes through higher courts. The process of bringing a lawsuit to court begins with the plaintiff filing a written complaint. An employee must have enough evidence to make a prima facie case. Prima facie is Latin for at first face. It means the first glance or how something appears to be at first sight. The employee is required to meet their burden of proof by demonstrating the employee was engaged in a protected activity, the employer knew or suspected that the employee was engaged in a protected activity, the employee suffered an unfavorable employment action. Sufficient circumstances exist to infer that a contributing factor to the unfavorable action was the employee's participation in a protected activity. Once the employee has made the prima facie case, the employer must represent some evidence of a legitimate non-discriminatory motive for the challenged action or decision. In the litigation process, HR has four primary functions. 1. Preserve documentation. Legal counsel will advise to preserve all records related to the lawsuit. Records may not be destroyed or altered. 2. Identify others involved. The lawsuit should have sufficient information to create a list of people involved. This includes the complaining employee's supervisor, any decision makers, and co-workers who were present at the time. Also, other employees who are in similar situations as the complaining employee should be noted. 3. Gathering witness information. HR will need to identify appropriate witnesses in the lawsuit, as they may be called to testify. They should also be asked to preserve any records until the matter is settled. And 4. Communicate with all involved employees. HR should notify all employees involved that they may not discuss the case with the complaining employee or with the employee's legal counsel. In addition, advise the employees to report to HR or legal any attempts to contact them about the case. The purpose of employee relations is to strengthen the employer-employee relationship through identifying and resolving workplace issues, measuring employee satisfaction and morale, and providing support and input into the company's performance management system. We frame this by addressing elements in the employment relationship, the federal laws and regulations supporting employee relations, the types of employment commitments, and workplace policies and procedures. Employers have the power to create and enforce workplace policies and procedures, providing they do not break any laws or regulations. When these are communicated to employees and they understand the general principles that should guide their behavior, they can then apply these principles to specific situations. Many employers boast that their employees are their business's most valuable asset. However, some workforce challenges prevent employees from reaching their full potential. They include the types of workplace behavioral issues, resolving a workplace conflict, tracking and managing issues, handling internal investigations, and addressing workplace discipline. Having good employee relations is crucial to every business because when managers and employees share a positive relationship, employee engagement, productivity, motivation, and morale are high. Most of the time, many of these issues can be resolved through healthy communications. Whether voluntary or involuntary, not all separations end well, so it's important that the offboarding experience be as thoughtful as the onboarding process. To understand this, review the standard employee separation process, identify ways to make effective decisions for employment actions, address the options for alternative dispute resolution, explore the types of workplace legal claims, and discover which claims can be covered under employment practice liability insurance should it be required. To maintain positive employee relations, employers must first view employees as business stakeholders and contributors rather than paid workers. This perspective encourages those in management and executive roles to seek employee engagement, to value their employees' input more highly, and to consider the employee experience when making decisions that affect business operations. Health, safety, and security are key components of organizational risk, and will uncover how they impact organizational and personal workplace performance. In this topic, we will cover the organizational risk employers are exposed to. On the PHR exam program overview chart, we'll be addressing Functional Area 5 and covering Employee and Labor Relations, which is worth 39% of the exam. The third course in the series is Organizational Risk, which is highlighted in red. All functional areas of human resources touch on some aspect of organizational risk as it is inherent in legal compliance, employee health and safety, security, business continuity, workplace privacy, and other activities and business functions. This table overviews the employee and labor relations processes that will serve as a quick reference to locate activities across the function. In the third column is organizational risk. This refers to the process of assessing and ideally measuring risk and developing strategies to protect the financial interests of the business, including health and safety, occupational hazards and compensation, and the privacy and protection of people and assets. These processes look at identifying, analyzing, assessing, and managing risk in the HR function. For HR professionals, the focus of these activities is on managing those aspects of risk that impact the people, assets, and function of the business. These programs are often viewed as HR's responsibility, even though many businesses assign them to other functions, and others may have a standalone department depending on the size of the business and the seriousness of the threat. The key to successfully managing risk is to first understand the risks through the identification process, to analyze and prioritize them, and then apply the appropriate strategies to minimize, monitor, and control the impact. HR professionals are often responsible for identifying risks to the employer and the employees. These risks include exposure from improper compliance with labor laws, security lapse, business interruptions due to environmental or political conditions, and privacy violations. These are just a few of the many. In most activities, some amount of risk will be present, so while it may never go away completely, the focus should be on the magnitude of the risk. The process of identifying and assessing risk makes it possible for businesses to take steps to mitigate or prevent losses. HR risk can be classified into one of 5 areas. Legal compliance. Employers are at risk for potential lawsuits arising from employment practices that are out of compliance with laws and regulations, which are designed to protect the employees from unlawful activities such as discrimination, wrongful termination, and sexual harassment. Failure to comply with legal requirements has a potential to cost employers millions of dollars in legal expenses, judgments, penalties, and fines. Workplace privacy. HR typically has responsibility for maintaining the privacy of highly confidential employee information. The risks to this information range from identity theft to the release of private health information, PHI, and improper workplace monitoring procedures. Security. These can affect financial operations and practices, physical assets such as buildings and equipment, information assets such as documentation and storage, and the people who work in the business. At times, employees may be the source of the risk, as in the case with a hacker or embezzler. At other times, they may need to be protected from a risk such as a fire or natural disaster. Safety and health. Almost all work environments pose risks for illness and injury in the workplace. In addition to those that operate heavy equipment or are in dangerous situations, office workers can be faced with the possibility of repetitive stress injuries, emotional and physical stress, and strains. Business continuity. The ability to continue operating a business can be adversely affected by environmental disasters, organized or deliberate interruptions, loss of utilities and public services, equipment or system failures, serious information incidents, or other emergencies. The HR responsibility for mitigating risk in this area is to help develop programs that protect human assets. One way for an HR professional to identify and assess risk is to ask questions of executives, managers, and employees and to learn what challenges they face in the course of doing their jobs. Here are the HR tools to identify and assess risk. Input. Informal conversations can provide a wealth of useful information that can improve HR services as well as provide insights and potential risks facing the business. Tools and techniques. Checklists are a good source as well as expert judgment and previous project experience. The latter tends to be elusive because we all want to forget the bad things that happened on previous projects. Outputs. The main output of this process is a risk register. As projects are identified, the risk should be captured in a risk register. And finally, a risk report summarizes all the activities. The first step to understanding exposure is to perform a needs assessment, often referred to as a risk analysis or vulnerability analysis. A vulnerability analysis asks managers to ask what if. What if we were out of electricity or water for an extended period of time? What if the alarm systems were inoperative? What if we were required to move large amounts of cash or sensitive equipment to another location? What if we experienced severe weather conditions, such as a hurricane or heavy snowfall? What if our employees could not get to work, or if they could not get home? Not all risks are the same, nor are all operations of a business equally vulnerable. For example, a power outage can have a significant impact on immediate operations of a business, especially if it disables the computer systems. Obviously, the most serious potential loss is a loss of life. The risk analysis includes identifying the business assets and analyzing potential threats to these assets. The definition of assets involves more than just a listing of the buildings, equipment, and supply. It includes all the business's assets that need protection, including physical assets, intellectual property, information, and future economic activity. An analysis of the potential threats involves examining the criminal, natural, accidental, and operational problems that place the assets at risk. This analysis utilizes past incident reports, area crime information, site inspections at all sites of the business, and interviews with a broad cross-section of employees. Some risks are obvious, such as a facility located on a floodplain or in a high-crime area. Other risks are not as apparent, such as the consequences of a power outage to unsaved data files or the potential destruction caused by a disgruntled employee. The business's neighborhood and surroundings should also be examined to assess the likelihood of theft and vandalism. A risk assessment is the process used to determine the likelihood that a business will be affected by a particular risk, such as an employee injured as a result of unsafe working conditions or a case of identity theft resulting from a breach of confidential employee information. The tools typically used by most HR professionals is the vulnerability analysis or assessment and the risk matrix, which are both shown. As shown, the assessment determines the business's vulnerability by looking at the probability a loss will occur and the gravity of the impact. Both are assigned ratings. A combination of the impact of probability rating and the severity rating can be used to evaluate the potential risk from a given threat. A simple risk matrix is depicted in the bottom table. High risks are designated by the red cells, moderate risk by the yellow cells, and low risk by the green cells. With this knowledge, it is possible to identify which losses are most likely to occur and what controls must be put in place to prevent them. Identifying and ranking risk provides a business with an opportunity to be proactive and implement controls to prevent losses. Once possible risks are identified and analyzed, risk strategies are reviewed. They include mitigation, which minimizes the risk, acceptance, which helps to manage the risk, avoidance, which is to eliminate the risk, and transfers, which covers the risk through insurance. Depending on the level of the risk and its impact on operations, decisions can be made on which option will best address the risk. In this video, I will describe the types of HR audits. An HR audit is a systematic and comprehensive evaluation of HR's policies, procedures, and practices. HR audit outcomes are usually identified in priority order to correct and accomplish tasks that will protect the business, create best practices, identify gaps in performance, as well as to identify those areas needing improvement. There are different types of audits, such as those that are caused by legal embattlements with a lawsuit or regulatory compliance, and those that are done to achieve a level of world-class acknowledgement, such as being recognized for best practices. When an HR risk has been identified, the following types of HR audits can be used to maximize exposure. Compliance. This focuses on how well the business is complying with current federal, state, and local laws and regulations to address legal compliance. Best practices. This helps the business maintain or improve a competitive advantage by comparing its practices with those of other businesses identified as having exceptional HR practices. It's an opportunity to address the types of improvement that can be made to help reduce HR costs. Strategic. This focuses on strengths and weaknesses of systems and processes to determine whether they align with HR and the business's strategic plan. It can help determine if the HR practices are supporting the business strategy. Function specific. This focuses on a specific area in the HR function, such as payroll or performance management or records retention. This evaluates the checks and balances in place to support the organizational structure. It is recommended that HR audits be conducted every couple of years as a standard operating procedure. However, several events may signal the need for a specific type of HR audit. Looking at the first column on the left, the company reaches the threshold number of employees, 15, 20, 50, or 100. At this point, various federal, state, and local regulations and laws become applicable. The employer creates or modifies an employee handbook. A new head of human resource management or another senior HR lead is onboarded. The column on the right, the business grows to the point where line managers can no longer make their own hiring, discipline, and promotion decisions without HR's assistance. Employee morale, turnover, attendance, or excessive disciplinary problems signal the need for HR to evaluate its practices. The business becomes a government contractor or subcontractor and therefore is subject to new federal regulations. An HR audit evaluates the performance of HR organizations and identifies areas that may be out of compliance with legal requirements or that may need updating because of strategic changes within the business. Starting with an outline or checklist helps an auditor to stay on track. Here's the basic HR audit process flow, starting in the upper left corner on the first row and moving from left to right. Define audit scope. This takes a look at which type of audit is to be conducted. Establish budget. This helps to determine the costs involved and how much funding will be needed. Seek top management support. Scope and budget should provide enough information for top management approval. Top management needs to be committed to the HR audit and in taking the steps required to remediate any problems. Recruit audit team. The audit team may select HR employees and managers in non-HR areas to better assess the human resource functions and effectiveness. Drop into the second row and moving from the right to the left. Develop an audit checklist. This is a guide for the audit team to use to ensure a consistent process is followed. Gather relevant tools. This may include approvals for temporary system accesses. Collect company and HR policy data. This is a compilation of other relevant information which may be included to support or validate findings. Consider legalities. It's important to note that the information learned during the HR audit process may be discoverable by opposing counsel in a potential lawsuit. Drop into the third row and starting in the bottom left corner and moving to the right. Benchmark findings. This can take a comparative look at similar internal organizations or other companies external to the business. Create action plans. Action plans are created to improve areas identified in the audit. Provide feedback. The HR audit report should be reviewed with management and HR professionals to implement processes to help HR become more effective and improve relations with management and employees. HR services employees in all areas of the operation, so improvement can affect morale throughout the business. In this video, I will review the federal laws and regulations related to safety activities. The acts shown are separated into two groups. The group in the top two rows have 5 acts, which are the primary legislation listed from the earliest to the most recent. They will be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The group in the bottom row has 4 acts, which are listed from the earliest to the most recent. Their coverage will be highlighted. Signed into law by President Richard M. Nixon on December 29, 1970, the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970, or OSH Act, holds employers accountable for providing a safe and healthy working environment. It is the responsibility of each employer to provide a place of employment that is free from recognized hazards that are causing or likely to cause death or serious harm to employees. The Act covers all employers and employees except for self-employed persons, family farms with only family members working, workplaces already protected by other federal statutes, and state and local governments whose employers and employees are to implement improved safety and health programs. The basic purposes of the Act are to reduce hazards in the workplace and to implement improved safety and health programs. OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, who oversees the Act, also requires employers to maintain reporting and record-keeping systems that monitor job-related injuries and illnesses. The regulations implementing this legislation have grown over time and they're complex and detailed. It is important that HR professionals understand the basics and how to obtain additional detailed information that applies to their employer's circumstance. Posters are available for download from the OSHA website without charge. Employees of financial services companies, banks, credit unions, stock brokerage, and investment firms have been in the headlines during the recent years. Employees have uncovered and disclosed misbehavior among other employees and were protected under whistleblower provisions of various laws, which is overseen by 2 groups. Occupational Safety Health Act. OSHA provides information, assists someone else in providing information, or assists in investigation of alleged violations of mail, wire, bank, or securities fraud, or violations of the SEC regulations or federal laws protecting shareholders from fraud. They also seek to rectify unfavorable actions against employees in any of the terms and conditions of employment. Sarbanes-Oxley Act, SOX. This act covers violations of securities laws or breaches of fiduciary responsibility. It can be reported to either the Chief Legal Officer or CEO by in-house attorneys or outside counsel. If no resolution has been taken, the attorney must report to the Audit Committee of the Board of Directors. Section 806 of SOX provides broad protection for employees who initiate reports on what they reasonably believe are business actions in violation of SEC regulations or other federal securities laws. Whistleblowers are protected from disciplinary action, termination, or other penalties. OSHA's Whistleblower Protection Program under the Department of Labor enforces the whistleblower protections of more than 20 whistleblower statutes, protecting employees from retaliation for reporting. The Federal Mine and Safety and Health Act of 1977, commonly known as the Mine Act, amended the 1969 Coal Act in a number of significant ways. It consolidated all federal health and safety regulations of the mining industry, both coal and metal non-metal, under a single statutory scheme. The key components of the Mine Act include 4 annual inspections required at underground mines, 2 annual inspections required at all surface mines, strengthen and enhance rights for miners, enhance protection of miners from retaliation for exercising such rights, establish mandatory miner training provisions, and requiring mine rescue teams for underground mines. The Mine Act transferred enforcement responsibilities from the Department of Interior to the Department of Labor and named the new administration agency Mine Safety and Health Administration, MSHA. Additionally, the Mine Act established the Independent Federal Mine Safety and Health Review Commission to provide independent review of most of MSHA's enforcement actions. Mining employers are required to develop and implement a written plan that contains effective programs for training new miners and newly hired experienced miners, and site-specific hazard awareness training. The USA Patriot Act of 2001 is an acronym that stands for Uniting and Strengthening America by Providing Appropriate Tools Required to Intercept and Obstruct Terrorism Act of 2001. It was passed in response to the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks. The act expanded the authority of the United States law enforcement agencies in fighting terrorism. Particularly relevant for human resource managers is a provision of the law that expands authority to U.S. enforcement law agencies in fighting terrorism by easing restrictions on law enforcement agencies in their search for personnel records and giving the rights to detain terrorist suspects without phone privileges. Employers should include a disclaimer in their privacy policies that inform employees of the possibility that they may need to disclose confidential information if it is requested by the federal government. The Homeland Security Act of 2002 was signed into law by President George W. Bush on November 25, 2002. The act was drafted in the aftermath of the September 11, 2001 attacks. Until the passage of the Homeland Security Act, the United States security apparatus had been dispersed across a wide range of federal agencies and the military. It established the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, as a new department in the executive branch of the government and established a number of measures aimed at protecting the national security. In addition to creating an entirely new federal government organization with its own mandate, a cabinet-level secretary, and more than 180,000 employees at the time of its founding, the Homeland Security Act placed a number of existing agencies beneath a larger umbrella of DHS, which took on responsibilities ranging from infrastructure protection and chemical, biological, nuclear, and related countermeasures to border and transportation security, emergency preparedness and response, and coordination with other parts of the federal government, with state and local government, and with the private sector. The Department of Homeland Security, or DHS, was formed in the wake of the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, as part of a determined national effort to safeguard the United States against terrorism. Its mission is to secure the nation from many threats and keep America safe. This requires the dedication of more than 240,000 employees in jobs that range from aviation and border security to emergency response, from cybersecurity analyst to chemical facility inspector. DHS became the third largest federal department, bringing together 22 different federal agencies, each with a defined role in this effort. As depicted, the Homeland Security Act of 2002 transferred the control of immigration from the Department of Justice to the Department of Homeland Security. The responsibilities were then split into two agencies. On the left, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, handles investigations, detentions, and deportations. On the right, the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, or USCIS, who is responsible for the administration of visas, naturalization, and asylums. The Office of Workers' Compensation Programs administers 4 major disability compensation programs which provide wage replacement benefits, medical treatment, vocational rehabilitation, and other benefits to certain workers for their dependents who experience work-related injury or occupational disease. Federal Employees Compensation Act of 1916. The Act provides workers' compensation coverage to approximately 2.6 million federal and postal workers around the world for employment-related injuries and occupational diseases. The Division of Federal Employees Compensation has responsibility for administering the Act and its 12 district offices and national office. Longshore and Harbor Workers' Compensation Act of 1927. The Division's mission is to minimize the impact of land-based maritime employment injuries and deaths on the injured employees and their families by ensuring that workers' compensation benefits are provided promptly and properly under the laws. Benefits paid under this Act and its extensions totaled $1.1 billion in calendar year 2018. The role of the division is to provide technical assistance, dispute resolution services, and oversee benefit delivery by the self-insured employers and insurance carriers it authorizes and regulates. Black Lung Benefits Act of 1969. The Division of Coal Mine Workers' Compensation, or Federal Black Lung Program, administers claims filed under the Black Lung Benefit Act. The Act provides compensation to coal miners who are totally disabled by pneumoconiosis arising out of coal mine employment and to survivors of coal miners whose deaths are attributed to the disease. The Act also provides eligible miners with medical coverage for the treatment of lung diseases related to pneumoconiosis. Energy Employees Occupational Illness Compensation Program Act of 2000. The Act compensates current or former employees or their survivors of the Department of Energy, its predecessors' agencies, and certain of its vendors, contractors, and subcontractors who were diagnosed with a radiogenic cancer, diseases as a result of exposure to radiation, beryllium, or silica while employed at covered facilities. In this video, I will share how employers manage safety and health risk and the key reporting requirements. Environmental health and safety programs are governed by the Occupational Safety and Health Act, OSH Act, and administered by the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA. Employers are required to implement an injury and illness prevention program that should include safety and health management, emergency action, and fire prevention. Employers are also required to maintain an injury and illness compensation plan to compensate workers who are hurt on the job, to provide them with income replacement, Medicare, etc. OSHA requires employers to provide a workplace that is safe and healthy for all employees, and they must also comply with established standards. The employer's responsibilities can be categorized into 2 buckets. In the left column, keep employees informed, and in the middle column, keep employees safe. OSHA has established other requirements for employers to have some rights as well. They include the right to seek advice and consultation from OSHA and to be active in the industry activities involved in health and safety issues. Employers may also participate in the OSHA Standard Advisory Committee process in writing or by giving testimony at hearings. Finally, employers may contact NIOSH for information about substances used in the work processes to determine whether they are toxic. At times, employers may be unable to comply with OSHA standards, because of the nature of specific operations. When this happens, they can apply to OSHA for temporary or permanent waivers to the standards as long as they have proof that the protections developed by the business meets or exceeds those standards required. When the OSH Act was passed in 1970, employees were granted the basic right to a workplace with safe and healthy working conditions. The Act intended to encourage employers and employees to collaborate in reducing workplace hazards. Employees have the responsibility to comply with all OSHA standards and with safety and health procedures implemented by their employers. OSHA provides a general duty standard as shown here on the left. It requires employers to provide jobs and a workplace environment that are free from recognized safety and health hazards that could potentially cause death or serious physical harm. The standard also requires employers to comply with all OSHA rules and regulations and standards. Whenever possible, the Act encouraged OSHA to use previously existing federal standards or industry standards that already had substantial agreement in the industry. The resulting standards on the right range from those that are job and industry specific, such as a standard for bloodborne pathogens, to those that apply to businesses in many different industries. The most common standards are shown with the OSHA title and the number assigned to it in the Code of Federal Regulations, CFR, for easy reference. While every attempt is made to keep employees safe, on occasion incidents will occur, and OSHA requires employers to report incidents resulting in a specific medical treatment within a specified time to be compliant. Starting in the top left corner, we can drill straight down the emergency path. A worker has been fatally injured. It needs to be reported to OSHA within 8 hours. If the incident was fatal, we can follow the option across the top row to determine that the reporting requirement is 24 hours. If the incident is not one of these major items listed, then we'll end up at the far right with no report required. OSHA regulations require that records be kept for many purposes. It is necessary to conduct and document inspections of the workplace, looking for safety and health hazards. It is also necessary to document and make available to employees about hazardous materials and how they must be handled. Here are the three main OSHA forms. Illness and Injury Incident Report, Form 301. This must include a record of each incident resulting in medical treatment other than first aid, loss of consciousness, restriction of work motion, or a transfer or termination of employment. Log of Work-Related Injuries and Illnesses, Form 300. Anytime there is a serious or fatal accident, a full incident report must be prepared by the employer and maintained in the safety file. These records must be maintained for a minimum of 5 years from the date of the incident. Summary of Work-Related Injuries and Illnesses, Form 300A. Employers with 10 or more people on the payroll must summarize all injury and illness instances and post that summary in a conspicuous place within the workplace. The report must remain posted from February the 1st to April the 30th of each year. Certain employers are exempt from some OSHA record-keeping requirements, and they generally are classified by Industry Standard Industrial Classification, SIC code. Employers in the medical industry, construction industry, or manufacturing industry, or those using nuclear materials of any kind, have other requirements that must be met. Beginning in 2017, OSHA required certain employers to electronically submit the injury and illness data that they record on their site OSHA injury and illness forms, and that data will be published online. The amount of data submitted varies depending on the size of the company and the type of the industry. Most workplaces with 250 or more employees and workplaces in certain high-risk industries with 20 or more employees must electronically submit information from the previous year's Form 300A. Beginning in 2018, workplaces with 250 or more employees will be required to submit information from all the previous year's forms, Form 300A, Form 300, and Form 301. OSHA is authorized to conduct workplace investigations to enforce its standards. Since OSHA does not have time to conduct annual inspections of every workplace, it has established a list of inspection priorities. First priority, imminent danger situations. This is the highest priority of situations and are those involving imminent danger. An imminent danger is any condition where a high probability exists that an accident may occur that will result in death or serious physical harm. Second priority, fatalities and catastrophes. OSHA's second priority is to investigate injuries and illnesses that result in fatalities, inpatient hospitalizations, amputations, or losses of an eye. These investigations determine whether OSHA standards have been violated and whether immediate changes are needed. Third priority, complaints and referrals. OSHA's third priority is to investigate employees' complaints of alleged violations. The Act gives employees the right to request an inspection when they believe that imminent danger exists or that OSHA standards are being violated. Employees can submit complaints anonymously, and employers are forbidden from discriminating against employees who request inspections. Fourth priority, program hazard inspections. OSHA's next priority is to investigate industries and individual workplaces with high incident rates. Industries and firms with high rates of injuries and illnesses are targeted for inspection. Fifth priority, follow-up inspections. Under certain circumstances, OSHA checks on workplaces to ensure abatement of violations cited during previous inspections. Violations of OSHA standards can be very costly for a company. The Bipartisan Budget Act of 2015 required OSHA, beginning in 2016, to adjust its penalties according to the cost of living adjustment established by the Consumer Price Index, CPI. Penalties for OSHA violations increased by 78% in 2016 and will be adjusted annually according to the CPI. There are 5 levels of violations under the Act. De minimis violations. There is no direct or immediate relationship to the job safety or health, so there is no penalty. Other than serious violations, this has a direct relationship to safety or health, but unlikely to cause serious physical harm. There are discretionary penalties, but may be adjusted downward by as much as 95%. Serious violations. There is substantial probability of death or serious harm, and the employer knew or should have known of the hazard. A mandatory penalty is imposed, but may be adjusted downward based on the employer's good faith history or previous violations. Willful violations. This is intentional disregard for a specific OSHA standard or general duty clause. The penalties will vary and will be based for each violation and potentially as long as 6 months in prison if the violation results in a fine. Fines for an individual or a corporation may be imposed for a criminal conviction. Repeated violations. Repeated willful violations of a similar nature can be penalized for the maximum amount for each violation. In this video, I will share workplace safety and security risks. Senior leaders must help their organizations manage enterprise risk. As with most functions, it begins with conducting risk assessments and then properly allocating resources to the education and prevention of crises. Types of situations requiring prevention and response plans are crises in leadership, public relations crises, financial crises, workplace disasters, workplace violence, and cybersecurity breaches. Every business should have a security policy in place to keep employees, company property, and goods safe and secure. Having the right security measures can help prevent and deter burglars or people who intend to enter the property without permission. Security is the top of minds of most businesses, so here are some checks that can be carried out. Post a security guard. This can be done at the main building entrances or entrances to specific offices where unauthorized access may be problematic. Monitor people using building entrances. This can be by the use of metal detectors, closed-circuit television, or cameras. Ensure that the office area or other location be secure from unauthorized persons. Common tools for this include a digital lock door, swipe key card access, security cameras, and alarm systems. Ensure that all staff follow strict access control procedures. Don't allow any exceptions. Workplace violence is defined more broadly than just acts of violence. It refers to any act taken by an employee that undermines the purpose for which the business exists. As a safety measure, businesses should implement workplace violence policies that may include the following: zero tolerance. This prohibits any workplace violence. Prevention. Strategies and training to prevent workplace violence can be helpful. Crisis management. Establish plans for responding to threats and violent confrontations. Recovery. Counseling and support for victims and other employees who may have been traumatized by an incident of the workplace violence. Employers cannot entirely eliminate the problems that drive employees to lose control. Although many other problems that trigger these violent outbursts are work-related, the root cause may be much deeper and associated with personal and family lives. Employers cannot be expected to eliminate or to be held responsible for all the emotional outbursts angry employees have. However, there are many preventative measures that employers should try to implement. Provide employees with a vehicle to express concerns, check employee references and monitor behavior, and maintain a zero-tolerance policy for weapons and violence. HR is expected to manage crisis situations and should learn about the nature of terrorism. Terrorism is the use of force or violence against persons or property in violation of the criminal laws of the United States for purposes of intimidation, coercion, or ransom. Terrorists use threats and violence to create public fear, to discredit the government, or to generate publicity for their causes. Terrorists often choose targets that offer little danger to themselves and areas with relatively easy public access. Terrorists look for visible targets where they can avoid detection before or after an attack, such as international airports, large cities, major international events, resorts, and high-profile landmarks. Many of the same techniques used to prepare for other crises can be adapted. In 2011, the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, replaced the color-coded alerts of the Homeland Security Advisory System, HHAS, with the National Terrorism Advisory System, NTAS. This new system, shown on the left, was designed to communicate information more effectively about terrorist threats by providing timely, detailed information to the American public. It recognizes that all Americans share responsibility for the nation's security and should always be aware of the heightened risk of domestic terrorist attacks and what they should do. NTAS advisories, whether they are alerts or bulletins, encourage individuals to follow the guidance provided by state or local officials and to report suspicious activity. Where possible and applicable, NTAS advisories will include steps that individuals and communities can take to protect themselves from the threat as well as to help detect or prevent an attack before it happens. HR professionals are assuming health, safety, and security responsibilities within their business. This role is important to administer, communicate, and champion the policies. Here are some goals they strive for: manage HR costs, understand and manage workplace risk, attract and retain good workers, provide excellent customer service, and to provide the tools and data for corporate planning functions. In this video, I will review the business continuity risk. Employers have generally not been responsible for their employees during crisis situations, and there's a growing expectation that businesses have some legal liability for the well-being of their employees and customers. This liability stems from the General Duty Clause of the Occupational Safety and Health Act and on theories of negligence under the law. More often, the courts are finding that an employer's violation of safety rules is intentional. The priorities that should be addressed through business continuity planning include, first and foremost, employee safety and well-being, financial and customer data protection, building and other physical asset security, business productivity and continuation of services. Businesses should have an emergency response program with critical plans for reestablishing organizational functions after an emergency. The planning process includes these steps: starting at the top center box and following the arrows. Identify and involve stakeholders. This is a list of the types of emergencies that the workplace could potentially be exposed to. Engage key personnel in the development process and gather input from a cross-section of employees and experts. Conduct risk assessment. This is the first step towards having an emergency response program, which will help to address the physical facilities, emergency exits, fire suspension systems, utility shutoff access, hazardous materials used in the workplace, protective equipment needs for operations, employee training for special equipment, the use of proper lockout tag procedures, and proper handling of carcinogenic substances such as copy machine toner. Develop emergency response plans. Create plans for each emergency response. Once the plan is developed, it should be shared with all employees so they know what to do if an emergency happens. Implement program. A key element of an emergency response program is practicing each plan to see whether they will actually work. Drills are the dress rehearsal for the actual event, and the practice behavior responses will become essential. Employees need to practice evacuating their work location so they know for sure what to do when an emergency occurs. This could be part of the dress rehearsal or the real event. Either way, it's important to go through the process as planned. Invoke appropriate response plan. As the scope of the emergency becomes clear, the best plan should be invoked to address a specific situation. Monitor and evaluate program and response. Evaluate the results of the rehearsal or the emergency and adjust plans based on those experiences. Debrief to gather input from individuals as well as collective input of managers and employees. Identify where improvements can be made and then make them. Ready.gov is a website developed by the Department of Homeland Security. It has resources for employers to study for practical application of workplace response planning. Part of an employer's obligation is to provide a safe and healthy work environment and to ensure that the business has emergency response plans for handling such emergencies as fires, explosions, earthquakes, chemical spills, and acts of terrorism. HR is often called upon to help design response plans to business risk. An effective program includes the following provisions. Incident response. This plan provides instructions for responding to several potential scenarios, such as data breaches, denial of services, firewall breaches, viruses or malware outbreaks, or insider threats. It helps the business identify the attacks or to follow a proper protocol containing the threat and recover from when it was breached. Crisis management. This is the design of strategies that will effectively deal with a sudden and significant negative event, recognize the early signs of a crisis, and warn employees against the aftermath and take the necessary precautions to minimize the exposure. When appropriate, engage with media at the earliest stage, which will help to maximize the chances to minimize negative coverage. Once the issue becomes live in the media, there's a need for clear processes to actively manage the situation. Remember, the modern media encompasses online, where the spread of information can spread locally, nationally, and internationally. Business continuity. These recovery strategies are used to restore business operations to a minimum acceptable level following a business disruption. They are prioritized by the recovery time objectives developed during the business impact analysis. A typical approach is a phased recovery of the business's critical processes. Disaster recovery. This plan outlines precautions to take to minimize the effects of a tragedy and recovery of the infrastructure services. The plan should establish the recovery time objective and recovery point objective to return to business as usual. Emergencies can create a variety of challenges for workers in the impacted area. Therefore, proper handling is critical to ensure workers have the necessary equipment, know where to go, and know how to keep themselves safe. Here is some guidance that will benefit employers across industries and for workers who will be responding to the emergency. Emergency team. In times of an emergency, people must know who to contact and who has authority to make critical decisions. Backup positions should be designated and clearly defined in the event the individual in the leadership role is the one who is injured or not in a position to give instructions. Employee accounting. Someone in the business with a backup should be responsible for accounting for all employees when the emergency strikes. All employees should know who to contact to report their status and what they know about others. Communication center. A command center should be established to coordinate communications. A designated center is necessary to receive incoming communication and dispense information. Provision should be made for establishing alternative communication procedures since normal communication systems may be destroyed. Employee training. Employees should know what to do when an emergency strikes. All employees need to know such things as emergency evacuation procedures, alarm systems, fire drills, reporting procedures, shutdown protocols, and procedures for identifying and accounting for employees. OSHA has recommended this training occur annually. Medical assistance. Employers should have first aid kits and medical supplies available. Special trained employees should also be available to render medical assistance in case of an emergency. Protective clothing should be available in areas where it may be necessary. Water fountains or stored water for flushing an employee's eyes should it be located in areas where chemical spills are likely. Developing a communication plan is an important aspect of emergency preparedness. Receiving timely information in the event of an emergency can help keep employees safe and provide a peace of mind. The following are examples for managing emergency employee communication. Develop an emergency communication plan that describes how employees will be contacted. Disseminate information as soon as possible. Silence from an employer following an emergency can be disconcerting to employees. Even a message from the employer saying that the situation is being evaluated and that updates will be sent soon can provide reassurance. Accuracy should not be sacrificed for speed, however. Provide the information most relevant to the employees, including updates about the facility closures, recovery plans, work schedule changes, and the general conditions of affected coworkers. Test the emergency communication system periodically to ensure that information can get to the employees accurately and efficiently. After an emergency situation, evaluate the communication with employees to assess what went well and what can improve. In this video, I will review the federal laws and regulations related to health activities. These 7 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in the summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and the compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The Drug-Free Workplace Act of 1988 requires that government contractors make a good faith effort to ensure a drug-free workplace. Employers are required to prohibit unlawful drug use in the workplace and institute drug awareness education for employees. Although these measures do not mandate drug testing, careful drug screening is consistent with the intent of the Act and could be regarded as evidence of the required good faith effort. The Act requires that federal contractors with contracts of $100,000 or more must follow certain requirements to certify federal contracting agencies that they maintain a drug-free work environment. The Americans with Disabilities Act ADA of 1990 was first proposed in 1988, and it was backed by thousands of individuals across the country who had been fighting for the rights of their family members, friends, and co-workers to have equal access to community services, jobs, training, and promotions. The act was finally signed into law by President George H.W. Bush on July 26, 1990, and became fully effective for all employers with 15 or more workers on July 26, 1992. Prior to this legislation, the only employees who were protected against disability employment discrimination were the ones working for the federal, state, or local government and federal government contractors who were captured by the Rehabilitation Act. This act covers employers with 15 or more workers on the payroll and may not discriminate against a physically or mentally disabled individual in recruitment, hiring, promotion, training, pay, social activities, and other privileges of employment. Qualified individuals with a disability are to be treated as other job applicants and employees are treated. If a job accommodation is required for a qualified individual to perform the assigned or essential job functions, employers are required to provide that accommodation or recommend an alternative that would be equally effective. The interactive process between employers and employee should result in an accommodation or an explanation about why making the accommodation would provide an undue hardship on the employer. This act is enforced by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. EEOC, to provide the guidelines to encourage employers and individuals to work together to determine what are appropriate and reasonable accommodations rather than employers make alone. Job accommodations are situationally dependent adjustments to a job or work environment that makes it possible for an individual with a disability to perform their duties. The table displayed identifies the key considerations. Disability. Employers are required to consider as disabled anyone with a condition that substantially limits but does not significantly restrict a major life activity. Even though the limitation may be reduced or eliminated with medication or other alleviations, the treatment may not be considered when determining the limitations. This qualifies employees who use shoe inserts to correct a back problem, or who take prescription sleeping pills, or those who are allergic to peanuts or bee stings may now be classified as disabled. However, there may be no request for a job accommodation. An essential function is defined as a portion of the job assignment that cannot be removed from the job without significantly changing the nature of the job. In the job analysis, these are the duties listed first, and when possible, given the percentage of the time performed, as it indicates the special qualifications, skills, or abilities to perform that function. In the job analysis, these are the duties listed first, and when possible, given the percentage of time performed, as it indicates the special qualifications, skills, or abilities to perform that function. Accommodation requests. There must be a request for accommodation from the employee to provide accommodation before any action is required by the employer. It is perfectly acceptable for the employer to request supporting documentation from medical experts identifying the disability. There may even be recommendations for specific accommodations, including those requested by the employee. Reasonable accommodation. The ADA requires covered entities to make reasonable accommodation to develop employment opportunities for qualified persons with disabilities in two areas. The facility should be accessible to persons with disabilities. The position requirements must be adjusted to accommodate qualified persons with a disability. The Act identifies the factors to be considered in determining whether an accommodation is an undue hardship by looking at the cost, the financial resources of the business, the size of the business, and other similar factors. Employers can establish qualification standards to exclude individuals who pose significant risk of substantial harm to the health and safety of others or themselves, if that risk cannot be eliminated or reduced by reasonable accommodation. An employer may not simply assume a threat exists. The employer must objectively establish through medically supportable methods there is a significant risk that substantial harm could occur in the workplace. President Bill Clinton signed the Family and Medical Leave Act, FMLA, of 1993, which was created to assist employees in balancing the needs of their families with demands of their jobs, in addition to protecting employees from adverse employment actions and retaliation when they request leave under FMLA. The Act provides 3 benefits for eligible employees in covered organizations: 12 weeks of unpaid leave with a 12-month period, 26 months for military caregivers; continuation of health benefits; reinstatement to the same position or an equivalent position at the end of the leave. The Act applies to all public agencies and schools, regardless of their size, and to private employers with 50 or more employees working within a 75-mile radius. Both the employer and the employee have eligibility requirements. Employees or the Secretary of Labor can bring enforcement action. This is an extensive law that should be reviewed and understood by HR professionals. The Mental Health Parity Act of 1996 is a law that requires health insurance providers to cover mental health care in the same amounts as medical or surgical benefits. Before the Act came into effect, insurance companies were not required to cover mental health care. In the absence of the Act, access to mental health services was a challenge for those of modest financial means. The Needle Stick Safety and Prevention Act of 2000 was established on November 6, 2000, and was orchestrated by a campaign launched by the American Nurses Association called Safe Needles Save Lives. It represented a revolutionary change for healthcare workers in the United States because it meant the government was now involved in their safety. The Act requires employers to identify, evaluate, and implement safer medical devices, maintain a Sharps injury log, involve healthcare workers in deciding which devices are used, implement engineering controls for sharp disposal containers, self-sheathing needles, safer medical devices like Sharps with engineered injury protections and needleless systems, and requires that these engineering controls be used to eliminate or lessen employee exposure to bloodborne pathogens, and also to train employees in the proper usage of the engineering and work practice controls to keep them safe. OSHA sets forth the guidelines to help in the process of choosing which products are safest. However, it is the employer's responsibility to determine which engineering controls are suited for specific workplace hazards and which ones are commercially available. The availability of safe products makes a difference between having a safe workplace and one that could be fatal. On September 25, 2008, President George W. Bush signed the Americans with Disabilities Act Amendments Act ADA-AA of 2008, which took effect on January 1, 2009. Its purpose was to make the definition of disability consistent with the way the courts had defined the term under the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. The Act emphasized that the definition of disability should be construed in favor of a broad coverage of individuals to the maximum extent permissible by the terms of the American Disabilities Act, ADA, and generally shall not require extensive analysis. The Act makes important changes to the definition of the term disability by rejecting the holdings in several Supreme Court decisions and portions of the EEOC's ADA regulations. The effect of these changes is to make it easier for individuals seeking protection under the ADA-AA to establish their disability with the ADA definition. The court interpretations of the Americans with Disabilities Act narrowed the broad scope of the protections originally intended, so the amendment more clearly describes the intent of Congress through its rules of construction. This table shows a summary of the 9 items into 6 categories. Substantially limits. The rule underscores the ADA-AA's expansion of the definition of disability and expansion of persons now covered under ADA due to the elimination of the extensive mitigating measures court case history. Expanded impairments covered. An impairment does not need to prevent or severely or significantly restrict performance of a major life activity to be considered substantially limiting. Not every impairment will be a disability, but this list is broader and emphasizes the change that impairments must permeate work and personal life activities. Disability determination. The primary focus should be on the person's qualifications for a job, the need for reasonable accommodation, or whether discrimination occurred. Extensive analysis should not be required. Individualized assessment. This is still a requirement, but substantially limits is a lower standard than pre-ADA-AA. It is important for employers to realize that although the case-by-case inquiry and analysis is relaxed, it has not been eliminated and is still a mandatory phase of the disability determination and reasonable accommodation analysis. Mitigating measures. Congress directs that except for ordinary glasses or contact lenses, mitigating measures such as medication, prosthetics, hearing aids, mobility devices, and others may not be used to limit the definition of disability. This clearly underscores the fact that the entire 19-year history of court cases establishing mitigating measures was overturned by the ADA-AA. Episodic remission impairments. Many conditions were controlled under the application of mitigating measures. Now, these conditions can be considered as evidence of the presence of a disability. The Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act of 2008 prohibits large group health plans against imposing annual or lifetime dollar limits on mental health benefits and are less favorable than any such limits imposed on medical and/or surgical benefits. The Act preserves the Mental Health Parity Act's protections and adds significant new protections, such as extending the parity requirement to mental health and substance use disorders. Although the law requires a general equivalency in the way mental health and substance use disorders and medical and surgical benefits are treated with respect to the annual lifetime dollar limits, the financial requirements and treatment limitations, the Act does not require large group health plans or health insurance issuers to cover mental health and substance use disorder benefits. The law's requirements apply only to large group health plans and health insurance issuers that choose to include mental health and substance use disorder benefits in their benefit packages. However, the Affordable Care Act builds on this Act and requires coverage of mental health and substance use disorders as one of the 10 essential health benefit categories in non-grandfathered and small group plans. In this video, I will share the process for identifying and communicating health hazards. The National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, or NIOSH, was established by the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970. It is a federal research agency responsible for conducting research and making recommendations for the prevention of work-related injuries and illnesses. It is focused on the study of worker safety and health and empowering employers and workers to create safe and healthy workplaces. NIOSH is part of United States Centers for Disease Control Prevention in the United States Department of Health and Human Services. It has a mandate to assure every man and woman in the nation safe and healthy working conditions and to preserve our human resources. NIOSH has more than 1,300 employees from a diverse set of fields, including epidemiology, medicine, nursing, industrial hygiene, safety, psychology, chemistry, statistics, economics, and many branches of engineering. NIOSH's 2016 to 2020 mission goals and objectives are: 1. Conduct research to reduce worker illness and injury and to advance worker well-being. 2. Promote safety and health workers through interventions, recommendations, and capacity building. And 3. Enhance worker safety and health through global collaborations. OSHA and NIOSH are divisions of two separate government entities. Here are the major differences between them and the ways they interact to improve workplace and safety in every industry. National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health. NIOSH is governed by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. They focus on pushing the scientific field of occupational safety forwards. The results of their research are shared through robust education programs. To improve safety at businesses, they provide workplace training. NIOSH is a research and education institution and not a legal enforcement agency. Occupational Safety and Health Administration. OSHA is an office within the Department of Labor. They are charged with the responsibility to create enforceable safety rules that employers must follow, commonly known as OSHA standards. They have the power under the law to levy fines and take serious violators of OSHA standards to court. OSHA creates and enforces regulations. The OSH Act of 1970 recognized that improving safety in the workplace would require a regulatory agency as well as a research institution. The Act mandated the creation of both NIOSH and OSHA with their complementary missions. Health Hazard Evaluations, HHEs, help to determine the risk of problems and actions businesses should take to resolve them. The primary charge of the Health Hazard Evaluation Program, as described in the OSH Act, is to respond to written requests to investigate workplace health hazards. The program conducts field evaluations and consultations, responds to emergencies, and provides training for health professionals. These activities are conducted by staff trained as generalists in occupational medicine, epidemiology, and industrial hygiene, and by some specialists in such areas as pulmonary medicine. Program stakeholders include those at work sites where HHEs are conducted, workers and employers at similar workplaces, regulatory bodies, occupational and public health practitioners, other NIOSH programs, and the research community more broadly. The NIOSH Health Hazard Evaluation Program responds to requests for evaluation of the workplace health hazards from employers, employees and their representatives, and government agencies. The process shown displays the 3 stages. Health hazard evaluations. Upon request and at no charge, IOSH conducts studies of the workplace to learn if workers are exposed to hazardous materials or harmful conditions. Employee requests requires 3 signatures, a current employee and 2 co-workers. The anticipation of the evaluation will return acknowledgement. Workplace exposure studies. Field investigations are done for the highest priority concerns, which includes those with serious health effects that could be related to the workplace and new or emerging issues. Due to the complex nature of some health hazard evaluations, 1 or more visits may be needed to complete an evaluation. NIOSH evaluates the workplace environment and the health of employees by reviewing records and conducting on-site environmental and medical testing. Workplace exposure studies include chemicals, biological agents, work stress, noise, radiation, and ergonomics. They also consider the likelihood of diseases, injuries, and death as a result of the exposure, as well as factors that may reduce the risk or harm. This involves forecasting the frequency and severity of health consequences among groups of people. Those at the greatest risk are infants, the elderly, pregnant women, the critically ill, and people with compromised immune systems. Exposure management. All of the information taken together allows NIOSH to characterize the total health risk and support the agency decisions and recommendations that follow. During the closing conference, NIOSH investigators discuss preliminary findings. Sometimes NIOSH provides written interim reports while an investigation is in progress. Upon completion of the study, NIOSH issues a report that includes recommendations for addressing identified problems, reducing exposure, and preventing disease. When all the information and data have been analyzed, NIOSH publishes a report that gives findings and recommendations for addressing identified problems, reducing exposure, and preventing disease. Copies of this report are sent to the requester, the employer, employee representatives, OSHA, and other relevant agencies. The employer is required to post a final report in a place accessible to all workers from all areas evaluated. NIOSH has no authority to compel employers to adopt its recommendations. However, experience has shown that many employers address problems identified in the HHE report. This process confirms the findings and allows the employer to regain control to provide a healthy and safe environment for all employees. During a field evaluation, employees and their representatives and NIOSH project officers have legal rights that are considered non-negotiable by NIOSH. Employer rights. Receive an anonymous copy of the health hazard evaluation request, attend opening and closing conferences, observe non-confidential investigative procedures, identify and safeguard trade secrets from being disclosed, require that the investigation not be disruptive, and to require compliance with all workplace safety and health rules. The employee and representative rights are to attend opening and closing conferences, meet privately for confidential interviews, and to receive copies of the interim and final report. In this video, I will describe 3 types of environmental health hazards. OSHA describes a health hazard as a risk or threat that is associated with a workplace environment or duty, which, if neglected to be corrected, may cause an injury or lead to the illness for employees or customers. Federal law dictates that it is the obligation of the employers to provide a secure and safe workplace. To fulfill this responsibility, employers must implement the necessary precautionary measures to pinpoint and eliminate potential environmental health hazards. Here are the types of environmental health hazards that employers need to inform workers about. Chemical hazards. These are in jobs that involve handling chemicals and present health risks to employees. Exposure to substances such as corrosives, fumes, vapors, liquids, and dust can be extremely harmful. It is critical for the employer to mitigate these risks through implementing safety protocols that minimize or even eliminate the possibility of employees inhaling or ingesting the substances as well as absorbing them through their skin. Physical hazards. Working conditions that are stressful or have extreme temperatures or constant exposure to loud noises are just some of the areas that pose a risk to injuring workers with or without contact. Many workers are at risk for ergonomic hazards which can result in disabling injuries afflicting their joints and muscles. Biological hazards. Employees with roles that involve interacting with people, animals, or contagious conditions are prime candidates for exposure to biological hazards. These risks include animal droppings, fungi, viruses, blood, and mold. Many of the OSHA standards deal with specific chemical health hazards in the workplace. In 1986, OSHA issued a Hazard Communication Standard, HCS, that requires employers to notify employees when hazardous chemicals are present in the workplace and to train employees to work with them safely. This standard applies to all employees who may be exposed to hazardous chemicals under working conditions or in possible emergencies. OSHA's HCS preempts all state or local right-to-know laws except those established in the states and jurisdictions that have OSHA-approved state programs. OSHA revised its HCS in 2012 with a compliance deadline of June 2015 to comply with the new label and safety data sheet SDS requirements that conform with the United Nations Global Harmonized System GHS for classification and labeling of chemicals. The safety data sheet labels are shown. Signal word. This indicates the relative level of hazard severity. Either danger or warning is used. Hazard statement. This describes the nature of the hazard or chemical, including the degree of hazard. Supplier identification. This provides the name, address, and phone number of the supplier. Symbols. Hazard pictograms. This communicates specific information about the hazard of the chemical. OSHA has 9 designated pictograms, 8 of them are mandatory. Precautionary statement. This is a recommended measure that should be taken to minimize or prevent adverse effects resulting from exposure to hazardous chemicals or improper storage. Product identifier. This is the chemical name or code which is designated by the manufacturer, importer, or distributor. The identifier on the label must match the safety data sheet. Every chemical present in the workplace should have a safety data sheet from the chemical manufacturer to provide information shown on how to prevent and treat an injury. Poor ergonomic designs can cause musculoskeletal disorders, MSDs. This is a result of repeated stress to the various parts of the body, including the back, arms, shoulders, and other areas, that is caused by the way tasks are performed. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, injuries account for 1/3 of the workplace injuries and illnesses each year, which makes them the largest job-related health and safety program in the United States. OSHA has developed tools for various activities to assist employers in reducing potential ergonomic hazards. The checklist provides guidance in the form of basic principles that can be used to reduce ergonomic injuries. Here are some tips. Maintain good posture. Keep the back straight with the head balanced above the neck and arms resting at the sides comfortably. Position monitor. Raise or lower the screen to clearly see all of it without tilting the neck up or down. Place keyboard and mouse. Keep them close to each other on the same level, with the home row of the keys easy to reach with elbows positioned at 90 degrees. Wrists should be straight when typing. Adjust seat. The hips should be positioned a bit higher than the knees with the feet flat on the floor or floor rest, and the lower back should be supported. Rest regularly. Every 20 minutes or so, take a short break for 15 to 30 seconds. Take a few longer breaks during the day. Factors that contribute to jobs with poor ergonomics may be redesigned to make them less hazardous and reduce injuries. An effective program requires management support and involves employees in the process. In 1999, the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, NIOSH, published the results of a study entitled Stress at Work, which define job stress as harmful physical and emotional responses that occur when the requirements of the job do not match the capabilities, resources, or the needs of the worker. In the NIOSH model of job stress shown on the left, exposure to stressful working conditions, which are listed on the chart on the right, can have a direct influence on worker safety and health. However, individual or other situational factors, such as caring for a sick family member, can intervene and weaken this position, or it can be influenced by a positive factor, such as a good health report. For the causes of work stress, the number one factor is the workload at 46%, followed by people issues at 28%, or arguing at work or in the personal life at 20%, and the bottom is rounded out by 6% with lack of job security. Examples of individual and situational factors that can help to reduce the effects of a stressful working conditions includes balancing work and family or personal life and having a support network of friends and co-workers. Dr. Hans Selye, an endocrinologist, is generally credited with identifying stress as an influencer of the health and well-being. He identified 3 stages of stress: alarm, resistance, and exhaustion, as shown in the first column on the table displayed. The table also describes the 3 stages of stress and some of the related symptoms across the top row. Because the same syndrome of psychological responses is elicited by many different situations, Selye called it the General Adaptation Syndrome, GAS. For example, during the alarm reaction, the fight or flight response, the nervous system makes dozens of immediate responses to prepare the body for physical action. Stress-related illnesses such as allergies, heart disease, panic attacks, and other diseases affect productivity, as does burnout, which can be the result of long-term, unrelenting job stress. High levels of job stress can result in increased turnover, low morale, increased tardiness and absenteeism, reduced productivity, poor product quality, and increased accidents on the job. All of these negatively affect the business's bottom line. Biological health hazards come in many forms, from unsanitary conditions in the food preparation area to serious diseases contracted through needle stick injuries. As a general rule, employers may legally require their employees to obtain vaccinations, especially if they are medical personnel or first responders. As a general rule, employers may legally require their employees to obtain vaccinations, especially if they're medical personnel or first responders. The Joint Commission, who is the inspection and accreditation organization for the healthcare industry, is requiring accredited healthcare organizations to have flu vaccines. These programs are to encourage their employees and care providers to get flu shots. If employees are asked to get vaccinations, they need to be paid for the time it takes, since this is treated as hours worked. And if there is a union, this policy needs to be negotiated with the union first. If the vaccinations are done on site, HIPAA treats this as protected health information, requiring appropriate authorizations for release. Although the healthcare and food preparation industries are at greater risk than other industries, HR professionals should understand the implications of health hazards in all workplaces. Bacteria. These are single-cell plant organisms that are different from other cellular forms, as they do not have any nucleus. They can be harmful as well as beneficial. They help in digestion and also keep the number of bad bugs under control. Viruses. These are a mobile genetic material that is enclosed in a protein or fatty shell. A debatable issue is regarding their status as living or non-living entities, because they consist of merely nucleic acid that is wrapped in a coat of protein. They are totally dependent on their host for replication. Fungi. These are living organisms smaller than the bacteria that includes mushrooms and puffballs, yeast, and mold. Most of these are sporadic. They decompose dead matter. However, some are parasites. The diseases caused by these 3 are noted in the last row of the table. Infectious diseases are spread by different means to employees, but the resulting impact on the health of the workplace or community can be substantial, since it is possible for one sick employee to infect the entire workforce. Employers should have policies that require sick employees to stay at home. This might include screening employees and visitors as they arrive to the workplace and denying access to any with symptoms of the infectious disease. Here are some examples of 3 epidemiological terms. Dengue fever. There are parts of the world where dengue fever is an endemic, meaning that there are mosquitoes that are carrying the fever and transmitting it from person to person. The most recent outbreak in the Big Island of Hawaii during summer 2019 was where someone unknown must have come in with dengue fever, got bitten by mosquitoes, and then had local chains of transmission where those mosquitoes bit other people and they got dengue fever. In this case, dengue fever is not an endemic in the Big Island. However, there was an outbreak due to the imported disease with subsequent transmission. Epidemic. Severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS. According to the CDC, there's been no outbreaks of SARS since the initial outbreak in November 2002, and the last known outbreak was in April 2004. It affected business travel and had a negative effect on some industries, particularly the travel industry. SARS appears to be transmitted by close person-to-person contact when an infected person coughs or sneezes. Preventing the spread of SARS in the workplace requires frequent hand washing and the use of household cleaners. Pandemic. Bird flu or avian flu, H5N1. This is more of a global health concern. It appears to affect mainly wild and domesticated birds in part of Asia, Europe, and the Near East, and Africa, with only a small number of cases of human infection. A few cases in Asia have been the result of human-to-human transmission, and healthcare practitioners are concerned that if this type of transmission increases, a global pandemic may ensue. The CDC advises travelers to avoid contact with live birds, wash their hands, often with soap and water, and cover their noses and mouth when coughing or sneezing. Companies may consider making their leave policies more generous during an epidemic or pandemic, such as eliminating notice requirements for paid leave or increasing available leave beyond what is required by FMLA. Employees with infectious diseases who do not pose a threat to their co-workers' health and safety are protected by ADA requirements for reasonable accommodation and may not be subject to adverse employment actions because of their disease. In this video, I will describe the injury and illness prevention programs available to make the workplace healthier. Injury and illness prevention programs, IIPPs, are required by OSHA and designed to protect employees from preventable workplace injuries and illnesses. The elements shown are important enough to be included in each plan. A clear statement of the company policy regarding the program, the commitment and full support of senior management, a process for included employees in the process, whether through the establishment of a safety committee or some other means, identification of those responsibilities under the plan, including employees, vendors, and public health and safety officials, and the contact information for those individuals. A clear and ambiguous process for reporting health hazards or concerns to the responsible parties, a description of the process to be used in training employees, and procedures for maintaining records required by OSHA. OSHA requires the following plans: Staff and Health Management Plan, also known as an Injury and Illness Prevention Plan, Emergency Action Plan, also referred to as an Emergency Response Plan, and a Fire Prevention Plan. Generally, employers with 10 or fewer employees are not required to provide written plans unless they be notified by OSHA to do so. A Safety and Health Management Plan is a required OSHA plan. It requires employers to know what hazards exist in their workplaces and which standards apply to them. Here's a 3-step standard for creating a safe environment. Use engineering standards or processes first to eliminate the hazard. Follow safe work practices and training to avoid accidents. Use personal protective equipment as a last line of defense. Personal protective equipment, also referred to as PPE, is equipment worn to minimize exposure to hazards that cause serious workplace injuries and illnesses. These injuries and illnesses may result from the contact from chemical, radiological, physical, electrical, mechanical, or other workplace hazards. The diagram shown displays personal protective equipment, which may include items such as headgear protection, hearing protection, chat pants, foot protection, eye protection, high visibility clothing, hand protection, and a harness lanyard. Here are two other OSHA required plans, which both begin with the common elements described and adds these additional details. Emergency Action Plan additionally includes emergency escape procedures, including a floor plan or a diagram for employees to follow, procedures for shutting down critical plant operations, a process to account for employees after an evacuation, a description of the alarm system that will notify employees of an emergency, including how persons with disabilities, visitors, and temporary employees will be notified, and the procedures to follow for different types of emergencies, such as fires, tornadoes, earthquakes, and terrorist attacks. Fire Prevention Plan. This plan may be included as part of the Emergency Action Plan, but must also include these details: information on all major fire hazards, such as how they will be handled and stored, a description of possible causes of igniting them and how to prevent them from happening, and a description of the appropriate equipment to suppress each hazard, the location of the fire extinguishing system or portable fire extinguishers, and the procedure describing how waste materials that are flammable or combustible will be stored before disposal. OSHA has developed guidelines to assist employers in developing effective training programs that reduce work-related injuries and illnesses. The following guidelines can be modified to fit the specific industry and worksite requirements for individual businesses. Determine whether training is needed by assessing the learning needs and developing training objectives. Consider the optimal methods for delivering the training and conduct the sessions in a timely manner. Inform employees on specific safety operating procedures and specific hazards. All employees should know about the materials and equipment they use and the potential hazards in the environment. And most importantly, require employees to only perform jobs they are authorized to do and have received adequate job instructions. According to OSHA, an employer must ensure prompt first aid treatment for injured employees, either by providing the availability of trained first aid providers at the worksite or by ensuring that emergency treatment services are within reasonable proximity of the worksite. For serious injuries, the first aid treatment must be provided within the first few minutes to avoid permanent medical impairment or death. OSHA recommends that every workplace include one or more employees who are trained and certified in first aid, including CPR. Employees who provide first aid to injured coworkers are protected from prosecution for unintentional injury or wrongful death by the Good Samaritan laws. All 50 states have Good Samaritan statutes that protect from blame those who aid others who are injured or ill, as long as they act during an emergency, act rationally and in good faith, act in accordance to their level of training, and are not paid to provide the medical treatment. As long as they have been workers and employers, there has been a debate about financial responsibility for injuries suffered on the job. The first written record of this is in the Hammurabic Code, written some 4,000 years ago by the king of Babylon. Even though the workers did not receive the compensation directly for their injuries, payment was made in recognition of the financial liability when injuries occurred. Over time, 3 common law doctrines have developed that were applied to workers who were injured on the job. 1. The fellow servant rule. This absolved employers of responsibilities if a co-worker's actions caused the injury. 2. The doctrine of contributory negligence. It mitigated employers' responsibility if the worker's actions contributed in any way to the injury. And 3. Voluntary assumption of risk. The associated risks were assumed by acceptance of the job and known by the workers. If the worker accepted level of pay reflected the amount of danger involved, so employers had no responsibility when death or injury occurred. Today, workers' compensation laws provide immediate financial aid for those injured workers and remove the need for lawsuits and common law defenses. Workers' compensations provide income continuation of accident expenses for employees who are injured on the job, regardless of who's responsible for the accident. The basic concept underlying workers' compensation law is liability without fault, meaning that an injured employee is entitled to a moderate and reasonable amount of compensation regardless of who causes the accident. A second underlying concept is that this compensation is part of the expense of the production and therefore is chargeable to the employer. In this video, I will share how businesses handle employees who use or abuse alcohol or drugs. Some of the most serious personal problems for employees involve alcoholism and drug abuse. These problems are not temporary, and therefore the worst response the employer can have is to be sympathetic, patient, and understanding. These problems are not solved by ignoring them, nor by assuming they will be corrected on their own. The problems created by drug abuse are similar to those created by alcoholism, greatly reduces productivity, contributes significantly to work accidents, and high rates of absenteeism and tardiness. Worldwide, more money is spent on illegal drugs than on food. 13 million American workers in the United States, approximately 8% of the workforce, are believed to be current drug users. Productivity losses alone top 128 billion. Other costs related to drug users are safety hazards, damage to companies' image, loss of credibility to customers, and potential for violence. The most important responsibility of a supervisor is to monitor performance, and drug use inhibits performance. Supervisors should be trained to recognize the signs of drug use and especially of overdose. Some of these signs depend on the drugs individuals have been using and are displayed in the table on the left. Businesses cannot insist that employees with drug problems obtain help if they've not documented their performance deficiencies. Supervisors should look for the early warning sign of substance abuse. The withdrawal symptoms are shown in the table on the right. An additional problem is theft. Most drug users need help supporting their expensive habits. In addition to the direct consequences that drug abuse creates for companies, it presents an additional complication. It is illegal. Most companies have rules against drug abuse, which they aggressively enforce. The Americans with Disabilities Act expressly states that current drug use is not a protected disability. There have been some claims of invasion of personal privacy due to testing unreliability and that off-the-job use does not impair job performance. The types of available tests include pre-employment testing, random drug testing, scheduled drug testing, and reasonable suspicion drug testing. Testing applicants. All employers can legally require job applicants to pass a drug test as a condition of employment if the testing program is non-discriminatory. Applicants who fail the drug test can be eliminated from the pool. However, they can challenge the test results. Testing employees. Most employers are relatively unrestricted in the type of testing program they may lawfully adopt, as long as it's non-discriminatory. Private sector employees who fail drug tests should be given an opportunity to explain their positive results and offer rehabilitation. Public sector employees are protected under the Fourth Amendment. Alcoholism is a disease, but a treatable disease. It is a disease that will not go away by itself. It requires treatment, usually a very confrontational form of treatment. It is estimated that 17.6 million individuals in the United States suffer from alcoholism. The abuse of alcohol is a serious problem affecting employees at all levels in almost every company. The National Council on Alcoholism estimates that about 10% of the workforce are alcoholics and another 10% are borderline alcoholics. The financial costs to industry alone are staggering. At least 25% of an alcoholic's annual income is paid for work not performed. The Centers for Disease Control, CDC, estimates that heavy drinkers cost $220 billion annually in lost work productivity, higher healthcare costs, and busier court systems. Alcoholism increases the rate of absenteeism and tardiness. It contributes significantly to accidents at work and greatly reduces productivity. The common signs of alcoholism are consistent as shown: deterioration in quality of work, consistent tardiness usually on Monday mornings, off-the-job problems such as debt and family discord. Alcoholism increases the rates of absenteeism and tardiness, contributes significantly to accidents at work, and greatly reduces productivity. The common signs of alcoholism are consistent: deterioration in quality of work, consistent tardiness usually on Monday mornings, off-the-job problems such as debt and family discord, excessive absenteeism accompanied by excuses of minor illnesses, hangover symptoms such as headaches, thirst, shaking, and procrastination. Usually, the jobs of these employees are the last pillars they cling to as their lives crumble around them due to problems with finances, families, and friends. Supervisors have an important role in dealing with workplace alcohol problems. However, they're not responsible for diagnosing alcoholism in employees. They're required to exercise responsibility in dealing with the performance or conduct problems and to hold the employee accountable. During the disciplinary process, once the employee advises of an alcohol dependency, the following action should be taken: reasonable accommodation for the employee due to the alcoholism dependency, inform the employee of available counseling services, provide the employee with a firm choice between treatment and discipline, allow for the outpatient treatment with discipline for continued drinking or failure to participate in the treatment, provide the employee with an opportunity for inpatient treatment if outpatient treatment fails, discharge the employee only after a second relapse. Employee Assistance Programs, or EAPs, were once called Troubled Employee Programs or Alcohol Rehabilitation Programs, and they were not very successful because of their negative implications. As the diagram depicts, EAPs offer a variety of services which can generally be categorized as personal issues as seen in the first row, family issues from the second row, and the third row, work-related issues. About 70% of the Fortune 500 companies have EAPs. Many organizations recognize the need for special programs to help employees with personal problems, as the performance of employees can be seriously impaired by personal problems. Fortunately, most of the problems are only temporary, and employees can solve them with their own resources and little time. However, when problems get too big to handle, employees usually need professional help. In this video, I will share the components of the Return to Work program. Return to Work programs are aimed at helping injured, disabled, or temporarily impaired workers return to the workplace as soon as medically feasible. Employees who have been on leave, such as FMLA, short-term or long-term disability, ADA, or workers' compensation, may need accommodations in order to return to work. Employers are allowed to ask for a limited amount of medical information. Whether the absence was a result of a related illness or injury or another cause, a return to work program policy can reduce the risk of re-injury. To individual policies and procedures, the types of policies used range from a comprehensive policy that includes accident reporting procedures, definitions of various terms, types of leaves covered. Regardless of the policy used, there should be a clear statement of compliance with specific legal requirements of the Family and Medical Leave Act, FMLA, medical certifications, workers' compensations, or other laws that may apply. Here's a sample process, starting in the top left corner and moving right. Leave begins. This initiates the process. There's usually a monthly interview with the occupational physician. Medical certificate from the family physician. The employer is allowed to ask for proof of medical certification. Written opinion of an occupational physician. The company has the option to request that the employee sees an occupational physician at the company's expense. Preparation for a return to work plan. A series of activities can take place here to ensure that when the employee returns, that they have a safe experience. Company-wide review meeting for the return to work plan. This is to ensure coordination with other departments that may require the employee's work. Trial return to work. This may be the employee returning on some partial basis. Interview with occupational physician. This is to discuss any specific limitations that the employee may have. Return to work begins. This is the employee's return to work in their normal job. Monthly interview with the occupational physician. As part of the monthly process, there's ongoing interviews to discuss the cases. Lifting work restrictions. This is when the employee is fully cleared and there are no restrictions remaining. Independent medical exams or fit-for-duty exams are effective tools to use to determine if an employee is capable of returning to work without causing harm to themselves or others. These types of exams allow for impartial review of the injured employee's medical status. For employers, they can help to prevent fraud and deal with excessive extensions of time off due to lack of proper diagnosis or treatment. For employees, these types of exams are helpful when there are conflicting reports of their needs or an employee doesn't agree with a doctor's findings. A compliant return-to-work program mitigates the risk of inadvertent errors by managers and helps to ensure that all employees are treated equitably when returning from medical leaves. In addition, requiring a medical release prior to the employee's return reduces the risk of re-injury. Many injured workers are willing and able to perform some, but maybe not all of the essential duties of a job. Modified specific tasks or functions may be necessary to allow an employee to return to work. Workers' compensation studies have shown that employees who are offered modified or light-duty assignments return to full duty more quickly than injured workers who incur lost time. This translates into a lower overall injury cost and allows the employee to get back to the routine of work much more quickly. Modified duty may also include eliminating essential functions or creating a short-term job for the employee until they're able to return to full duty. Having an accurate job description is necessary to engage in this process. Both the employee and their doctor will use it to help the employee return to work with the proper restrictions. Reasonable accommodation is similar to modified duty with two major distinctions. Modified duty is typically a short-term option used for injured workers who are expected to be able to return to full duty. The employer does not need to create a light-duty position for a non-occupationally injured employee as part of the reasonable accommodation effort. The process of identifying reasonable accommodation includes discussing options such as reduced schedule, additional unpaid time off, and reassignment to a vacant position for which the disabled individual is qualified. It could also mean modifying the essential functions of the job if that action wouldn't impose undue hardship on the employer. Reasonable accommodation is also an interactive process. The requirement to provide reasonable accommodation does not mean to provide the specific accommodation the employee requested if there's another accommodation that would work as well. HR and legal should discuss reasonable accommodation and whether it will present an undue hardship, and then notify the employee in writing regarding their accommodation request. Early return to work generally contribute to the emotional well-being of employees. Their recovery period is shorter and they benefit from the social interactions with coworkers. Generally, their recovery period is shorter and they benefit from the social interactions at work. Workers involved in a return-to-work program return 38% sooner as compared to workers with non-participating employers. Businesses not only benefit from the work the injured worker is able to perform, but the costs of rehabilitation are normally reduced and the wages paid to injured workers are largely offset by lower worker compensation premiums. In this video, I will review the federal laws and regulations related to workplace privacy and protection activities before 1986. These 4 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The Patent Act of 1952 was passed by Congress to clarify the language on patent law and significantly simplified the existing laws by placing all the details together. Complex technology to simple ideas and their incremental improvements are patentable under a design, utility, or plant patent. A utility patent with periodic maintenance fees protects inventions for 20 years and grants the inventor the right to exclude others from making, using, or selling the invention. A design patent protects the original ornamental design of a functional item for 14 or 15 years, depending on when it was filed. For example, the original curvy Coca-Cola bottle is representative of this. A plant patent is granted to protect new and unique plants with key characteristics. Title 35 of the United States Code originally divided the patent law into 3 parts. A 4th part was added in 1970. Here are the components. Part 1, Patent and Trademark Office. These provisions govern that office, its powers and duties, and related matters. Part 2, Patentability of Invention and Grants of Patents. This sets out the conditions under which patents may be obtained and the related procedures. Part 3, Patents and Protection of Patent Rights. This relates to the patents themselves and the protection of the rights under the patents. Part 4, Patent Cooperation Treaty. This simplifies the filing of patent applications for an invention in different countries. It helps to expand established programs of American industry to file foreign patent applications. It encourages small businesses and individual investors to become more active in seeking patent protections abroad. The Federal Wiretap Act prohibits deliberate interception of private telephone or oral communications. The law makes it a felony to intentionally intercept any wire, oral, or electronic communication through the use of any electronic, mechanical, or other device. However, there are 3 exceptions to the Act's. 1. The service provider exception allows the owner of a communication system to monitor communications to maintain the system. For example, a phone company could periodically perform quality control checks. 2. The business use exception allows employers to monitor non-personal telephone conversations of their employees to evaluate their job performance, provided statutory safeguards are observed to protect privacy rights of the employees and customers. 3. The consensual exception permits recording if one party to the conversation consents. Therefore, under federal law, employers are limited in how and when they can monitor or record employees, but employees are free to record any conversations to which they are a party. Supervisors and other co-workers are not allowed to listen to employees' personal conversations without their permission or knowledge unless there's a legitimate business reason, such as coaching a new sales representative. This law also prohibits putting a secret listening device in an employee's office or eavesdropping on private conversations unless they occur in public locations. The Privacy Act of 1974 was passed to protect the privacy of individuals employed in government agencies or by government contractors. This act prohibits an agency from disclosing records about individuals. While the Privacy Act restricts what government agencies can release, the Freedom of Information Act requires government agencies to provide information about the agency, for example, how it's organized or what it does. It also allows individuals, employers, and unions to request copies of government documents. However, the Freedom of Information Act specifically exempts the disclosure of personal information that could constitute an unwarranted invasion of privacy, such as performance evaluations and medical reports. Under the Privacy Act, a Privacy Protection Study Commission was established to examine the need for further legal protection of employee privacy. The Commission conducted extensive hearings on problems of employee privacy and submitted a massive report. It recognized the fine line between protecting employees from unwarranted invasions of personal privacy and the employer's interest in being able to make informed decisions. As a result of the hearings, the Commission established 3 general policy goals. 1. To minimize intrusiveness. 2. To maximize fairness. And 3. And to create legitimate expectations of confidentiality. Federal privacy laws are narrow in scope and restricted to specific types of information or industries. This leaves an opportunity for state laws to fill in the gaps. Here is an example. Federal protects employee records of federal government employees from disclosure without prior consent. State. Some state legislatures and private employers have adopted guidelines regarding employee privacy and access to personal files. The Copyright Act of 1976 offers protection of original works for authors so that others may not print, duplicate, distribute, or sell their work. For businesses, if anyone writes technical instructions, policies and procedures, manuals, or even email responses to a customer inquiry, it would be a good idea to speak with an attorney to arrange some copyright agreements to clarify whether the employer or the employee who authored those documents would be designated copyright owner. Written agreements can be helpful in clearing any possible misunderstandings. The use of musical, literary, and other original works without permission of the owner of the copyright is prohibited under most circumstances. The copyright owner is the author of the work with two exceptions, known as work for hire exceptions. The first is the employer who hires the employees to create original works as part of their normal job duties is the owner of the copyright, because the employer paid for the work to be done. The second exception is that the copyright for the work created by a freelance author, artist, or musician who has been commissioned to create the work by someone else is owned by the person who commissioned the work. For employees who want to use the works of others for documentation, two circumstances do not require permission. The first, public domain. Copyrights protect original works for the life of the author plus 70 years. After that, the works may be used without permission. Works for hire are protected for the shorter of 95 years from the first year of publication or 120 years from the year of creation. Other works in the public domain include those produced as part of the job duties of federal officials and those for which copyright protection has expired. Some works published without notice of copyright before January 1st, 1978, or those published between then and March 1st, 1989, are also considered to be in the public domain. Second, fair use. The Act specifies that use of work from the purposes of criticism, commentary, news reporting, or teaching, including multiple copies for classroom use, scholarship, or research, is not an infringement, dependent on four factors. First, the purpose and character of the use. Is it going to be used for profit or for non-profit educational purposes? 2. The nature of the work itself. Is it a work of fiction or is it based on the facts? How much creativity did it require? 3. The amount of work. How much of the work is going to be used? For example, 1 copy or 50 copies. Also, what portion? A paragraph or an entire chapter? And fourth, the effect. What effect will the use of the material have on the potential market value of the copyright work? Permissions for use of a copyright-protected material that is outside the fair use exception can generally be obtained by contacting the author or publisher of the work. In this video, I will review the federal laws and regulations related to workplace privacy and protection activities after 1986. These 4 acts shown in the boxes are listed from the earliest to the most recent. They'll be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The Electronic Communications Privacy Act and the Stored Communications Act are commonly referred together as the Communications Privacy Act of 1986. The Act updated the Federal Wiretap Act of 1968, which addressed interception of conversations using hard telephone lines but did not apply to the interception of computer and other digital electronic communications. This Act, as amended, protects wire, oral, and electronic communications while those communications are being made, are in transit, and when they are stored on computers. The Act applies to email, telephone conversations, and data stored electronically. Some information can be obtained from providers with a subpoena. Other information requires a special court order, and still other information requires a search warrant. In addition, some types of legal processes require notice to the subscriber while others do not. Several subsequent pieces of information, including the USA Patriot Act, clarify and update the Electronic Communications Privacy Act of 1986 to keep pace with evolution of new communication technologies and methods, including easing restrictions on law enforcement to access stored communications in some cases. These updates include disallowing eavesdropping of networks, which is a felony, and stored data, which is a misdemeanor, allowing the government to intercept electronic communications for national security reasons requiring a low level of justification, enabling service providers to request help from law enforcement or government agencies to capture communications of intruders, enabling service providers to release communications to law enforcement if they suspect crimes or danger to life, and allowing any freely provided communications to be obtained without warrant and then to be used as evidence in court. The Employee Polygraph Protection Act of 1988 prohibits polygraph exams except in cases involving ongoing investigation of losses suffered by the employer or for the purposes of national security. The use of polygraph for hiring job applicants has also been curtailed except for jobs that involve the manufacture or distribution of controlled substances or jobs in certain types of security firms. Federal law does not preempt state or local laws or collective bargaining agreements that may be more restrictive than the federal law. About half of the states have laws that either eliminate polygraph exams, require operators to be licensed, or limit the questions that can be asked. There are limited conditions under which private employers can test employees or applicants. Lawful testing conditions include the test is part of an ongoing investigation of losses suffered by the employer, the tested employee had access to the property in question, the employer had reasonable suspicion of the employee's involvement, and the employer provides a statement of the basis for the above conditions. Job applicants may likewise be lawfully tested when applying for jobs with certain types of security firms and manufacturers or distributors of controlled substances where the employee would have direct access to these. The Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, or HIPAA, of 1996 was signed by President Bill Clinton on August 21, 1996. The Act consists of 5 titles. Title I of HIPAA protects health insurance coverage for workers and their families when they change or lose their jobs. Title II of HIPAA, known as the Administrative Simplification Provisions, requires the establishment of national standards for electronic health care transactions and national identifiers for providers, health insurance plans, and employers. Title III sets guidelines for pre-tax medical spending accounts. Title IV sets guidelines for group health plans, and Title V governs company-owned life insurance policies. The Act was created to primarily modernize the flow of healthcare information, to stipulate how personal identifiable information, PII, maintained by healthcare and healthcare insurance industries should be protected from fraud and theft, and to address limitations on healthcare insurance coverage. The Act ensures that individuals who leave or lose their jobs can obtain health coverage even if they or someone in their family has a serious illness or injury or is pregnant. It also provides privacy requirements related to medical records for individuals as young as 12. It limits the exclusions for pre-existing conditions and guarantees renewability of health coverage to employers and employees, allowing people to change jobs without the worry of loss of coverage. And finally, to restrict the ability of employers to impose actively at work requirement as preconditions for health plan eligibility, as well as a number of other benefits. In April 2001, the Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, issued privacy regulations that were required by HIPAA. The HIPAA privacy rule established national standards to protect individuals' medical records and other personal information, PHI, and applies to health plans, healthcare clearinghouses, and those healthcare providers that conduct certain healthcare transactions electronically. Here are the 3 elements to the regulations. Coverage in the left column. Covered entities are permitted to use or disclose protected health information, PHI, such as treatment, payment, and healthcare operations, if outside of these purposes, written authorization from the patient is required. Organizational requirements in the center column. The rule requires appropriate safeguards to protect the privacy of personal health information and sets limits and conditions on the uses and disclosures that may be made of such information without patient authorization. It also gives patients rights over their information, including rights to examine and obtain a copy of their health records and to request corrections. Sanctions in the right column. The new regulations include stiff civil and criminal sanctions for violations. Civil penalties of up to $100 per violation and up to $25,000 per person each year can be assessed. There are 3 levels of criminal penalties, and depending on the motive for obtaining or disclosing PHI, can each include a fine and jail time. The final rule on security standards was issued on February 20, 2003 and took effect on April 21, 2003, with a compliance date of April 25, 2005 for most covered entities and April 21, 2006 for small plans. The security rule complements the privacy rule. While the privacy rule pertains to all protected information, PHI, including paper and electronic, the security rule deals specifically with electronic protected health information, EPHI. It lays out 3 types of security safeguards required for compliance: administrative, physical, and technical. It provides funding to improve the nation's healthcare information technology system, and it also includes incentives to promote the use of electronic health records, telemedicine, and clinical data repositories. The Health Information Technology for Economic and Clinical Health Act of 2009, or HITECH, was enacted as part of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009 by President Barack Obama. It was created to promote and expand the adoption and meaningful use of health information technology, specifically the use of electronic health records by healthcare providers. It removed loopholes in the Health Information Portability and Accountability Act, or HIPAA, by tightening up HIPAA's language. This helped to ensure that business associates of HIPAA-covered entities were complying with the HIPAA rules, and notifications were sent to affected individuals when health information was compromised. The Act also introduced tougher penalties for HIPAA compliance failures to add an extra inducement for healthcare organizations and their business associates to comply with the HIPAA privacy and security rules. In this video, I will share potential workplace privacy and protection issues. In regards to workplace privacy risk, in recent years, the role of public law enforcement has diminished because security breaches have become more frequent and costly, and local enforcement agencies have not been able to adequately protect companies. Civil litigation has also become slower and more cumbersome, adding to the need for companies to protect themselves. Security includes protection against natural disasters such as hurricanes and floods. According to estimates provided by the National Science Foundation, the annual economic loss of natural disasters in the United States alone is $52 billion. In the middle column, theft, the most serious security challenge, comes from employee theft. Computer crimes, including the theft of computer chips, entail costs that are enormous. The estimates of losses due to white-collar crime ranged from $300 to $600 billion. In the column on the right, typically the responsibility for security is assigned to human resources in most small companies and mid-sized companies. As larger companies become more vulnerable to thefts or the items are more valuable, they most likely will establish a separate security department. Employers generally hold a significant degree of latitude about maintaining the integrity of the business's products, monitoring productivity, and ensuring a safe worksite. They must balance these interests with the interests of their employees to maintain a degree of privacy. Common law privacy rights. These include specific causes of action in tort law, such as invasion of privacy, intrusion upon seclusion, or false light. the employer's workplace policies, and the employee's rights where there is a reasonable expectation of privacy, and on social media, which is governed by the nature of the site, whether it's publicly available or not. Privacy guidelines. The employer should have a comprehensive electronic communication policies to inform employees in writing of the monitored methods. Monitoring policies should be consistently applied across all employees. The employer should also ensure that there's a legitimate business reason that supports the monitoring activities. Employees have a general right to privacy in the workplace unless it is explicitly stated otherwise in their employment contract. Employment surveillance. When it comes to electronic surveillance, such as video, email, or otherwise, the courts have emphasized the duty to balance the employee's rights to privacy with the employer's use of this material to investigate bad behavior. Surveillance must be conducted in good faith and in a reasonable manner only after exploring other alternatives. Workplace policies on surveillance should always be clear, comprehensive, and accessible to all employees. Monitoring. Monitoring of workers is permitted, for example, to ensure the corporate IT usage policy is being followed. The Fourth Amendment cannot be used to limit how a private employer treats its employees. In the public sector, employees have far greater privacy rights than the private sector. Searches. Everything is subject to a search. Employees should be informed that personal items are subject to search while on the employer's property. Employers should always have a copy of the keys. The purpose of the search should be identified, and a legitimate business reasons for a search will typically reveal if the employee can sue for invasion of privacy. While most employers prefer to cultivate a culture of trust and respect in the workplace, there are situations in which employers may need to monitor an employee's communication or search employee storage. While both scenarios can be upsetting to an employee, courts usually back up the employer's right to monitor and control an employee's use of phones and office furniture. Social engineering is the art of manipulating people to give up confidential information or computer access to secretly install malicious software to get computer control to gain access to confidential information. It is used by hackers, penetration testers, spies, and con artists. Here are the three most common threats. Phishing. This is a practice of sending emails appearing to be from some reputable source with the goal of influencing or gaining personal information. Phishing. This is a practice of eliciting information or attempting to influence action via the telephone, which may include such things as phone spoofing. Impersonation. This is a practice of pretending to be another person with the goal of obtaining information or access to a person, company, or computer system. According to a report by Asano, businesses with the worst privacy practices lose 7 times the number of records when they suffer a data breach. Data. Compromised data exposes a company to new vulnerabilities. This can include trade secrets, account numbers, social security numbers, intellectual property, and personal health records. From a leakage perspective, employers should ensure that data is stored on the network or shared drives. Data that is copied on external removable media drives can present a challenge. In addition, security protocols need to be in place when transmitting data electronically via email, instant messaging, online, etc. Once data is in the hands of an outsider, it could be detrimental to the company. For example, its competitors may be notified of an impending release of products or services, making them less competitive. Regulators may have access to information that they don't need to have, and unauthorized internal users may be able to preempt certain situations. For example, in HR, if there's a pending layoff and the press or the media can have a field day. All these actions result in a breach of data, which may lead to business defamation, monetary expense for each record lost, if it's HIPAA violated, legal liabilities, loss of assets, breach of customers' trust, and potentially the close of the business. Many businesses worry about the breach of confidential data, especially after hearing about issues with major corporations. With the changing technology, businesses must continually look at new ways to protect the data. As hackers become more advanced, so do the safeguards that are needed to prevent access. From left to right, backups. Backing up data is one of the best defense methods that businesses have against hackers. Hackers can use ransom software to prevent businesses from accessing their own data. By regularly backing up the data, a restorable copy is available to get the business up and running quickly. Network security. Security updates, patches, and antivirus software should always be updated as part of the overall network security. Encryption. There are many occasions when a laptop, mobile, or pen drive is lost or stolen. No business wants to find that their data has been compromised, so encryption is a great way to safeguard data. Data encryption not only protects data against cyber and physical data attacks, but also the physical loss of data. Email vigilance. One of the most common types of security breaches is staff opening hoax emails. Emails have many traits that can be exploited by fraudsters. By making staff aware of them, it can lower the risk of the breach. Passwords. The use of two-factor or multi-way authentications can help to protect passwords. The more information that is required to access information, the harder it is to hack the account. Secure Wi-Fi. The use of Wi-Fi is an integral part of business life. Employees use it to access shared files. To limit the access to corporate data, a separate Wi-Fi for customers or guests should be used. Setting permissions and access limit for employees to only see the data that they need. This helps to protect against unauthorized access to devices, accounts, and data, and ultimately prevent a security breach. A recent study conducted on workplace cyber habits found that 63% of employees use their work mobile device for personal activities. 94% of employees connect their laptop or mobile to the public Wi-Fi networks. 49% of employees have at least 10 logins, but only 34% have at least 10 unique logins. And 45% of employees receive no cybersecurity training from their employers. So it's easy to understand why IT departments are nervous about data breaches. All businesses are exposed to organizational risk. However, the level of the threat, the probability of it occurring, and its severity will vary by industry, the business, and its ability to respond. As an HR domain, organizational risk identifies, assesses, manages, and reviews people-related challenges. So to be effective in this role, we covered managing safety and health risk, dealing with substance use and abuse, protecting against workplace safety and security risk, safeguarding against environmental health hazards, and recognizing workplace privacy and protection issues. Managing organizational risk is the process of managing liabilities to protect the employer and not to be so heavy-handed with the people and processes that the business cannot function well in performing its mission. HR professionals can have a huge impact on the business finances by preventing large losses through proper organizational risk programs. Therefore, it's important to gain insight by understanding workplace risk management, reviewing key legislation for organizational risk, leveraging injury and illness prevention programs, and deploying return-to-work policies. These efforts must be filtered through the regulatory compliance and labor laws in order to manage organizational risk. HR professionals are the key to striking a balance in this effort through developing, implementing, administering, and evaluating programs, procedures, and policies in order to provide a safe and secure work environment and to protect the organization from potential liability. When HR can demonstrate real contributions to the business goals and impact the financial bottom line, it raises the profile of the HR professional and will garner the respect and continued engagement of executives. In relationships, 2 is company and 3 is a crowd, but not in the workplace. Add the NLRB and it's just called labor relations, a rules-based relationship with keen oversight. In this topic, I will share the key processes when a union interacts with an organization. On the PHR exam program overview chart, we'll be addressing Functional Area 5 and covering employee and labor relations, which is worth 39% of the exam. The last course in this series is Labor Relations, which is highlighted in red. Labor relations is a broad field encompassing all exchanges between an employer, its employees, and the union, which represents the employees. It is also dictated largely by the government and various regulations it provides regarding the treatment of employees and the union management relationship. With the inclusion of the right labor relations strategies, a business can play a crucial role in offering balanced advocacy between management and individual employees. This table overviews the employee and labor relations processes that will serve as a quick reference to locate activities across the function. In the far right column is labor relations. As a domain, employee relations is responsible for assisting the business with employee-related issues, while labor relations is responsible for working with the unions to secure labor negotiations. Depending on the size of the business and its needs, the domains may be housed together or separately, but most importantly, they need to work cooperatively. They play a significant role in ensuring effective employee engagement, employee satisfaction, and employee retention. To best understand the relevance of labor relations, we'll take a look at its history and its challenges. The labor relationship is a process of managing employees as a collective group rather than individually. It involves interaction and coordination with third parties such as labor unions, work councils, professional associations, and government departments. The process requires HR's direct involvement in developing and implementing labor strategy. A labor union is also referred to as a trade union. There are 4 specific types. Craft union. The workers are organized based on a particular craft or trade in which they work. Industrial union. All workers in the same industry are organized into the same union, regardless of differences in skill. General union. This includes all workers, irrespective of their craft and industry within a particular city or region. White-collar union. Workers are organized based on occupations or non-labor work. A labor union is the bargaining agent and legal representative for a group of employees. They are created to fight for the workers' rights in securing improved pay, benefits, and working conditions through the collective bargaining process. In addition, they help employees engage in social and political activities. In the first 100 years of American history, there was relatively little labor union development. A few unions were organized in a scattered fashion, but many of those disbanded after they had achieved their goals, such as when the printers briefly organized in New York City in 1778. The timeline shown highlights a few noteworthy events. 1869, the Kings of Labor. This was the first important national labor organization in the United States. It was named the Noble Order of the Knights of Labor by its first leader, Uriah Smith Stevens. It originated as a secret organization meant to protect its members from employer retaliations. 1886, the American Federation of Labor. This is an umbrella organization for other unions. In 1881, Samuel Gompers took the lead in organizing the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions of the United States and Canada. Unskilled laborers initially did not have representation until the AFL. Also in 1886, the Haymarket Square riot. This was the aftermath of a bombing that took place near a labor demonstration on Tuesday, May 4, 1886, at Haymarket Square in Chicago. It began as a peaceful rally in support of workers striking for an 8-hour day and in reaction to the killings of several workers the previous day by the police. 1905, Industrial Workers of the World, IWW. This is an international labor union that was founded in Chicago, Illinois, that refers to its members as Wobblies. It is a general union that combines both general and industrial unionism, and its members are further organized within the industry. The philosophy and the tactics of the Wobblies are described as revolutionary industrial unionism, which ties to both socialist and anarchist labor movements. Department of Labor. On March 4, 1913, the 62nd Congress was still in session on the inauguration morning for Woodrow Wilson. President W.H. Taft had a pile of bills upon which to act, one of them being the Sulzer Bill to create a Department of Labor headed by a cabinet officer. The law created the United States Department of Labor, 1935 Congress of Industrial Organization. This was a federation of unions that organized workers in industrial unions in the United States and Canada from 1935 to 1955. During the 1800s, the four major tactics that are displayed were used against unions. Conspiracy doctrine. Certain acts that are legal when committed by an individual became illegal when committed by a group of individuals pursuant to an agreement. An example of this would be an individual being allowed to picket, but when it's a group of employees, this act would be illegal. Court injunction. This is a court order that compels a party to do something or to refrain from specific acts. Yellow dog contract. This is a contract between the worker and an employer in which the worker agrees not to remain in or join a union. Antitrust statute. This regulates the conduct and organization of the business, generally to promote fair competition for the benefit of consumers. Even though American labor unions had a difficult beginning, they eventually grew by mid-century to represent roughly a third, or 33%, of American workers. Over the years, there have been a combination of factors that have caused union membership to drop to its present overall level of about 12.5%, with only 8.5% of the private sector workforce belonging to a union. In this video, I will review the federal laws and regulations related to labor relations. These 6 acts shown in the boxes are listed from the earliest to the most recent. They'll be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The Railway Labor Act of 1926 was enacted to recognize collective bargaining rights in the railroad and airline industries. Some of the labor matters governed by the Act include union organizing campaigns, collective bargaining, mediations and other proceedings before the National Mediation Board, grievance arbitration before the Systems Board of Adjustments, and airline merger labor protective provisions and seniority integration. The purpose of the Act is to prevent disruption of service to commerce or the operation of any carrier, provide complete independence of organizations by both parties, assist in the prompt and orderly settlement of disputes, cover rates of pay, work rules, and working conditions resulting from grievances or out of interpretation or application of existing contracts covering the rates of pays, rules, and worker conditions, and to allow employees to organize unions. This was a later addition in 1934. The Norris-LaGuardia Act of 1932 is also known as the Anti-Injunction Bill. It was co-sponsored in Congress by George Norris and Fiorello LaGuardia, and it was passed during the depths of the Great Depression when public opinion had shifted both against employers who sought to prevent workers from joining the unions and against judges who used the powers of the courts to limit normal union activities. The Act declared that members of labor unions should have the full freedom of association undisturbed by employers. The Act also barred the federal courts from issuing injunctions to prevent strikes, picketing, or boycotts by labor groups and prohibited yellow dog contracts. Previously, as a condition of employment, employers could require employees to sign an agreement pledging that they would not join a union. If the workers did join a union after signing such a document, they were fired. It also imposed strict procedural limitations on issuing injunctions against strike activity. The Act pointed the direction towards a more even-handed relationship between the judiciary and the nation's labor relations system. This Act is also a precursor to the Wagner Act or the National Labor Relations Act. The National Labor Relations Act, NLRA, of 1935 was passed as part of President Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal and is touted as the granddaddy of all labor relation laws in the United States. At the time, it was referred to as a labor's Bill of Rights and represented a marked change in government attitudes towards unions. The act allowed employees to organize, bargain collectively, and engage in concerted activities for the purpose of collective bargaining or other mutual aid or protection. The act went on to identify 5 employer unfair labor practices and created the National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, to enforce provisions of the act. The NLRB is also charged with conducting elections and preventing and remedying unfair labor practices. The NLRB does not instigate actions on its own. It only responds to charges of unfair labor practices or petitions for representation elections filed in one of its offices. The National Labor Relations Act is referred to as a Wagner Act after its writer, Democratic Senator Robert F. Wagner. Some key provisions are mapped to the 4 sections shown in the table. Section 7 Rights. This grants employees the right to organize, join unions, and engage in collective bargaining and other concerted activities when they meet the protection standards. Social media posting is just one of the things that employers may not realize are covered by the Act. Many businesses have rules that ban employees from discussing salaries, and the NLRB has held that employees have the right to discuss their pay and working conditions, so enforcing a no discussion policy could violate Section 7. Likewise, forbidding employees from discussing disciplinary actions the company takes against them could be a breach of their Section 7 rights. Section 8. This prohibits employers and unions from interfering with, restraining, or coercing employees in the exercise of their Section 7 rights. Section 8A2. Prior to the passage of the Wagner Act, many companies established company unions for the benefit and support of their employees. These company unions, however, were run by management and did not serve as effective bargaining representation of the employees. To eliminate this situation, the Wagner Act declared that company-dominated unions are illegal. Section 9. This covers the election process, which includes bargaining topics, determination of bargaining units, the NLRB petitions and hearings, and the election processes. 4 major historical statutes make up what is now known as the Labor Management Relations Act, LMRA, of 1947, which is better known as the Taft-Hartley Act. The Act represents the activities and power of labor unions through these provisions. It prohibits unfair labor practices by unions by allowing ULP charges against the unions, balances union and management rights by allowing employees the right to free speech, mandates that unions represent all employees in the bargaining unit, prohibits deduction of union dues without written consent, which also then outlaws closed shops where union membership is required to get and keep a job, permits states to adopt right-to-work legislation. In addition, the Act requires the union to give 60 days advance notification of a strike and establishes national emergency strikes consisting of an 80-day cooling-off period. The Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act, LMRDA, of 1959, also known as the Landrum-Griffin Act after its sponsors, U.S. Representative Philip Landrum, a Democratic of Georgia, and Robert Griffin, a Republican from Michigan. The Act is a transparency and anti-corruption legislation targeting improper practices in labor management relations, offering these provisions: provides procedures for redressing internal union problems, protects the rights of union members from corrupt or discriminatory unions, provides a Bill of Rights for union members, establishes standards for regular election of union officers, permits closed shop exception for construction industry, and prohibits discrimination against union members. The FAA Modernization and Reform Act of 2012 amended Title 49 of United States Code to authorize appropriations for federal aviation FAA for the fiscal years 2011 through 2014. The Act streamlines programs, creates efficiencies, reduces waste, and improves aviation safety and capacity to provide stable funding for the national aviation system and for other purposes. Title 10, National Mediation Board, lays out the HR-specific changes. Section 101 amends the Railway Labor Act to grant the National Mediation Board, NMB, the authority to make, amend, and rescind such rules and regulations as may be necessary to carry out the provisions of that Act. Section 1002 revises requirements for a secret ballot to ascertain rail carrier employee choice of authorized representatives without interference, influence, or coercion by the carrier. It requires the NMB, in cases where there are 3 or more options on the ballot that do not receive a majority of the valid votes cast, to arrange for a second runoff election between those options receiving the largest and the second largest number of votes. The option of not being represented by any labor organization should be listed on the ballot. Section 1003 prohibits the NMB from directing an election or using any other methods to determine the representative of a craft or class unless the application for representative certification is supported by a showing of interest from at least 50% of the employees in the craft or class. Section 1004 requires the Comptroller General to evaluate and audit NMB programs and expenditures. In this video, I will review the federal laws and regulations related to labor activities. These 6 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They will be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890 was enacted to prohibit trusts or monopolies of any type for interstate commerce. In the early years, big business like Standard Oil dominated the landscape, and people were concerned that they were monopolizing the marketplace and keeping prices high. John Sherman, a Republican senator from Ohio, was chairman of the Senate Finance Committee and spearheaded this law that later broke up Standard Oil Company into smaller units, which today fall under ExxonMobil, Chevron Corp., and BP. Over the years, case law has developed, concluding that attempting to restrict competition or fix prices can be seen as a violation of this law. Also, restraint of trade is prohibited. The Clayton Antitrust Act of 1914 defines unethical practices which were intended to strengthen earlier antitrust legislation. The Act prohibits anti-competitive mergers, predatory and discriminatory pricing, and other forms of unethical corporate behavior. The Act also protects individuals by allowing lawsuits against companies and upholding the rights of labor to organize and protest peacefully. There have been several amendments to the Act expanding its provisions. The National Industrial Recovery Act was enacted in 1933 as one of several measures passed by Congress and supported by President Franklin D. Roosevelt in an effort to help the United States recover from the Great Depression. It suspended antitrust laws and supported an alliance of industries. The Act was chiefly engaged in drawing up industrial codes for companies to adopt and was empowered to make voluntary agreements with companies regarding hours of work, rates of pay, and prices to charge for their products. Under the Act, companies were required to write industry-wide codes of fair competition that effectively fix wages and prices, establish production quotas, and place restrictions on the entry of other companies into the alliance. These codes were a form of industry self-regulation and represented an attempt to regulate and plan the entire economy to promote stable growth and to prevent another depression. Employees were given the right to organize unions and could not be required as a condition of employment to join or to refrain from joining a labor organization. Prior to this act, the courts had upheld the right of employers to go to great lengths to prevent the formation of unions. Businesses could fire workers for joining unions, force them to sign a pledge not to join a union as a condition of employment, require them to belong to company-formed unions, and spy on them to stop unionism before it started. The act was declared unconstitutional in May 1935 when the United States Supreme Court issued its unanimous decision in the case of Schechter Poultry Corp. Versus the United States. The court ruled that the act was assigned lawmaking powers in violation of the Constitution's allocation of powers to Congress. However, many of the labor provisions in this act were reenacted in later legislation. The Civil Service Reform Act of 1978 reformed the civil service of the United States federal government, partly in response to the Watergate scandal. The act abolished the United States Civil Service Commission and distributed its functions primarily among 3 new agencies. The Office of Personnel Management, OPM. This is the Executive's branch Human Resources Department. It handles all HR issues for agencies reporting to the United States President. The Merit System Protection Board, MSBP. This agency is designed to be independent of partisan politics and to provide federal employees with an opportunity to appeal adverse and unfair personnel decisions. It also created the Office of Special Counsel, which accepts employee complaints and investigates and resolves them. The Federal Labor Relations Authority. This is the agency that enforces federal civilian employee rights to form unions and to bargain with their agencies. It establishes standards of behavior for union officers, and these standards are enforced by the Office of Labor Management Standards in the United States Department of Labor. The Worker Adjustment and Retraining Notification Act, WARN, of 1998 protects employees, their families, and surrounding communities by requiring the majority of qualified employers to provide a minimum of 60 days advance notice of factory or plant closings. This law helps workers who are scheduled to lose their jobs to know in advance about the pending layoff so they can begin making alternative plans. Employers with 100 or more employees are generally covered by WARN. Employees who have worked fewer than 6 months of the previous 12 months and employees who average less than 20 hours per week are not included in this count, nor are they counted in determining the number involved in the layoff. Private employers, both for-profit and non-profit, are covered, as are some of the commercial public entities. Federal, state, and local government are not covered. The Worker Adjustment and Retraining Notification Act, WARN, requires employers to comply with notice provisions. Compliance. This notice must be provided to affected workers or their union representatives and to state and local authorities. This law helps workers who are scheduled to lose their jobs know in advance about the pending layoffs so they can begin making alternative plans. Limited exceptions. Not all plant closings and layoffs are subject to the Act, and certain employment thresholds must be reached before the Act applies. WARN sets out specific exemptions and provides for a reduction in the notification period in particular circumstances. There are 3 primary exceptions to the 60-day notice requirement: faltering company, unforeseeable business circumstances, and natural disaster. Violations. An employer who fails to provide notice as required to the local government is subject to a civil penalty not to exceed $500 for each day of violation. This penalty may be avoided if the employer satisfies the liability to each employee within 3 weeks after the closing or layoff is ordered by the employer. An employer who violates the WARN provisions by failing to provide appropriate notice of a plant closing or mass layoff must pay each affected employee back pay and benefits for the period of the violation up to 60 days. The employer's liability may be reduced by wages paid during the period of the violation and other payments made to the employees. The Congressional Accountability Act of 1995 was the first piece of legislation passed by the 104th United States Congress. It applied several civil rights, labor, and workplace safety and health laws to the United States Congress and its associated agencies, requiring them to follow many of the same employment and workplace safety laws applied to businesses and the federal government. Previously, agencies in the legislative branch had been exempt from these laws. The Act also established a dispute resolution procedure as an alternative to filing claims in federal court. The Act is administered and enforced by the United States Congress Office of Compliance. The law requires Congress and its affiliated agencies to abide by the specific laws that already apply to other employers in and out of government. The table shows the legislations organized by the number of employees each agency will be required to have for the law to take effect. This act extends the rights to an additional 30,000 employees in the legislative branch. In this video, I will share an overview of union organizations and some of the challenges they face with employers. Union organizations are a democracy. They hold elections for officers who make decisions on behalf of the members. They are responsible for carrying out the programs and policies approved by the delegates and running the day-to-day operations. They are distinguished from each other by their geographic scope. Local unions. They generally represent a group of union employees working in one area for a particular employer. The local unions have the most direct contact with union members, and the members rely on the local union for social interaction, economic support, and political power. Local unions vary greatly in size and power, from as small as 10 members to as large as 40,000 members. Local unions collect dues from its members to fund operations. Federation of Unions. This is a group of unions or labor organizations formed locally or regionally. They come together to assist in bargaining efforts to improve conditions. National or international unions. These are a collection of local unions, usually in the same industry. Each of the 173 national unions has its own constitution, which establishes the rules and conditions for chartering the local unions. Most national unions have the power to approve or disapprove agreements negotiated at the local level, to decide whether a strike by a local union is legitimate, to supervise elections of other local officers, to audit the records of local unions, to remove local officers for improper actions, and to place the local union in trusteeship for violating the national union's rules. Local unions are required to pay dues to their national union. In exchange, they receive a variety of services for the local union. National unions also provide various indirect services such as education and research, public relations campaigns, lobbying activities to influence legislation, communications to members, and administration of benefits and pension plans. Unions have a contractual relationship with the employer on behalf of the employees. The relationship is governed by a collective bargaining agreement, which is voted on by members and agreed upon by the employer. The contractual obligations to employees include negotiating the terms and conditions of employment and investigating suspected legislative breaches. In addition, the relationship is heavily regulated, specifically by the trifecta of labor relations laws: the National Labor Relations Act, also known as the Wagner Act, the Labor Management Relations Act, and the Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act, known as the Landrum-Griffin Act. The Norris-LaGuardia Act was enacted to restrict court interference in labor disputes. However, it did not restrict interference from other parties, specifically employers. The act was intended to encourage collective bargaining, but workers still lacked the protection they needed to effectively engage in collective bargaining activities. We will review the four main activities threatening collective bargaining. Industrial espionage. Employers hired agents from their own organizations or from professional detective agencies to spy on union members. The spies tried to destroy the union from within by advocating violence and destruction, by discrediting union leaders, and by destroying the faith of other workers in the union. Many union leaders were killed or beaten by hitmen hired by employers to discourage union activity. Strike-breaking tactics. Many employers tried to destroy the union by making strikes ineffective. Some strikes were broken when employers refused to negotiate with the union and encouraged workers to return to work. A less violent method of controlling union activities was for a business to organize and dominate its own union. These company unions sometimes attempted to resolve worker grievances, but they usually did not allow for genuine collective bargaining over wages and other important issues. A company union ultimately represented the interests of the business and not the employees. Employers should use caution when creating employee involvement programs that address the terms and conditions of employment. The NLRB has ruled that these programs may be considered employer-dominated labor organizations, which are prohibited by the NLRA even in non-union companies. The committees must satisfy strict guidelines regarding the issues they address and how members are selected. 3 landmark cases are well worth the read: Electromation Inc. versus the NLRB of 1992, and E.I. DuPont, du Nemours and Company versus the NLRB of 1993, and Crown Cork and Seal Company versus the NLRB in 2001. In this video, I will share how employers have engaged with unions and the strategies that they can use. Unions are experts in staying below the radar when starting to organize a union campaign. However, perceptive employers should be able to detect the early warning signs. Subtle signs of unionization exist, and employers who want to stay union-free should recognize them. Here's what to look for. Change in turnover rate. Sudden changes in turnover patterns can be a subtle indication of union organizing. Unions have an impact on employee perspectives by encouraging employee dissatisfaction and making employees believe they're not being treated well. In addition, some employees may not want to deal with the union and some of the negative things that they believe, so they'll rather leave than stay. Changes in employee language. Managers may notice a change in the language of employees because it comes from a more formal and legal structure. Employees may start using words like grievance, arbitration, job security, employee rights, prevailing wage, and unfair labor practices. They may also start asking their immediate supervisor or manager questions about these topics. Employee interactions more volatile. Small groups of employees may gather in unusual places as emotions run high and everything seems urgent. The unions provide advice on the organization of a union while agitating employees with small group discussions on workplace issues that are presented in a negative manner. The union then builds an organizing committee of workplace leaders who are passionate about developing an issues-driven, emotionally charged agenda. Changes in employee behavior. Unions succeed by driving a wedge between employees and management. Managers may notice employees who were previously friendly are suddenly becoming less communicative or more difficult. Cooperative employees become uncooperative. Leaders who are effective at union avoidance will know how to keep the channels of communication open and more likely to uncover the real issues. New employee alliances. Managers may see new employee friendships or alliances develop when a union wants to unionize the workplace. The typical strategy involves getting some employees to serve as a volunteer organizing committee, and their job is to get other employees interested. This can create new patterns of socializing, so employees may take lunches or breaks at different times or with different people than usual to connect. The reality is a union campaign succeeds by encouraging employee dissatisfaction and making employees believe they're not being treated well. Employers should be cognizant not to ignore the obvious signs, such as employees showing up in union t-shirts. Achieving high levels of employee engagement and maintaining strong communication processes are 2 important strategies for keeping a workplace union free. Here are some additional tips. Create an open, inclusive work environment. Communicate clearly about organizational goals and successes. Be consistent and equitable in applying organizational policies, procedures, and work rules. Establish a conflict resolution or complaint process that provides an outlet for solving problems. And use disciplinary procedures that include an impartial, complete review of the facts. Employers will have different sentiments about a union organizing. Those who have not been unionized have a choice of 3 strategies on how they will approach the idea of union organizing. Avoidance. When the employer believes that a union would bring lack of flexibility and stringent work rules, then avoidance could be a path of choice. The employer would try to remove the appeal of the unions by factually exposing union issues. Open channels of communications make it less likely a union will succeed. Adaptation. The employer may be neutral towards the idea of a union and want to redefine the nature of the relationship as confrontational or collaborative. Employers that believe unions would not add substantially to their employee management programs will want to demonstrate to workers that unions are not necessary for their job satisfaction. Strategic programs such as honest open-door policies, sincere management attention to employee complaints, promotions from within, employee training programs, employee satisfaction surveys with the appropriate follow-up, competitive benefit programs, and wage schedules, and similar policies can help deflect union organizing efforts. Acceptance. The employer is welcoming and gives consent to the union for various reasons. For example, when the employer believes the business could be well served by having a single voice in representing its workforce. When the union approaches, the employer would make it known that it supports the union organizing effort. Employers just need to be careful not to interfere with the process. Employers and unions can have healthy and productive working relationships when they're both focused on the same goals. Here are some tips to building stronger relationships. Be willing to share power, use win-win bargaining strategies, share responsibility and accountability, make joint decisions on common issues, provide information openly, and ensure greater acceptance of partnerships. When union management relationships succeed, employees are more satisfied. It gets rid of the us and them mentality and embrace the we mentality to create a better working environment. In addition, satisfied employees lead to satisfied customers, and that can have a good impact, not to mention a healthier bottom line. When the union management relationship succeeds, employees are more satisfied. It gets rid of the us and them mentality and embrace the we mentality to create a better working environment. In addition, satisfied employees leads to satisfied customers, and that can have a good impact, not to mention healthier bottom line. In this video, I will share unfair labor practices and how they are addressed. An unfair labor practice, ULP, is an action by an employer or union that violates the National Labor Relations Act, NLRA, or other labor laws. There are three broad categories of unfair labor practices, ULPs, under Section 8 of the NLRA. Section 8A lists the ULPs of employers resulting from interactions with the union. Section 8B lists the ULPs of labor organizations. Section 8C lists the ULPs that protect workers from unfair treatment by an employer or union. When an employer interferes with employee rights to organize, form, join, or assist labor unions, the employer has violated NLRA. Congress identified 5 employer unfair labor practices and declared them unlawful. From left to right, 1. It is an unfair labor practice for an employer to interfere with, restrain, or coerce employees in the exercise of their rights. 2. It's an unfair labor practice for an employer to dominate or interfere with the formation or administration of a labor union. 3. It's an unfair labor practice for employers to allow union membership or activity to influence hiring, firing, promotion, or other employment decisions. 4. It's an unfair labor practice to discharge or discriminate against an employee who has filed a labor charge with the National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, or that gives testimony to the NLRB. And 5, it's an unfair labor practice for an employer to refuse to bargain in good faith with representatives of the employees. A union ULP is committed when it violates the rights that the statutes protect. Starting with the left column, here are the protections under NLRA. Unions are not allowed to restrain or coerce employees in the exercise of their collective bargaining rights. Unions are required to bargain in good faith with employers regarding wages, hours, and conditions of employment. This requirement means that unions must make the same good faith effort as employers to meet and make counterproposals in a sincere effort to reach agreement. Unions are not allowed to force employers to pay for work or services that are not needed or not performed. This practice is called featherbedding. Unions are not allowed to force an employer to discriminate in any way against an employee in order to encourage or discourage union membership. Unions are not allowed to conduct certain types of strikes or boycotts. Unions are not allowed to charge excessive initiation fees or membership dues when all employees are required to join a union shop. Charges alleging unfair labor practices are filed by individuals, unions, or employers at the NLRB's regional offices. This prompts an investigation by regional field examiners and attorneys. The NLRB receives about 20,000 to 30,000 charges each year covering a range of unfair labor practices. The cost to file is free and winning is doable. Once filed, there's no drain time on resources. The reviewing authorities are lawyers who are familiar with the process. They investigate the charges and get to drill employment and management. However, they can also be great allies. In cases where an investigation finds probable merit, the majority of them get settled with agreements between both parties. These decisions set a precedent. More than half of all charges are withdrawn or dismissed. Decisions to dismiss a charge may be appealed within 2 weeks of the dismissal. The office handles about 2,000 dismissals a year. If a ULP is committed by an employer or union, the NLRB must order the guilty party to cease and desist from the illegal behavior. Under its statutes, the NLRB cannot assess penalties. However, they may seek make-whole remedies, such as those remedies listed on the chart, from the most serious to the least, based on the ULP offense. If an individual employee is injured by a ULP, the board may order an employer to compensate the employee. Compensation can be reinstatement, pay of lost wages and benefits, and seniority credits. The board also regularly orders parties guilty of ULPs to post a notice informing workers of the board's decision. The best remedy for avoiding a ULP is to keep tips in mind. Employers should not T, threaten, I, interrogate, P, promise, S, spy. These are some of the best tips. In this video, I will share the union organizing strategy. This diagram depicts the path to unionization, which has 5 stages as shown in the chevrons across the top. Along the right side shows the 3 videos in which these processes are described. In the bottom left corner, the note indicates that the processes shown will be represented on the slides with the same name. As a reminder, the asterisk will be added to the title. Directly above the note is a legend to the map of the color-coded processes. The union recognition process has 6 key elements, but not all of them occur in every situation. Starting with the top left corner and following the arrows, the processes consist of authorization cards, a demand for recognition, if that option doesn't work, a petition to the NLRB, then a representation hearing, then an election campaign, and the certification election with its 2 results. If the union has not been elected, they have the opportunity to pursue alternative strategies. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, in 2019, approximately 14.6 million workers were part of a union. This amount only represents 10.3% of waged and salaried workers in the United States, down 0.2% from 2018. These statistics demonstrate that no company is immune to union organizing and why it's important to understand the key facts about organizing campaigns. Assessment. This is the drive or movement to form a union within a business. Either the union or employees may be the initiator. The union examines the seriousness of perceived employee injustices and complaints and determine the value of unionization to the employees. It then looks at the feasibility to determine if the cost outweighs the benefits of organizing. Campaign strategy. Each campaign will be as unique as the business and its employees are, so the union will need to be flexible and creative. Two typical strategies are targeted, which draws attention to the employer from various quarters, and corporate, which applies pressures by other employers and also influence from prominent community members. Tactics weighed. Once potential members indicate interest in unionizing, a number of tactics are used to organize the employees. The tactics deployed will depend on the resources available. One key tactic to shortcut the process is to persuade the employer to sign a neutrality agreement to recognize the union as a bargaining representative. There are a variety of tactics used throughout the organizing process. Starting with the top row and then moving to the right, leafleting. The goal of union leaflets is to point out the advantages the union will bring to the workforce and to counter information that management provides to employees about the benefits of remaining union-free. Leaflets are generally used when the organizing campaign is well underway. Meetings. Union organizing meetings brings together experienced organizers, inside organizers from within the company, and employees who are undecided about supporting the union process. The meetings provide opportunities to communicate the benefits of membership and exert pressure on potential members. Telephone calls. This gauges the appropriateness for home visits. They are less effective but more economical. Home visits. This is most often used when the union is trying to gain initial supporters. It also provides an opportunity for organizers to have private conversations with potential inside organizers. Because home visits are expensive for the union and can be viewed as unwanted invasion of privacy, they are not widely used tactics. Salting. This occurs when a union hires a person to apply for a job at a targeted business. Once hired, the employee interacts with other employees and gathers information for the union. Inside organizing. The most effective organizing process occurs when one or more employees work from within the organization to build support for the union. Insiders can have influence on co-workers, identifying those most likely to respond to the effort and encourage participation. Many unions have sophisticated websites that provide information for employees who are interested in forming a union. Because of its reach to a larger audience, it can also help to augment other tactics. Mass media. Unions have developed expertise in getting their message out. When management commits a ULP or takes any action the union perceives as unfavorable, the union will issue a press release that interprets the action in the most favorable way for the union. An authorization card is the means by which the NLRB determines that there is sufficient support for a union to hold an election. The goal of the union during the organizing process is to obtain signed authorization cards from 30% of the eligible employees. A sample card is displayed. In practice, the union prefers to have more signed cards before submitting a petition for an election. Generally, it would like to have signed cards from at least 50% of the eligible employees. This helps to ensure that if any employees change their mind when voting, the union still has a good opportunity to be victorious. More importantly, with more than a majority of employee signatures, the union may also demand voluntary certification by card check. When a union has more than 50% of the eligible employees signed authorization cards, the employer can be approached with a demand for recognition. This is usually in the form of a letter to the employer in which the union claims to represent the majority of workers and demand to be recognized as exclusive bargaining representative for employees. The demand may also be in person when a union representative approaches any member of the management team, including first-line supervisors, offering proof that a majority of the employees want the union to represent them. It's crucial that whoever is approached does not respond in a way that can be construed by the union as recognition. Instead, it would be best to politely refer the union to the HR department or a senior member of the management team. An employer may choose to recognize a union voluntarily under some circumstances, but this should be done with legal counsel. In this video, I will identify how the NLRB engages with union and employers on the path to unionization. The National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, was established by Congress through the National Labor Relations Act, or the Wagner Act. The NLRB protects the rights of employees, employers, unions, and the general public. They have the power to safeguard employees' rights, to organize, and to determine whether to have unions as their bargaining representative. The board also acts to prevent and remedy unfair labor practices committed by private sector employers and unions. To start the election process, a petition and associated documents must be filed, preferably electronically, with the nearest NLRB regional office. NLRB representatives will then investigate to determine 1. Whether the business falls within the jurisdiction of the NLRB. A business must exceed a certain dollar volume of business, or the NLRB will not respond to the petition. If a company is too small to come under the authority of NLRB, its case is left to the authority of state laws, which may or may not exist. 2. Who should represent the workers? When a union is already in place, a competing union may file an election petition if the labor contract has expired or is about to expire. 3. Whether there's enough worker interest. The union will need to show interest by at least 30% of the employees. And 4. Whether any election bars exist, such as if another petition has been filed within the past year. Shortly after the notice is filed, the employer is required to post a notice of petition for election in conspicuous places, including all places where notices to employees are customarily posted. If the employer customarily communicates with employees in the petition for a unit through electronic means, the employer must also distribute the notice of petition for hearing electronically to those employees. Election bars are procedural barriers to prevent elections. New elections cannot be conducted by the NLRB under certain conditions called election bars. The purpose of a bar is to preserve the integrity of the bargaining unit relationship and afford new unions an opportunity to represent workers without having their legitimacy challenged. Here are the various types of election bars, starting with the left column. Prior petition bar. When a union petitioning for election withdraws the petition prior to the election, then no elections will be approved for 6 months. Contract bar. Except in very limited circumstances, the NLRB will not direct an election while a bargaining unit is covered by a valid collective bargaining agreement. Statutory bar. The NLRA prohibits an election in a bargaining unit that has a valid election during the preceding 12-month period. Moving to the top right column, blocking charge bar. An election petition will be barred when there's a pending ULP charge. Voluntary recognition bar. If the employer has voluntarily recognized a union as a representative for the bargaining unit, an election will be barred for a reasonable period of time to allow the parties to negotiate a contract. Certification year bar. When the NLRB has certified a bargaining representative, an election will not be ordered for at least 1 year. When the NLRB is satisfied of the legitimacy of the petition, they schedule a conference with the employer and union representatives. Under the NLRB's new quickie election rules, pre-election hearings may be scheduled as early as 8 days after the petition is filed. Therefore, an employer has only 7 days to provide the information after the filing of the petition. Consent election. Consent elections are generally held if there is no substantial issue in dispute between the employer and the unions involved in the representation case. The employer and the union agree to waive the pre-election hearing when they can agree to all the items addressed in the pre-election hearing. The parties agree to preliminary issues and agree to allow the NLRB to resolve any objections or challenges which occur in the election. The election is informal because the preliminary issues are resolved without the need for a hearing. Pre-election hearing. Employers must submit a detailed statement outlining any disputed issues and providing preliminary information about employees in the unit the day before the hearing. The NLRB representatives will seek an election agreement between the employer and the union to set the date, time, and place for balloting, the ballot language, the appropriate unit, and a method to determine who is eligible to vote. Typically, elections are held on the earliest practical date after an order or authorization and will vary from case to case. They may occur as quickly as 14 days and averages 25 days. Once an agreement is reached, the parties authorize the NLRB to conduct the election. When the election is scheduled, the employer is required to post the notice of petition of election, which will replace the previously posted notice of petition for hearing. Directed election. If no agreement is reached, the NLRB will hold a hearing and then may order an election and set the conditions in accordance with the board's rules and its decisions. The makeup of the bargaining unit is a critical factor to both the union and the employer's points of view. The union wants the unit to be as large as possible and include the majority of employees who are in favor of the union. Management, on the other hand, wants to limit the size of the unit and include a majority of employees who choose to remain union-free. The NLRB looks at several objective criteria to devise a bargaining unit that is appropriate for the individual situation. It begins with determining the community of interest. This is to ensure that the interests of the members of the unit are sufficiently similar to preclude disagreements during the bargaining process. Geography. This looks at how far apart the locations are to the proposed unit. Administrative structure. This determines how the employer administers its business, whether it uses standard policies across the entire company or diverse policies in different locations. Functional integration. This is whether the unit is made up of employees involved in a major process of the company. Interchange of employees. This determines if employees are cross-trained or frequently transferred between locations. Employee desires. This takes into account what unit the employees want to be a part of. Bargaining history. Any relevant past practices of the union and the employer. And finally, the NLRB considers the extent to which employees are already organized, although the Act makes it clear that this may not be a determining factor. During the election campaigning time, management must prepare a list of the eligible voters for the NLRB and post notices of the election. The employer must post the notice of petition for election and sample ballots in conspicuous places throughout the workplace. Both the union and management will continue to make appeals to employees. They will have up until 24 hours prior to the election to make any pitches to employees. Here's what's allowable. Employer. Management may present speeches to employees during the work time. They'll have a captive audience. Union. They may visit employees in their homes or contact them by phone or through the internet. With an incumbent union, there will be a three-way election. The choices will be the incumbent union, the challenging union, and none. If neither of the three receives a majority vote, a runoff will be conducted between the two top vote-getters. The Excelsior list is filed by the employer within 7 days after a union election has been directed. It states the names and addresses of all eligible bargaining unit employees. It is normally provided by the employer to the union within 10 days after the election date has been set or agreed upon by the NLRB. It will help the union to confirm these key items for voter eligibility. Determination of bargaining unit. The employees must be in the job categories the union claims appropriate for the bargaining unit. Payroll employees only. Employees that will be considered will be those on the payroll during the pay period prior to the direction of the election and during the pay period preceding the election date. Striking employees permanently replaced. This group may vote in election conducted within 12 months after the strike's commencement. Some employees are not eligible for inclusion in a bargaining unit. These include confidential employees, supervisors, and management personnel. The Act also excludes independent contractors and some agricultural workers from bargaining units. In this video, I will share the different union certification strategies and pitfalls. The certification election may take place in a single day or over a multi-day period for larger bargaining units or those who do shift work and are not available on site. The NLRB conducts a secret ballot election at the workplace, setting up in a polling area where employees can cast ballots. The union and management representatives are allowed a number of observers depending on the size of the bargaining unit to ensure that only legitimate employees participate. Employees may vote in person or by mail-in ballot, usually for industries where employees are not usually on site. The unchallenged ballots are counted by an NLRB representative and the results are tallied for both parties. The union will be certified as the employee's bargaining representative if they receive a simple majority, 50% plus one person of those casting a ballot. A tie vote means no certification and the employees remain union-free. The NLRB withholds a certification until all disputes are resolved. Objections are required to be filed within 7 days of the vote count. The challenged ballots that were set aside and held to be counted separately may come into question that the individual's vote should be counted. Even then, the board may not take any determination on this issue or count the votes if the number of these ballots are too small to affect the outcome of the election. Ultimately, the board will either certify the election results if the objections are overruled, or it may conclude that the objections have merit and will affect the election results. It will then set aside the election and order a rerun election. The NLRB Regional Director certifies the election results. The requirement for certification is a simple majority, 50% plus one person, of those casting a ballot, not those eligible. A tie vote means no certification. The results are not final until certified by the NLRB. The union has the option to abandon the organizing campaign efforts. In most instances, employers will insist on the NLRB conducted election, but there are other methods outside the NLRB process. Here are the avenues to that path. Employer recognition. Voluntary recognition happens when an employer, on its own accord, recognizes a union as a bargaining agent for its employees. The reasons may include establishing a cooperative relationship with employees or to avoid having to negotiate with a less preferred union. Employee motivated. In addition to the NLRB conducted elections, the federal law provides employees with a second path to choose a representative. Employees may persuade their employer to voluntarily recognize a union after showing majority support by signed authorization cards or other means. Union-driven. The union can convince the employer to grant recognition by showing the majority of workers have signed authorization cards indicating they favor a union. Once the company recognizes the union's majority status, then the company must negotiate a contract or collective bargaining agreement with the union. During the NLRB conducted election, if the union receives the most votes, 50% plus one person, of those cast in a ballot, the NLRB Regional Director certifies the election results. The union is certified as the employee's bargaining representative and is entitled to be recognized by the employer as the exclusive bargaining agent for the employees in the unit. Once the union is recognized, the employer has a legal duty to bargain in good faith. Failure to bargain with the union at this point is an unfair labor practice. In this video, I will overview the Union Security Agreement and its clauses. A Union Security Agreement is a contractual agreement that is signed as part of a union collective bargaining agreement. The purpose is for the employer and the union to agree on the extent to which the union may compel employees to join the union. In addition, it clarifies whether the employer will collect dues, fees, and assessments on behalf of the union. Under the Union Security Agreement, there are a variety of security clauses. Closed shop. The employee is required to join and remain in the union. This is a condition for being hired and for continued employment. In the United States, closed shop is illegal. Union shop. The employee is hired irrespective of union membership status, but must join the union within a stipulated time frame, usually 30 days. Agency shop. The employee is hired without regard to their union membership status, and there is no pressure to join the union. Non-union workers must pay a fee to cover the collective bargaining costs because they will also reap the benefits. In the public sector, where the agency shop may be outlawed, there's a similar clause called the fair share provision. Maintenance of membership. Workers covered by the agreement must maintain their membership in the union for the duration of the contract. Dues checkoff. The employer collects voluntarily authorized and regular payroll deductions to pay off union dues instead of separate individual payments. Then payments are remitted to the union. Under the NLRA, there are two events that can have a major impact on the union security clause. A deauthorization election should be distinguished from a decertification election. On the left is decertification. The employees vote to remove the union as their collective bargaining agent. These elections can normally be held under the NLRA only near the expiration of the contract or every 3 years, whichever comes first. It also ensures union dues are no longer paid. Decertification only requires a simple majority of those voting. On the right is deauthorization. In a deauthorized election, the employees do not remove the union as their bargaining agent, but they can withhold paying the union dues. Deauthorization elections are supervised by the NLRB, and they can occur at any time during the life of the contract. Winning requires a majority vote of those in the bargaining unit as a whole. Those who do not vote are counted as voting in favor of the union. It's important to remember that the employer cannot help or assist in either of these processes. Doing so would incur a ULP. This table summarizes the types of NLRB elections and the criteria needed for petitioning and winning. Certification. This is the union's petition for bargaining unit representation. 30% of eligible employees are needed to petition the NLRB. To win, the union needs at least 50% plus 1 of the votes cast. Decertification. This is when employees terminate the union representation. 30% of the bargaining unit employees are required for petitioning. To win, at least 50% of the votes cast are required to decertify the union. Deauthorization. This removes the union's authority to negotiate or enforce union security income clauses. 30% of the bargaining unit employees are required for petition. To win, at least 50% plus 1 of the eligible voters must vote to deauthorize. In this video, I will share elements of the collective bargaining process. Collective bargaining is a rulemaking process to formulate or revise the terms and conditions on behalf of a group of employees represented by a union over a period of time. It is not similar to negotiation, which implies the process of seeking agreement through an open-ended exchange of views. Collective bargaining incorporates the process of negotiation, administration, and interpretation of the collective bargaining agreement. Its functions include formulating the rules of the workplace, ascertaining the form of compensation, standardizing compensation, determining priorities on each side, and redesigning the machinery of bargaining. The process of collective bargaining can be influenced by both internal and external factors of the environment, as shown in the diagram. Both the employer and the union will need to take inventory of how these factors may impact the collective bargaining process. Each union may handle the process slightly differently, but it should follow these steps. Starting at the top. Bargaining issues. The NLRA stipulates which bargaining subjects are mandatory, permissive, or illegal. Preparing for negotiations. Management and labor each choose representatives to negotiate their interests. Both sides will review the existing employment contracts to identify areas for improvement. Union leadership will also survey its members determine which priorities are most important in the upcoming negotiations. Negotiating the agreement. Early in the process, management and the union will agree to ground rules. The parties also agree to the bargaining style, for example, proposal bargaining or interest-based bargaining. In proposal bargaining, both sides write proposals for changes to the contract. In interest-based bargaining, both sides bring issues to the table and resolve those issues by mutual agreement. Negotiation breakdowns. If management and the union cannot come to terms, the employer may declare an impasse. If the union disagrees, the NLRB will determine whether a true impasse exists and compel the employer to return to negotiations. The union may also implement a strike in which employees refuse to work until an agreement is reached. Reaching an agreement. After several rounds of give and take, both sides reach a tentative agreement. The union brings the agreement back to its members, and the management representatives take their agreement to top management for approval. Ratifying the agreement. In some unions, the agreement is tentative until the members ratify it. Members vote by secret ballot, which may be required by the union's rules. Administration of agreement. The collective bargaining agreement becomes the governance tool for which management looks to in managing employees. The contract has a specified period of time until it's up for renewal, typically 12 to 18 months. The contract has a specified period of time until it's up for renewal. Typically, in the last 12 to 18 months of the contract, management and union start preparing for renewals to avoid any delays in having a contract in place when the current one expires. Most labor agreements cover 7 major bargaining issues, which are noted in the first 2 columns and ordered by their priority and biggest portion of the contract. Mandatory subjects. This refers to those subjects which employers and unions must bargain for on behalf of the employees. The first column is mandatory subjects related to issues associated with wages, work hours, and work conditions. The failure to negotiate a mandatory subject violates the duty to bargain in good faith and constitutes an unfair labor practice. Permissive subjects. These are those topics that may be included if both parties agree to negotiate. Often they refer to management decisions that remotely impact employee concerns. Unlike mandatory subjects, there is no legal duty to bargain over permissive subjects. Prohibited subjects. This is also referred to as illegal subjects, and they may not be negotiated because such agreements would contravene state statutes or court decisions. Examples of prohibited subjects are in the left column. When management and union representatives reach an agreement that will be acceptable to their constituents, management usually adds a clause in the contract that states that any rights not covered specifically in the agreement are at the sole responsibility of management. Good faith bargaining refers to a party's duty to meet and negotiate at a reasonable time with another party. The party should be willing to reach an agreement, although neither party is required to agree to any proposal or make concessions. Here are some guidelines. Evasive behavior during negotiation is not permitted. A position on contract terms may not be constantly changed. Serious attempts must be made to adjust differences to reach an acceptable common ground. Both parties must be willing to meet at reasonable time and places to discuss each party's bargaining issue. A counter-proposal must be offered when another party's proposal is rejected. There must be a willingness to incorporate oral agreements into a written contract. Under common law, good faith requires parties to an agreement to exercise their powers reasonably and not arbitrarily or for some irrelevant purpose. Certain conduct may lack good faith if one party acts dishonestly or fails to have regard to the legitimate interests of the other party. Here's how this applies to collective bargaining process. Starting in the left column, duty to provide relevant information. Provide information to union requests that are relevant negotiating a collective bargaining agreement. These will include things such as labor costs, wage increases granted from non-bargaining unit, and chemical substances in the work environment. Limitations to the duty to disclose. An employer does not have an unlimited duty to provide all information requested by a union. Employers are not allowed to violate employee privacy, disclose employers' trade secrets or confidential financial reports, provide data that is prohibitively costly or burdensome to provide, and bad faith estimates. Moving to the top of the right column, unlawful circumvention. The employer may not negotiate directly with the employees regarding mandatory bargaining items. Notice of requirements. This provides the required notice periods. In this video, I will share contract negotiation elements and strategies. Negotiation is a difficult skill to learn, but it's absolutely vital for HR to become more commercially focused, as well as more understanding of the needs of the employees and managers. In addition, HR managers need to master the art of give and take so that they can be prepared to negotiate labor agreements and resolve conflicts. Some of the most important principles for effective negotiations are to separate emotions and issues, set priorities, prepare thoroughly, ascertain what is really driving the other side's agenda, keep an open mind, never say never, and to strive for win-win solutions. The bargaining zone is the range or area in which the agreement is satisfactory to both negotiating parties. The diagram depicts the model. The bargaining zone overlaps the area between the tolerance limit for both parties. Before entering into negotiations, it is essential that each side privately determines their goals and predicts what the other party may desire. Tolerance limit, this is the walkaway goal. Acceptable, the point of agreement for a win-win. Preferred, ideal position but not likely to happen. It's important to understand when the other party may concede before the deal has too little value for them to agree. Without this information, there's no way of knowing the bargaining zone. The union contract negotiating process is to create an agreement that's acceptable to both parties. Here are the 5 steps. 1. Preparation. Each side will choose team members to represent their interests on the negotiation team. The team members should be skilled in negotiation and labor laws. Each side will then examine the available information to determine whether they have a strong standing for negotiation. 2. Discussion. Both parties will meet to set the ground rules for the collective bargaining negotiation process. 3. Proposal. Both representatives will make opening statements. They will outline options and possible solutions for each of the issues. 4. Bargaining. The parties will discuss potential compromises. After both sides have obtained their best compromise, the draft agreement is created, which is not legally binding. They will each return to their reference groups for approval. And 5. Final agreement. The employer representatives take their agreement to top management to decide if they can operate efficiently and profitably. The union takes their proposal to the employees for a vote. After the vote is ratified, it becomes a binding agreement. Both parties sign the agreement and the collective agreement goes into effect. There are 3 types of written agreements or written notes of mutuality between management and the union on behalf of the employees. Typically, the collective agreement is used to describe the master contract. The memos usually cover single, less important subject areas. Collective bargaining agreement. This is the contractual agreement between an employer and a labor union that governs wages, hours, and working conditions for employees, and which can be enforced against both the employer and the union for failure to comply with its terms. The nature, scope, definition, and purpose of the agreement is included. It also covers the rights and responsibilities of management and the union. Other items that are included are the grievance processes and methods and machinery for settlement of future disputes and a termination clause. Memos are typically used in the public sector and are not enforceable in the court of law. They do not have an expiration date, so they will remain in effect until the parties agree otherwise. Memoranda of Understanding. This outlines the details of an agreement between 2 or more parties who intend to work together for a common goal. It is less complex and detailed than a contract while providing a framework. Memoranda of Agreement. This is an agreement composed between two parties to cooperate on a previous agreement. It confirms and solidifies the terms of a verbal agreement. In this video, I will share the different types of labor demonstrations. Labor demonstrations are various public actions taken in support of different goals the unions and management may have. They can serve many purposes depending upon the timing of the demonstration, the issues involved, the organizer, and what else has gone on before. Here are the most common types of labor demonstrations. Picketing. This is the right to free speech and position employees at affected employers to demonstrate or protest. Strikes. This is a refusal by employees to work either on their own, which is unlawful, or through the union, which is lawful. Lockouts. This is when the employer refuses to allow employees to work. Boycotts. This is the union's attempt to influence the employer by exerting pressure on another employer. Picketing is a group of people carrying signs expressing their concerns and often identifying their allies and antagonists. They can stand or walk in front of buildings that is a target of the demonstration. It involves direct action and sometimes has a potential for violence and arrest. Here are the various types of picketing. Primary. This is aimed at the employer and is lawful if the strike is lawful. Organizational or recognitional. This is used to pressure the employer into recognizing a union. It is unlawful if another union is in place with a contract bar or greater than 30 days. Informational. This informs the public of some dispute with the employer. It is usually with a non-union employer or when there's no contract in place. Area standards. This draws public attention to an employer's failure to provide the area standards in terms and conditions. Common status. This is the lawful picketing of a primary employer when there's a shared occupancy with a second employer who is affected. Consumer picketing. This exercises free speech to inform consumers about non-union or struck plan. Hot cargo pickets. Both the employer and the union agree that union members are not required to handle work by a non-union labor or struck plant, and it is violated. Labor strikes became important during the Industrial Revolution when there were many workers in factories and mines. They are primarily driven by the union to resolve protests by stopping work. They generally take the form of picketing. Unfair labor practice or ULP. This is when the employees cease to work due to the employer's ULP. The employer must reinstate striking workers. Economic. This occurs when there's a failure to reach agreement over the terms and conditions of a collective bargaining agreement, a CBA. The employer can hire replacement workers and continue to keep them after the dispute has been resolved. Sympathy. Other unions in the same industry or employed by the same company will strike at the same time, putting even more pressure on the employer to resolve the original dispute. Jurisdictional. This is when there's friction between a union working for a common employer. They are illegal under the NLRA and the NLRB has the power to resolve them. Wildcat. This is an unsanctioned work stoppage and the employees are subject to discipline or discharge. They are also not protected like union-approved strikes are. In the United States, people who work for the federal government are not allowed to strike. Railroad and airline workers are not allowed to strike except under certain conditions. Lockouts are temporary work stoppages initiated by management during a labor dispute. It is the ultimate weapon in the hands of management when uncontrolled situations arrive. The major objective is to force employees to agree to the employer demands. A boycott is an act of voluntary and intentional abstention from using, buying, or dealing with the business to express a protest. A boycott serves the purpose to impose economic loss, indicate a moral outrage, or try to compel the business to alter objectionable behavior. It's usually for moral, social, political, or environmental reasons. Here are the most common types of boycotts. Allied doctrine. A neutral employer performs work done by striking employees. Alter ego doctrine. There's a lack of distinction between two or more businesses. It requires a factual determination to assess the ownership. Double-breasting. A common owner operates a union and a non-union business, and work is shifted to the non-union business. Straight-line operations. This occurs when there's a loss of neutrality if the employer is engaged in operations that are a phase of the struck employer's work. Secondary boycott. This compels an employer who is not involved in the dispute to stop doing business with the disputed employer. This is illegal. In this video, I will define the types of alternative dispute resolutions, or ADR, for labor disputes. Contract enforcement is a process of settling labor relations disputes with suggestions and advice of a third party. The disagreements can be handled through the grievance process, mediation or conciliation process, or court injunctions. Contract disputes occur when the parties to the collective bargaining agreement disagree about the terms and conditions. They are typically resolved by either equitable or legal remedies. There are two types of disputes. Employee grievances. These are disputes between the employee and management regarding the work behavioral issues stemming from obligations in the collective bargaining agreement. Union management disputes. These disputes are between the union and management on the process of the collective bargaining agreement. Employee grievances are concerns, problems, or complaints that employees have about their work, the workplace, or someone they work with, including management. Something has made them feel dissatisfied and they believe it is unfair or unjust. Employee grievances may or may not be justified, but they should be handled in a proper and well-defined manner. A typical process is displayed. Grievance reported. The employee and or union representative need to identify the specific violation and where it is located in the collective bargaining agreement. This is then submitted for management to review. The supervisor and the union representative are notified and they meet to investigate the grievance and provide feedback to a review committee. Review committee. The grievance is examined for its validity and against the collective bargaining agreement. If the grievance is valid, a resolution should be provided. If the grievance is not valid, the employee, the union representative, and the supervisor are notified. Senior management. The union representative may disagree with the findings and appeal to senior management at the local or corporate level. All issues must be resolved within the contract-defined period. Third-party determination. If the employee grievance is not resolved, there should be a further body where it can be appealed. A neutral third party may be used to arbitrate the agreement between the parties at the highest levels for both sides. Employees may not be disciplined or discharged without cause, for to do so would be to violate the employee's right to due process. Employees can be entitled to two forms of disciplinary rights. Just cause. This is not provided for by law and is only applied if it has been added to the collective bargaining agreement. If an employee has just cause rights, then all due process protections will apply as well. Just cause can include up to 7 elements. The most important element is determining if a discipline is fair and appropriate. Due process. When discipline occurs, this provides the employee with the right to a fair procedure. Before an employee can be disciplined, an employer must take certain steps to fulfill this requirement. Unlike due process, discipline under just cause requires the ability to prove all elements of the case in determining if the punishment fits the crime. The Supreme Court case of the National Labor Relations Board versus Weingarten Inc. of 1975 established the basic entitlement and procedures for when and how union representatives may participate in interviews. Collectively, these rules are referred to as Weingarten rights. An employer is not obligated to inform employees of their Weingarten rights or to ask whether they would like union representation at a meeting or interview. Employees who reasonably believe that an investigatory interview could lead to discipline are entitled to ask for union representation. Here are the rules. Rule number 1. An employee must make a clear request for union representation before or during the interview, and the employee cannot be punished for making this request. Rule number 2. After the employee makes this request, the employer must choose from 3 options. 1. Deny the request and end the interview immediately. 2. Give the employee a clear choice between having the interview without representation or ending the interview. And 3. Grant the request and delay questioning until the union representative arrives. At that time, the employee and the union representative are entitled to a private consultation before continuing the meeting. Rule number 3. If the employer denies the request for union representation and continues to ask questions, the employer is committing an unfair labor practice, and the employee has the right to refuse to answer any questions. The employer may not discipline the employee for this refusal. In July 2000, the NLRB, under the Clinton administration, extended the Weingarten rights to employees at non-unionized workplaces to allow for a third party to participate in interviews. On June 15, 2004, the NLRB, under the George W. Bush administration, effectively reversed the previous ruling by a 3-2 vote. As it stands, only a union representative can be in attendance with the employee. Labor mediation and conciliation is to prevent or minimize work stoppages caused by disputes between labor and management. Here are the benefits to mediation and conciliation. It offers an option for parties to address unresolved workplace issues. It gives parties a voice and an opportunity to be heard. It helps to resolve problems before they escalate. It reduces anger and hostility and improves morale in the workplace. Under the Taft-Hartley Act, the President of the United States can apply for an injunction to restrain a strike when the strike imperils national health and safety. The court injunction restrains the strike for 60 days, and if no settlement is reached during this time, the injunction can be extended for an additional 20 days. National emergency disputes normally involve critical services or industries such as railroads, oil, steel, coal, and ocean shipping. At the initial stages of a union organizing campaign, signs of union activity are difficult to detect. By the time management notices something unusual is taking place, the organizing process may well be underway. To avoid that, in this course, we share these insights: key legislation relating to labor relations, effective employer engagement, understanding the journey to unionization, the NLRB engagement process, and avoiding unfair labor practices. Leadership training is critical because unions are experts at what they do and now have the NLRB supporting them in many cases. Creating a union-free culture is possible if management understands what's involved in organizing the drive and the campaign, knowing the law and proactively taking the necessary steps to be an employer of choice can create true employee engagement. The presence of a union significantly alters several human resources activities, such as recruiting processes, selection procedures, wage levels, pay increases, benefit packages, complaint systems, and discipline procedures. Good research and flexibility will help to create win-win strategies during collective bargaining. And in preparation, we shared the collective bargaining process, effective union contract negotiations, supporting the union security agreement, what to expect in labor demonstrations, and managing through contract disputes. Having a high level of employee engagement and a strong communication process in place are two important strategies for keeping a workplace union-free. HR professionals should continue to reinforce open channels of communication to lessen the chances of the workplace being unionized. If the union prevails, stay focused on the unified goals of protecting the employee's best interests and being a profitable business. The PHR exam summary will help with organizing the program content to reinforce concepts and strategies in preparing for exam certification. In this topic, we'll be reviewing key features of the exam in preparation of building effective study habits and testing strategies. On the PHR exam program overview chart, the very last topic is highlighted. So, sequentially, we've almost completed our journey. Regardless of the path that you've taken to get here, I hope you're meeting your educational goals and learning is continuous. In reviewing the exam features, we'll look at two areas: focus, to address the key pieces of information to keep in mind, and rewards, the trinkets you'll earn. The PHR exam organizes the generally accepted HR practices of the HR BOK framework into the 5 functional areas shown on this chart. Business management is worth 20% of the exam, talent planning and acquisition 16%, learning and development 10%, total rewards 15%, employee and labor relations 39%. Here are some important numbers to take note of. There are 5 functional areas which we just reviewed from the HR BOK. The new exam has a total of 115 items which are mostly multiple choice. 90 of them are scored ranging in level of difficulty, and 25 will be unscored pre-test items used to validate testing standards for a future exam. There is a 2-hour time limit. While you can take a break, the timer will continue to count down. My personal suggestion would be to avoid taking a break and to spend the time reviewing your work if you finish ahead of time. Just be careful not to change a response unless you're 1000% sure. Generally, your first instinct is usually correct. Though there are 90 scored items, a minimum score of 500 out of 700 is required to pass. It is reported using scale scores, which is a result of a transformation applied to the raw score. The content of the question is classified in 3 cognitive levels. Knowledge and comprehension is remembering factual information such as definitions or terminology. Application and problem solving is leveraging generalizations or principles to solve everyday problems. And synthesis and evaluation is solving complex problems using critical thinking skills and different elements. The PHR exam will include a variety of item types which will be portrayed in the form of a question, a statement, or an open-ended sentence. Let's take a look at them. Traditional multiple choice, these are the majority of the questions on the test. Multiple choice, multiple response, these are like multiple choice items, except there are 2 or more correct answers. Scenario situational judgment, they require you to integrate facts from different subject areas. Fill in the blanks, you're asked to provide missing information. Drag and drop, you'll be matching information from 2 different columns. Digital badges provide recognition and shows your achievement of important competencies. They protect the integrity of your credentials and are easy to validate verification. After each course completion, you'll be eligible for a Skillsoft digital badge as proof of your course completion. At the end of this program, you would have earned 20 badges. That's a lot of knowledge, and you'd be well prepared to earn yet another badge. HRCI also offers digital badges as proof of your certification. It's coordinated with a third-party company that hosts other professional certifications. In this video, I'll share methods you can use to enhance your study habits. The VARC modalities describe the 4 types of learners. When you're able to identify your learning style, it allows you to effectively utilize your preparation time. V is for visual learners. They learn best through seeing, such as slide presentations, videos, and diagrams. If you're primarily a visual learner, it may help you to transform the content into charts, diagrams, tables, and models. A is for auditory learners. They learn best through hearing, such as lectures, discussions, and audio tapes. If you're an auditory learner, you'll probably benefit from participating in a study group. R is for reading and writing learners. They learn best through text, such as reading and writing. If this is your primary style, you'll definitely want to create your own summary sheets or outlines from the concepts while you're studying. K is for kinesthetic or tactile learners. They learn best through touching, such as handling objects or construction models. If you're primarily a kinesthetic learner, employ computerized exams and Quizlets will be rewarding. You may be well versed in more than one learning style, but you will find that you will have a preferred style of learning that works best for you. You'll recognize that this program employs and encourages all 4 learning styles. Learning retention is about moving knowledge from our short-term memory into our long-term memory. I'll use the example of what we remember after 2 weeks to share information in this table. We tend to remember 10% of what we read, 20% of what we hear, 30% of what we see, and 50% of what we see and hear. That would be an example of looking at an exhibit or watching a demonstration. These 4 learnings are acquired through passive learning, generally one-directional and with little or no interaction. Passive learning is not bad, it has its place, and can be effective in the right situations or when supplemented with other activities. See if you recognize why the next 2 items are generally more effective for exam preparation. After 2 weeks, 70% of what we say, such as participating in a discussion or giving a presentation, and 90% of what we say and do, such as performing a dramatic presentation or simulating an experience, is easily remembered. The science of learning curve describes roughly 70% of new information is lost within a 24-hour period if we don't make an effort to retain it. Since there's a significant amount of material to be covered for the PHR exam and 24 hours just isn't enough time, generally, cramming isn't good for most people. Therefore, you'll need to make a conscious effort to help to increase your learning retention. Here's a quote from Confucius. I see and I forget, I hear and I remember, I do and I understand. Your retention will be increased by appealing to all the learning styles. Planning for success is a 3-pronged effort. Create the plan, work the plan, stay on plan. In creating the plan, set your exam day, develop a study plan, improve on your developmental areas, and enhance your strengths. To work the plan, you'll need to develop a study schedule to work with your lifestyle. Incorporate at least 1 hour of study every day until the test day. You may need to schedule your study time so it becomes a commitment on your calendar. It's important to stay on plan, however, life happens. Make small adjustments, but don't abandon the plan. Keep focused on the bigger goal. You have the power to change the outcome. This is the study plan we looked at during the introductory to the PHR course. Assuming you have roughly 12 weeks to study, this plan may work for you. As I review it, think about how you can adapt it to meet your goals. The plan accounts for working through Skillsoft's Professional in Human Resources 2020 program, which is organized by lifecycle processes. The first 11 weeks covers the functional areas with a practice exam after each functional area. This is a suggested pace for going through the functional areas. The practice exam should be a half exam, so about 45 to 90 minutes in length and the same number of questions. It will be important to take your own personal notes as you work through the content. The last week should be spent reviewing those personal notes. Taking full practice exams will provide the endurance testing needed before the big day. Plan on doing something every day until exam day. It can be as simple as 10 flashcards or recaps of a set of notes. Also, keep in mind that the longer you delay in taking the exam, the more effort you'll need to put into remembering the content. Everyone has their own style and comes with varied backgrounds. You'll need to choose your approach based on your personal situation. Having said that, there's a direct correlation between the areas with the highest weighted, top half, and the areas that you have the least experience. Working with students in the PHR program, the most challenged areas are business management and labor relations, which are weighted 59% of the exam together. Neither are complex areas, they just involve many business functions that are not well known to junior and less seasoned HR professionals. More experienced professionals tend to be focused in a specialty area at this point in their career and sometimes lose sight of these two more generalist areas. Here are some strategies and tips to take control of the volume of data to make it more consumable. Be able to explain the concepts, document the key concepts covered, and relate them to situations you have experienced or are familiar with so they're easy to recall to memory. Apply knowledge to various situations. There are several models on which theories and concepts rely. This is consistent across the functional areas. For example, SMART goals are used in business strategy, performance management, and learning. Recall terminology. If you don't know a term's definition, it will be difficult to quickly determine the correct answer. You don't have to know everything in order to respond correctly, so don't let that throw you. Study the glossary of terms and make your own list as well. Take words you don't know at face value. Come up with a makeshift response to help you quickly define it. Performing calculations. Learn the formulas and when to use them. If math is not your forte, you may decide to bypass these by guessing the answers and marking them on the first pass and then coming back. This is just a strategy. Will it work for you? As you review the content, begin looking at it through the eyes of an item writer. Create your own practice exams. This helps to formulate new ways of thinking and learning. Ask yourself, how can this law be applied? How will an HR professional recommend this type of advice? Formulate a variety of questions. Refer to the PHR exam content outline. It covers a description of the responsibilities, tasks, and knowledge that you are required to know. In this video, I'll share techniques that you can apply to increase your testing proficiency. You will recall Borda's approach to exam items from the introductory PHR course. I hope you've had lots of opportunity to apply it. Let's review. Read the last sentence first and then the rest of the question. This will help you to determine what is being asked. Come up with a potential answer and then focus on the generally accepted HR practices. Review the options to find the one that closely matches yours, and then trust your first instinct. Select the best answer. Pick an answer, any answer. If you're unsure, mark it so you'll be able to come back to it, and answer every question in order so you don't miss any questions. Let's review the format of the majority of the exam questions. From the STEM, you'll be required to select the best or correct response. By best, the PHR exam means the response that a panel of HR subject matter experts would agree is correct. Of the answer choices, some are distractors, which are written to look correct, but are not the best answers. There's only one correct answer. The purpose of making other answers look correct is to assess your knowledge and judgment in an HR environment. The exam is not designed to trick you, but rather to determine if you have the skills and knowledge required at the PHR level. All the information you need is right there on the screen, so if you think that you need more information or clarity, something is missing, you're probably off track. Overanalyzing a question puts you at risk of taking yourself away from the correct answer. Some items really are that easy. Using Borda's approach, reading the last sentence first will help you to stay focused on what is being asked and to avoid extraneous information. Most of the questions are multiple choice, so the answer is right there. Remember, each one will be based on 3 cognitive levels: comprehension, application, or evaluation. Don't underestimate the value of testing and retesting. Assess your skills to evaluate the readiness by taking practice tests and analyzing your results. Diagnose your errors. Try to find out why you answered each question incorrectly. Did you misread the question? Did you overanalyze the question? After identifying your opportunity areas, take steps to improve. Refine your skills. Study topics your knowledge areas appear to be inadequate. Practice and practice. Improve your test-taking skills. Answer as many practice questions. Choose tests from valid and reliable sources that provide feedback. It should provide a review, show which questions you missed, and provide explanations. And target above 80% on half and full tests before the exam. The PHR is a practical test, so the more examples you interact with, your skill level will also increase. Time budgeting is essential. You will have 2 hours to complete the PHR exam. During an in-person exam, anytime you leave the room, the timer will continue to count down. For remote sessions, you are not permitted to leave the viewing area. Make sure you understand the numerous requirements for this option. You'll need to pace yourself. That's 120 minutes to answer 115 items. Plan on roughly 1 minute per item, which will leave you with about 5 minutes to review. Remember, some items will take longer and some will take less. Answer every item in the order they appear to be sure you make it through the entire test. Don't become obsessed with any one item. When you start the exam, find your stride. If the first few items are challenging, just pick an answer, mark it, and move on until you hit your groove. It will come. If math is not your thing, don't waste time. Pick an answer, mark it, and move on. Some people can just look at the STEM and figure out the answer. If that's you, don't stop the train. Pick that correct answer and keep it moving on to the next stop. On scenario items, read the scenario once for all items and highlight the key points to avoid rereading. I'm old school, so I'll use the pen and paper they provide and jot down a few words for memory recall. There's also a highlight feature within the application. The key is figuring out your style, which comes from completing lots and lots of practice questions. The day of the PHR exam should not be your first time taking a time test, nor the first time experiencing that setting. If you will be in a multi-person environment, be comfortable testing with background noise and other distractions. Some people like to visit the exam center, which is a good idea, so you know where you're going and you will get there on time. If your test will be remotely proctored, your practice environment should be in that space as often as you can. Review the HRCI proctoring restrictions well in advance so you are compliant and can rehearse under those conditions. Staying focused is the key to success. To reduce test anxiety and prevent running out of time, practice time tests. Test the same time as your scheduled appointment so you'll know what that time feels like for 2 consecutive hours. If you need to walk away, that's fine. Just keep the timer running as well, just like the rail test. Take off the day off work, mainly because the block is focused on very specific information where your company may not do things the same way. It also has covered all areas of HR, whereas your work may not. So a stressful day at work may detract you from your focus areas. Review key areas and stay focused. Relax the night before and do something low stress. Also, practice sleeping will also help with long-term memory commitment. Should you not pass the exam and want to retake the same exam again, there's a 90-day waiting period. You'll also need to reschedule and submit a new fee. Consider it a small setback to reset. What did you do differently? You have 90 days in order to make a change. Take a day to decompress and another day to reflect on what you did. Learn from your results. Your test will provide a chart reflecting your performance on each exam's functional area. Use that to examine what your strengths and opportunities areas. Reorganize your study plan, figure out what you'll do differently, and add alternative sources as a revised study plan. Reinforce your study habits. Did you allocate sufficient time and effort to learn the content the previous time? And then increase your pre-test score. What did you test at previously? Were you testing above 80%? All this is good information to know, but I don't think you'll be needing it. Over this course, we've taken time to review and reinforce your learning by reviewing key features of the exam, techniques to increase your testing proficiency, methods to enhance your study habits. I'm officially giving the control back to you. I recommend that you take one or more tours through the program, as you'll likely hear things you didn't hear the first time. And if that's not sufficient, don't hesitate to keep coming back and replay the video or the course as you go through the notes and have questions. Soon, you'll be ready for the PHR exam, and I want to be the first to congratulate you on your success. Congratulations on completing the SkillSoft Professional in Human Resources 2020 program and earning yet another badge. Our journey has paused, and I'll leave you with a quote from Harvey Mackay, a businessman, syndicated columnist, and a New York Times best-selling author. Time is free, but it's priceless. You can't own it, but you can use it. You can't keep it, but you can spend it. Once you've lost it, you can't get it back. Make the best of your study time, and best wishes on passing the PHR exam. I'm Fabia Borda, SPHR.